Lance Corporal Riley McCollum, United States Marine Corps.
Corporal Joshua McKay Moore, United States Army.
Staff Sergeant Darin Taylor Hoover.
3614 WGPI, I'm Chris Purcell, and I'm the 80s Warrior. We are watching the Coca-Cola 600, which you can now stream on USTV247.com.
What happens when performance meets power?
So just sit back and enjoy the event.
Because you're crazy and you like it. You get bigger, badder, faster. You can never have too much of a good thing. And power is a very good thing.
You know Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance, so you only pay for what you need?
Oh, like how I customized this scarf?
Wow, first time? Check out this backpack I made for Marco.
Oh yeah, well, check out this tux.
Oh nice, that'll go perfect with these.
Dude, those are so fire. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
I have moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now, there's Skyrizi. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clearer skin at 4 months after just 2 doses.
Skyrizi may increase your risk of infections and lower your ability to fight them. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, such as fevers, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or coughs, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Talk to your dermatologist about Skyrizi. Learn how AbbVie could help you save.
The sports world is buzzing about the USFL.
What a catch!
It's thrilling spring football that fans have been waiting for.
Are you kidding me?
This is America's newest phenomenon. This weekend on Fox, the Breakers battle the league-leading Stallions Saturday at 3. And the Panthers clash with the Stars Sunday at noon. Real football for real fans. The USFL, Saturday and Sunday on Fox.
One of the honors of winning the Coca-Cola 600 is getting to come here to the Arlington National Cemetery.
Honestly, I feel like I can come here every day and still feel the impact. I've never been more proud to be American, to see the way that we honor and remember.
We're members of the Old Guard, but we are tenants of Arlington National Cemetery. So we operate here in the cemetery 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, continuing an 84-year legacy.
You know, there's so much prestige with the 600, and then having a tradition like this now just adds on to that. Proud to pay my respects and feel this sense of honor here.
Always a touching moment at the tomb of the unknown soldier. We welcome you back to Charlotte Motor Speedway, and a special thing that NASCAR, the winner of the Coca-Cola 600 each year, goes there to be a part of that ceremony to honor and remember.
Yeah, what an honor to be able to go do that and represent the sport of NASCAR. I talked to Kyle, and he said it was just something he'll always remember. Very, very cool.
Yeah, and as part of our Fox Sports tradition in covering this holiday weekend race, at the bottom of the screen is a list of names, and they're members of the armed forces who, since last Memorial Day weekend, made the ultimate sacrifice while serving our great country in military operations, and they have our eternal gratitude. Alex Bowman, his car, wearing a special, as all the cars here, honoring someone who lost their lives while serving our country, the 48 Hendrick Chevrolet. Our own Tom Rinaldi was able to tell the story of the man behind Alex Bowman's ride.
This gives us the opportunity to honor him and all of those who made that sacrifice so that other people didn't have to. It is a very emotional day for us.
Growing up in Long Island, New York, Matthew Bayless was always selfless and understood the meaning of serving one's country through his family history.
I have grandparents that fought in the First World War. My father was in the Second World War. I was drafted back in 1970 myself. And Matt's mom, Lori, her family has quite a military history too. So Matthew was brought up around military values.
Matthew's own calling to serve came on a singular day when he was just 14.
The unthinkable happened today. The World Trade Center, both towers gone, and we are
From 9/11 on, he made a decision that he was going to do it. He was going to be in the infantry. He knew that he would be a good soldier.
After high school graduation in 2005, Matthew enlisted. By the fall of 2006, he was deployed to Iraq and into combat.
He was a saw gunner, so his job during times of conflict was to lay down a line of fire. He did come home for a short leave, about 10 days.
When he arrived at the airport, he was still wearing his fatigues that had blood stains on it from his sergeant who was killed. He had transformed from a high school graduate to a combat veteran that has seen too much in his 19 years of life already. Too much.
Matthew returned, and on May 30th, 2007, his platoon came under heavy fire in Baghdad.
His platoon leader had been shot. Matt's job as a saw gunner was to lay that line of fire so that the rest of his platoon could go in and pull him out. They were able to take him out, and then at that point, Matthew was shot.
Matthew Bayless died the next day. He was 20 years old.
It's just pure grief. You don't know what to do, what to say, what to think. You cry. And it has hurt for 15 years. It'll never change.
Matt died doing what he did best and what he loved. And I don't believe that if he was given the choice to go back and do it again, that he would change anything.
Years have passed. The loss remains. But so does the honor. And a decade and a half later, for one family, it takes a new shape. This weekend, millions will have the chance to see Bayless's name atop the windshield of the number 48 car, driven by Alex Bowman.
I don't think there are any heroes in sports that can compare to the type of hero that Matthew was. You know, I think anybody that gives their life to save others' lives is much more of a hero than anybody in sports could ever be. It's just an honor to have his name on the car. Hopefully we make him proud. Hopefully he can help guide us to victory lane.
Matthew would be proud, but more so for the others that are with him that are being honored. He would feel that he is honored to be with them. We always have to honor the warrior who has taken upon himself to put himself in harm's way and serve his country.
To honor and to remember, always.
Thank you, Tom Rinaldi, for bringing us closer to that touching story. And this is from earlier today. The parents of Matthew Bayless seeing the car, the sticker, honoring their son for the very first time. And we'll be keeping a close watch on that car throughout tonight's Coca-Cola 600. Let me ask you, there's a lot going on with the atmosphere. We know you focus on driving when you race in this. What's going through your mind when you start a race like this, knowing all that's going on?
Well, let me back up to that moment of meeting the family members of the fallen soldier when you're on pit road. That's a really powerful moment to have them tell their story of their loss. And it's an incredible time before the race when you get to have the photo, you get to share that. And then they all want you to go out and win the race in the honor of their son or daughter or father. And I love it. It's probably my favorite part of the tradition that we have here on Memorial Day weekend.
100%. My favorite thing every single Memorial Day, this Coca-Cola 600, when you have that family there, the sense of pride that they have and you know, their family member, and then you as a driver, they're all pulling for you. And let me tell you something, that means something. You go out there and you really try and dig deep because you know just what that means for all those family members here today.
Yeah, the drivers take that responsibility very, very serious. And we'll hear from last week's winner, the All-Star race. Ryan Blaney will join us live here when we continue. In the meantime, hear from more drivers looking forward to honoring those in the service here on Memorial Day weekend.
Senior Chief Petty Officer Shannon Kent, United States Navy.
Staff Sergeant Conrad Anthony Robinson, United States Army.
Captain Eugene William Kimmel, United States Marine Corps.
Staff Sergeant Craig W. Cherry, Virginia Army National Guard.
Specialist Rel Allen Ravigo IV, United States Army.
Specialist Matthew E. Bayless, United States Army.
Sergeant Major Christopher Nelms, United States Army.
We love our new apartment. Plenty of parking, big closet.
There's too much pressure in the bathroom.
Hey, good luck with the future in-laws tonight.
Don't overthink it.
But don't underthink it.
Don't talk about your cover band.
Don't talk about your fantasy team.
Don't talk about your cat.
You're going to do great.
At least Geico makes bundling our renters and car insurance easy.
We do save a lot of money.
Oh, no.
Oh, boy. Where are you going for dinner? 1987?
For bundling made easy, go to geico.com.
Caesar's Cheesy Stuffed Crazy Bread is crazy. Pick up Stuffed Crazy Bread and Crazy Sauce for only $3.49.
Is it too stuffed? Probably not.
Walk in and walk out at Little Caesar.
Pizza.
Introducing Icy Hot Pro. Ice works fast to freeze your pain and your doubt. Heat makes it last, so you'll never sit this one out. New Icy Hot Pro with 2 max strength pain relievers.
Buckle up, America. The race to win my cash in the Fox Bet Super 6 Stage 2 contest, it's on. Download the free-to-play Super 6 app and pick 6 outcomes for your shot to win. Stack the cash by sharing with friends and use the hashtag #StackTheCash. The more who enter, the bigger the jackpot. Just make your picks before Stage 2 and then watch the action unfold. If you win all this, though, I might have to get back behind the wheel.
There's a reputation on the track, being built this very minute. One that embraces the crazy.
Oh, my goodness.
The fast. And the unpredictable. It looks into the eye of the competition and screams, bring it. Loud enough so the whole world will see it coming. I am the NASCAR Xfinity Series. I am NASCAR.
Counting it out to the Coca-Cola 600 live from Charlotte Motor Speedway. NASCAR on Fox. Hope you're enjoying the weekend so far and getting ready to race. We have one of the drivers in the race coming off an all-star victory in Texas at Texas Motor Speedway and winning the $1 million. Ryan Blaney is with us. That $1 million, you can buy a lot of window nets with that, can't you?
Hey. Yeah, I appreciate it.
All right.
I only need one. I only need to buy one.
Him and his dad jokes. I apologize
That's
for
all you
that.
need is one. All right, what's your approach? I know you want to win a points race here, get yourself secure a playoff spot. I know you said, hey, I'm anxious, want to talk to my guys, get going. You got a long night ahead, 600 miles.
Yeah, I mean, you guys know. I mean, it's such a long race, and it's a big thing to just stay in it, all 600 miles. And the track changes so much. We talk about that, all week is how much the track's going to change. All right, what adjustments you have to be on top of that. Hopefully don't have any mechanical failures. So it's a long night. You have to stay mentally and physically in it all night, and you have to try to be ahead of the racetrack and how it changes, and hopefully we can do that tonight.
I want to give props to you. You just said it. Stay mentally in there. What you did last weekend, keeping yourself calm, collected, recollect yourself, right? You got going again. You got the restart of your life, and you went and won $1 million. How in the world did you keep all of that in check?
Yeah, I like to try to think of myself as I can forget things pretty easy and move on. I don't want to ever cut it that close again. It's from range of emotions to trying to change up your mental status of, oh my gosh, got to get this thing up, to I have a half a lap until I got to get a restart and have a good restart. So honestly, I look back on it, and those things might help me, kind of just move on and focus forward. And you're going to have adversity tonight. You're going to deal with it. Not all 600 miles is going to go smooth. So you're going to have to, take the troubles that you have and move on from them and learn from them and try to make sure they don't happen again. But I'm looking forward to tonight. Obviously, it's a really special weekend. Memorial Day weekend is very special. And thank you for all the people who came out.
Yeah, well, first off, I appreciate you waiting. Just so everyone knows, he's been wanting to get to your car so you can talk to your team, guys. You've been patient to hang out with us. Just curious, you won one of the biggest races last weekend, the All-Star race, but the Coke 600, it's one of the top 3. Where's this rank for you?
I think you said it. It's top 3. If I could win this one, it'd probably be the most special win of my career. Obviously, it's a crown jewel race. I mean, I came here for years and years watching Dad race, this race every single year, and we'd sit in the stands or the motorhome with my family and watch all 600 miles, and just understand what it means being on this weekend also, and to meet a lot of great men and women and their families is very special. So if we could pull it off tonight, that'd be top of the list, easy.
Yeah, we know Toyota's starting top 4. Fords this year, has the challenge been more aerodynamics or power?
Yeah, I think we can get better at both. There's obviously things you kind of pick out and you see from other cars, you look at data, you're like, well, I think we can be better here, trying to get more downforce or, motor never hurts.
I'm going to help you right here. Chris, I'll answer that question for him. Didn't you just win $1 million last weekend and beat everybody he's talking about?
I don't care they're top 4 this week.
You're the man for the job.
That wasn't a 600-mile race on a mile and a half, though.
Get out of here.
In Charlotte. Thanks for coming by. We appreciate the time.
Good luck, man.
Enjoy the rest of your weekend. All right, time now for Put It Out. Clint, you're going to do this because he has to break away, so go for it.
First of all, good luck. And this is a good one, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, you want to know, tough times call for tough measures. When you got to get the job done, you need to bring that stuff to your campground. This happened yesterday in the infield right here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Creativity, man. You got to go to the bathroom in Tent City. Just bring it to you. This is definitely a put it out moment, folks.
Yeah, and JB, I got the word that Michael Waltrip was in there.
He was actually sitting on the throne right there, Chris.
Right, that's his throne. But right now, let's go to Michael on this grid walk here in Charlotte. Michael Waltrip, take it away.
Man, I don't know how to take it from that introduction, Chris. I'm down here on the grid. It's about family. It's about honoring Brad Keselowski as the troops fly in. Brad, tell me something about Bert Hoyer that makes you proud that you're going to carry him with you tonight, this Army specialist.
Yeah, it is, special weekend, obviously, with Memorial Day weekend, and it's nice to get to be able to honor families on the cars with Specialist Hoyer and his family right behind me here. Gave me this really sweet badge to remember him by. So that's really cool. I'll carry it with me in the race, but hope we can put him in victory lane.
I know that would be awesome. You've won this race before. What do you think your chances are? It's a long way up there, but you got a long time to get there.
Yeah, it is. We've been on this side of the field too much lately here, Michael, but we're working really hard on it. We had a great weekend last week in Texas with both our cars, the 6 and the 17, and today this is going to be a real survival race. When we were here testing in the spring, we never made it more than 20 laps without a car spinning out, and we have to do 600 miles and 400 laps, so hold on.
Appreciate it, buddy. Let's see who we can find next. Kyle Larson here in the 5 car. He is representing Rail Ravago, is his fallen hero that he's going to talk about. Where'd your husband go?
To the bathroom. Went to the bathroom.
Okay, well, tell him I said hello. Let's find Corey LaJoy. Check this car out, too. This USO, beautiful paint scheme. And Corey, I know this is a special night, Riley McCollum's going to ride along with you. You're starting last, if you hadn't noticed.
I did, yeah. I mean, we had a tough day yesterday. 4 laps in, we cut a left rear and stuffed in the fence. My Spire guys worked all night long until about 7 o'clock in the morning to build this backup car, so I think it's going to be even better than the first.
Well, and it's such a special night, and I know it's got to be an honor for you to have Mr. McCollum's name on your windshield.
Man, the whole weekend is really somber, and it's really cool that what Marcus does, well, pre-race stuff here to carry USO and Coke and honor Riley McCollum for 600 miles, man, it's pretty special.
It is that. Thank you for all you do for the sport and the USO. Have a good time. Lacey's around here. So, hey, Lacey, I did. Lacey Evans, WWE superstar. Look at that. What do you think about NASCAR?
I think it's incredible. I think the Coca-Cola 600, what they're doing right now with the Gold Star families is awesome, and I get to be a part of it. It's incredible.
Bring the energy, will you?
Yeah, I mean, I've been telling Corey he needs to stretch. Hey, where you at, Corey? Yeah,
Corey.
He's coming in number 7. It's coming in number 1. Remember, do your stretches, downward dog.
Number 7's coming in number 1, so says Lacey. We'll be right back with more pre-race activities here at the Charlotte Motor Speedway.
McMuffin sandwich things.
Night or the next morning, you've been loyal. Every order earns points redeemable for free McDonald's. You order with the McDonald's app.
5-hour energy, because spring means getting stuff done. Lots of stuff. You gotta cut stuff, pour stuff, plant stuff. And you're gonna need some energy. Lots of energy. 5-hour energy for every weekend to-do list.
Another crazy day? Of course. You're a CIO in 2022, but you're ready because you've got the next generation in global secure networking from Comcast Business with fully integrated security solutions all in one place. So you're covered, on-premise and in the cloud. You can run things the way you want, your team, ours, or a mix of both, with the nation's largest IP network from the most innovative company. Bring on today with Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
I know this looks like your typical narrow escape, but it's not.
This is a Nissan sales event ad.
Now we're talking. Good thing this Nissan Rogue is a standard turbocharged engine.
Get the 2022 Nissan Rogue with best-in-class fuel economy.
Hurry. You don't want to let these offers get away.
Let play unwind your mind. IKEA.
Where could 5-Hour Energy take you? Find out by voting for 5-Hour Energy's next flavor. You could win a $10,000 dream vacation to a sunny beach, a mountain resort, or an urban adventure. It's up to you. Go to 5agvote.com and enter now.
Now you can get 7 News on your Alexa device. Just enable WSVN, then say, Alexa, play Flash Briefing. It's 7 News in a flash.
Aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. Anything can happen as long as you have the drive. Goodyear, more driven. Counting it out to NASCAR's only 600-mile race. 2 hours in the daylight. They'll finish under the lights and on this Memorial Day weekend. 600 miles of remembrance. The opening ceremonies take on much more meaning.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time we ask that you please rise as you are able and remove your hats as the Military District of Washington Armed Forces Color Guard presents our nation's colors. Here to offer tonight's invocation, please welcome Force Chaplain from the Naval Expeditionary Combat Command, Captain Buck Underwood.
Let us pray. Lord, heaven and earth proclaim that God is absolutely good. We celebrate freedom, for you have made us free. We celebrate all lives because you breathed into us the breath of lives. We celebrate unity. When we are united, we're unstoppable. Now, wherefore, seeing we are compassed about with so great a cloud of witnesses, Let us lay aside every weight and sin which so easily beset us, and let us run this race with safety and patience that is set before us. We ask in your holy name, amen.
Blank ammunition, load. Ready? Aim, fire. Ready? Aim, fire. Ready? Aim, fire. Ready? Freeze and halt.
And now, here to perform our national anthem, please welcome from the 82nd Airborne Division All-American Chorus, Sergeant Will McCarthy.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
know Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance, so you only pay for what you need?
Oh, like how I customized this scarf?
Wow, first time? Check out this backpack I made for Marco.
Oh, yeah? Well, check out this tux.
Oh, nice. That'll go perfect with these.
Dude, those are so fire. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
What would make you feel comfortable with the price? Well, no one made me feel more comfortable than my kindergarten teacher, Miss Jane. Try saying, "Show me the Carfax value." You'll get the most accurate price based on the vehicle's accident history. Shop at the all-new Carfax.com.
Introducing Icy Hot Pro. Ice works fast to freeze your pain and your doubt. Heat makes it last, so you'll never sit this one out. New Icy Hot Pro with 2 max strength pain relievers.
The Bigsby letter.
The Bixby letter. The Bixby letter. Executive Mansion. Executive Mansion, Washington, November 21, 1864.
United States of America.
Dear Madam,
Dear Madam, I have been shown in the files of the War Department
a statement of the Adjutant General of Massachusetts that you are the mother of 5 sons who have died gloriously on the field of battle.
I feel how weak and fruitless must be any word of mine
which should attempt to beguile you from the grief of a loss so overwhelming. But I cannot refrain from tendering you the consolation that may be found in the thanks of the Republic they died to save. Thanks of the Republic they died to save.
I pray that our Heavenly Father may assuage you the anguish of your bereavement
and leave you only the cherished memory of the loved and lost, and the solemn pride that must be yours to have laid so costly a sacrifice. So costly a sacrifice upon the altar of freedom. Upon the altar of freedom.
Yours very sincerely and respectfully.
Yours very sincerely and respectfully. Yours very sincerely and respectfully. Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln.
While this event honors and remembers those U.S. servicemen and servicewomen who have lost their lives for our country, we pause this time for the children and families of Uvalde, Texas. Our hearts are broken with you, but our strength and prayers and thoughts will always be with you. Difficult to transition down on the track with Michael Waltrip after the grid walk, getting ready for the start of the race. And as we look at those drivers focusing, they know there's a lot of atmosphere, a lot to take in, but they have work to do, Michael. And Toyota's sweeping the qualifying with the first 4 starting spots. You expect them to dominate?
Into the night, I see that happening, Chris, but keep your eye on Kyle Larson. Coming from the way back, he's going to understand what his car is doing in traffic, what he needs to do to be able to get through that field and get to the front. So I would keep my eye on the 5 car. We got a bonus with him starting way in the back.
There's the Daytona 500, the Southern 500, and this, the Coca-Cola 600. Those are the majors. Those are the crown jewels of NASCAR. Guys who win this race, guys like Jeff Gordon, David Pearson, they're Hall of Famers. They're NASCAR champs. Who will do it this time?
Please welcome Mary Jackson, Vice Admiral, retired, United States Navy, a member of the USO's Advisory Board. Retiring from the U.S. Navy after more than 30 years of service, Vice Admiral Jackson served as 6th Commander, Navy Installations Command, where she oversaw operations at more than 70 installations around the world. Vice Admiral Jackson is joined today by our Grand Marshal, U.S. Marine veteran and WWE superstar, Lacey Evans.
Wow, what a day.
This Memorial Day weekend, the USO and Coca-Cola are proud to salute America's military service members and their families, especially those who have paid the ultimate sacrifice. Remember, freedom is not free. Here with me today is United States Marine Corps veteran and WWE superstar Lacey Evans. Woo! We are proud to be here in honor of those we remember and in gratitude to the men and women now serving our great nation in the United States military. Please join Lacey in saying the 4 most famous words in motorsports. Drivers, start your engine!
Thanks for sharing your Memorial Day weekend with us. 600 miles, NASCAR on Fox. The race is on the way.
We did it. We did it. With more rental listings than anybody else, it was just inevitable that you were going to find everything that you were looking for on apartments.com. I mean, come on. Look at this place. It's got 12-foot ceilings, modern appliances, in-unit laundry, city views, free parking, close to good restaurants. Whoopsie. Bing, bang, bing, bingity, dingity, dingity. And central AC.
How did you?
Apartments.com. The place to find a place.
You really can't get much for $5 these days, unless... Is that a real song?
I think she liked it. Your choice of sandwich plus all this for just $5 is worth celebrating. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's Piggy Bag.
Expectations come with the territory. But raising expectations, that comes with determination. Pushing ourselves further, lifting others even higher. And knowing that recognition isn't given, it's earned. Ram, J.D. Power's #1 brand and new vehicle quality.
You really can't get much for $5 these days, unless... Is that a real song?
I think she liked it. Your choice of sandwich plus all this for just $5 is worth celebrating. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's Piggy Bag.
Your age, your name, your trophies. None of that matters this season. Just what beats under your hood. I am NASCAR.
Niecy Nash hosts. You give me the missing lyrics, I'ma give you $1 million. Don't forget the lyrics. All new tomorrow on Fox.
Thank you to all the armed forces, past and present, for all that you do for us.
Today is a day of tribute. It's a day to honor our fallen soldiers.
Teams on these windshields and the others out there that gave everything so that we get to do this for a living.
Here we go. At the running of 600 miles.
Hell of a job. Good, take it, take it. That was good. Single file. They did the moment of silence. Saw you, big man.
From Charlotte, North Carolina, Fox Sports welcomes you to the 63rd running of the Coca-Cola 600. Part of the world's greatest day of motorsports, Monaco, Indianapolis, Charlotte. And part of our most solemn holiday weekend as we race to remember. Amidst the pageantry, we're high atop the start-finish line at Charlotte.
I'm Mike Joy, along with Charlotte NASCAR Cup winners Jamie McMurray and Clint Boyer. 600 miles. It's always been, since 1960, the longest race on the NASCAR schedule. Sure, it's physically demanding, but how is this race mentally?
Well, you said it, Mike. Physically, you can train for it, though. Mental side of it, it's hard to put all that together for 4+ hours. We saw guys running right up against the wall yesterday. You don't want to tear your car up. You don't want to get into somebody else. You don't want to lose your composure on the racetrack. You got to save your car so it's going to be there at the end. No mistakes on pit road, Clint. Make sure you put your car in a position the last half of this race that you have a shot at winning.
You know, for me on this special holiday, it's, you know, you think about a fallen hero, and then when you think about that, for me, you think about family, the family behind that service member, and for me, the families being here represented and being honored just alongside that fallen hero. It's so special.
All right, so they're starting to roll off right now.
And it's just something you always remember, and you look forward to meeting those family members every year.
And we will share some of those fallen servicemen and women's stories as we go through the 600 miles tonight. Jared Schmidt, Marine Lance Corporal from Wentzville, Missouri, was lost in Kabul, Afghanistan at the age of 20. He is riding with Denny Hamlin tonight.
How about you, Denny Hamlin? It's Boyer and the boys up in the Fox Sports 1 booth. Where you got us?
I got you.
All right, man. I know you're going to give Lance Corporal Smith a ride that'll make him proud. Starting up front, how you going to keep it up front all night long?
Yeah, I think we've got a good FedEx Camry. Really, all the Toyotas have been really strong all weekend, and just it's all about execution, honestly, and keeping the car, you know, updated. Trying to keep this thing adapted to the track at all times, because I think we're definitely going to have some different conditions that's going to get thrown at us.
For sure. We're going to wish you luck. We're looking forward to it.
All right, thanks, guys.
Here's our Coca-Cola starting grid. Denny Hamlin on the pole, the Virginian, looking for his first Charlotte win. And Kurt Busch, the outside pole winner. They're separated by 3/1000ths of a second. Busch, the 2010 600 winner, won the last point race at Kansas. Row 2, Christopher Bell on a 3-race top 6 streak for the Oklahoman. And Kyle Busch from Nevada, the 2018 600 winner. The top 4 all Toyotas. The first Chevy is William Byron from Charlotte, finished 4th last year. The first Ford is rookie Austin Cindric, this year's Daytona 500 winner. Bubba Wallace in row number 4 with his best start of the season, and Tyler Reddick has come oh so close, but still looking for his first win. Row 5, 5th in the 600 last year for Arizona's Alex Bowman in a Chevrolet, and Michael McDowell's Ford gets its best start ever in the 600. And across the bottom of the screen will be the rest of our starting lineup. Let's get some last-minute updates, beginning in the Nerve Center. For Fox, Larry McReynolds.
Yeah, Mike, this 600-mile race will give a crew chief a headache that won't go away for about 3 weeks. It's the most temperature-sensitive racetrack we go to. Ever-changing, as you heard Denny Hamlin say. Crew chiefs have to be aggressive and make adjustments all race long. But going in, Mike, I have to have a plan. I have to have a strategy, a starting point. And that leads me to my Verizon race strategy. Remember, this is a race that has 4 stages, 100 laps per stage. What you're going to do is you're going to split the stages in half. Pit 50, 50, 50, and 50 into each of those stages. But Vince Welch, thank the good Lord I put it in pencil. It's probably going to look different at the end of the night.
Yeah, make sure you've got that eraser ready, too, Larry, that's for sure. Hey, you know, most of these drivers here in this race tonight live here in the Charlotte area now. But for 24-year-old William Byron, this is his hometown. He's been coming to races here well before he was old enough to race, much less become a NASCAR star himself. He told me he has an extra sense of pride when he races here, and he'd like nothing more than to make that short drive home tonight with that trophy in the seat next to him. Regan Smith.
Vince, 2 weeks ago at Kansas, it was an impressive win for Kurt Busch, driving for 2311, racing the team co-owned by Denny Hamlin and Michael Jordan. The team had some bad luck leading up to that race in the weeks prior. They feel like they have shaken that luck, and they are carrying a ton of momentum into Charlotte this week at a place that Kurt has won before. Look for Kurt Busch to be up front and strong all night long in that 45. Jamie?
Well, are you sitting at home watching this broadcast wondering, who should I root for? Well, what about the number 8 of Tyler Reddick? We like to call him Mr. Excitement. Why? Because you can guarantee he will be the first driver to move up to the wall and hang it out. Now, in
600, Mike.
Thanks, Jamie. Pace car has the field in tow as the cars came down pit road to check pit road speed. And at the very back is the driver who dominated last year's 600, winning all the stages and the race, Kyle Larson, who got into trouble in practice yesterday. The team worked till 10:30 last night. They came in the garage early, and this is the same car, albeit repaired from yesterday's practice crash. Here's the team debrief as he got ready to roll off.
I want to take a minute to honor and remember all of our military service men and women who sacrificed their all, gave their all to protect our freedom. We're very honored and we're very humbled. Thank you for that. Definitely want to take a minute to remember Specialist Ravago, giving his life for our country, for our freedom. Big welcome to his friends and guests that are here with us at the track today.
Crew Chief Cliff Daniel. Kyle Larson's got a long way to go. He's got 600 miles to get there. Our Fox onboard camera lineup includes Kurt Busch on the outside pole with a Monster Energy cam in his Toyota. Kyle Busch starting outside the second row with the Toyota cam. Tyler Reddick starting outside the fourth row with the Cheddar's cam in his Camaro. Alex Bowman will start ninth. There's the Ally camera on board his Chevrolet. Last week's All-Star $1 Million man, Ryan Blaney, starts 11th. That's the Ford onboard camera in his Mustang. And the 99 Chevy starts 12th. The Tootsie's camera rides with Daniel Suarez. There's the Mahindra Tractors camera with Chase Briscoe in the 14, starting 15. Former champ Kevin Harvick, or rather Ross Chastain, that's the Advent Health Cam.
Oh yeah, choking hazard.
This is Joey Logano with the Coca-Cola camera, starting 22nd. Tightening up the belts, and let's go back and pick up 18th place. That is past champion Kevin Harvick with the Mobile One camera on board his Ford. Ready to roll in Charlotte. They're in turn 3 behind the 2022 300-plus horsepower Toyota Camry TRD. It's the only Cup race with 4 stages, 100 laps apiece. After each stage, caution will wave, pit road will be open, drivers will receive points, they'll line them back up and do it again.
I'm telling you, just being down there on the grid, Jamie, this track is hot. It's very hot and slick. These boys are going to have to be careful. A lot of transitioning, keeping up with that racetrack, as you heard Larry talk about. It all comes. It's time, baby.
The Coca-Cola 600 is underway.
Let's go!
Denny Hamlin spotter.
There, 2x2.
Who will lead the first lap? Hamlin by 1/100th of a second.
I think you're going to see the battle with these Toyotas all night long, but already what I like to see, that Tyler Reddick up there 3 wide, exercising that outside line, Jamie.
Yeah, the one thing that stuck out to me, Clint, was the start of the race. Denny Hamlin chose the outside, but it appears that the inside's just as good. The way they have this resin on the track from both lanes, right now it looks like there's not really a lane that's is better than the other.
Top, bottom, middle, 3 lanes wide through turns 3 and 4.
Well, the resin is applied, and it wasn't reapplied, more importantly, but it's applied for traction compound, if you will. It is making traction in different parts of the racetrack, opening up those grooves to the outside, and then enabling those guys to get to the outside and make passes. I think that's exactly why you see this drag race of Denny Hamlin and Kurt Busch running in the outside lane and that bottom lane, holding strong for both sides.
It's almost like somebody forgot to tell them it's 600 miles long, Clint. I'm trying to figure out who wants to lead this. It just appears that the bottom lane is good through the middle of the corner, but Denny then gets that big run on the exit. It looks like he's finally going to clear him.
Yeah, Kurt slipped up on the bottom, gave Denny that run on the outside. Look, speaking
7th place there. Driver Denny Hamlin leading car owner Denny Hamlin with Kurt Busch and Kyle Busch right behind.
And it might be a 600-mile race, Jamie, but it is so important to beat that guy to that clean air. Clean air is king at this racetrack. We all know that. And him beating him to the punch and getting that clean air, that's going to help him this whole stage. Sets a tone for the race.
There's the other Denny Hamlin, Michael Jordan entry. That's the 23, Bubba Wallace. In 4th place.
You know, Clint, we've been talking about it for months, and you said it. The Toyotas, especially Joe Gibbs Racing, seems to always show up when we get to Charlotte. And the fact that 2311 gets their cars from Joe Gibbs Racing, you're seeing that also trickle down. Kurt Busch won at Kansas a few weeks ago. Bubba Wallace was fast there as well, had some pit stop issues. But again, Bubba Wallace did the tire test at this track, and it seems like some of that's paying off.
Still 3 viable lanes coming through turn number 4. Crossover, Kyle Busch to the bottom on Bubba Wallace. Candyman going all the way to 2nd place, maybe off turn 2, but Kurt Busch has the top and the run.
Well, I'm really encouraged, Clint, to see Kyle Busch able to make that pass on the bottom. We saw Denny Hamlin do that in qualifying and able to capture the pole, one of the only cars that ran on the bottom. But that's different, right? The air pressures are up. You know you have max grip. We're now 7 laps into this race, and you see Denny Hamlin's running up in the resin. You talked about a little more grip up there. But I'm pretty encouraged to see Kyle Busch able to get to the bottom and make those passes.
Christopher Bell in that indigo-colored Toyota trying to shoot the middle.
These guys are very aggressive. You see Christopher Bell slip up. Now he's in the middle. They've eaten a sandwich 3 wide. You know, one of the hardest things to do in managing this long race, especially how it starts in the heat of the day and ends at night, is managing that air pressure, right? As a crew chief and the guys on the box trying to get away when it's hot and slick like this with as minimal pressure as you possibly can, but don't get yourself in trouble. Over the course of the last few races, we've seen some guys have some tire issues, and I think that's a big cause of it.
Yeah, that's a great point, Clint. You want as low air pressure as you can get, and you want as much camber in that left rear tire. And we did see one car, Corey LaJoy, have an issue in practice earlier with that. You see Kyle Busch going for the lead on the bottom again. Everybody's going to take note of that he's able to make those passes on the bottom. It doesn't look like Denny Hamlin put up much of a fight there.
I don't know. Neither did anybody else, man. He did that at Phil. Car was extremely fast yesterday in practice. Last night qualifying. I think you're going to see these guys fighting each other hard. But I'm telling you, if anybody can be a dark horse and surprise them, it's that 8 car right here at Tyler Reddick.
Let's go back to 22nd place. The 5 of Kyle Larson all repaired after starting out back. He started 36th, now running 22nd ahead of Ricky Stenhouse, Ryan Preece, Chris Buescher. Kyle Busch started 4th. It took him 9 laps to get to the front as his Toyota tries to drive away.
If what's coming between you and a new grill are the words, some assembly required, come to Ace. Because Ace now offers free assembly, delivery, and fuel. So get a Traeger wood pellet grill, a Weber gas grill, or a Big Green Egg charcoal grill. You won't find these premium brands and service at a warehouse store, only at your neighborhood Ace. Around the block, what you need in stock, with people who know their grills. Right now, get free assembly, delivery, and fuel on your new grill.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
We love our house. Been here for years.
Yeah, but there's an animal in the attic. At least Geico makes bundling our home and car insurance easy.
We save a lot.
For bundling made easy, go to geico.com.
I found the Tundra. We have to take down the security.
All right, the fuse box is right through the store.
Which one is it?
Securing the package now.
Seriously?
Guys, abort mission.
Get your helmets. You guys are gonna love this thing.
I told you we should have just called them.
This pepperoni was carefully placed by hand by a pizza maker at Papa John's. Just like this one, and that one over there. Ooh, and even these in the crust. Get yourself the new epic pepperoni stuffed crust pizza, only at Papa John's.
The baddest superstars on the planet are unleashed in prime time. All new Friday Night SmackDown at 8 Eastern on Fox.
Fox NASCAR is sponsored by Coca-Cola. Green flag laps complete. Kyle Busch has been out in front for the last 7. Denny Hamlin led the first 8. Kurt Busch led a lap. All Toyotas at the top of the board. How about Bubba Wallace up for second from 7th starting spot? In fact, the drivers who started 1, 2, 3, Hamlin, Kurt Busch, and Bell are now running 5th, 8th, and 7th.
Tyler Reddick right behind him has picked up a few as well. They're doing it in a different fashion, Jamie, running really high right up against the wall.
Trouble turn 4. One car around and another slams in. Chris Buescher,
Ryan Preece,
and Ryan Preece, who had almost
Are you kidding
won the
me?
race Friday night and finished top 5 in the Xfinity race yesterday. And now Preece and Buescher are together. Well, if that also involved Noah Gragson, that would have been the 15, 16, and 17. And I believe it did.
See Preece get loose. Car gets out from it. And then Buescher, right in his tire tracks, did the exact same thing.
It's almost, Clint, like he reacted to when he saw Preece getting loose, trying to get turned on the racetrack. And we talked about it yesterday. A lot of bumps right there in the middle of turns 3 and 4.
And I think Gragson did the same thing, following suit. He was just trying to get out of the way, spun to the inside. But I don't think he got in anything.
And it doesn't look like there's much damage to any of those cars. It looks like they're all able to get back to pit road and get 4 fresh tires on.
Yeah, no contact with the wall for any of those 3. First caution of the day.
What's the luck of that? 15, 16, and 17 all crashed and nobody really wrecked.
And the 18's the leader.
Chase Briscoe was just glad he wasn't in the area.
That's right. He's the 14. That should have been one of the questions in Clint's game today, but NASCAR fans, it's time to stack the cash. The more people who enter today's Fox Bet Super 6 Stage 2 contest, the bigger the jackpot will get. All you need to do is scan the QR code, download the Super 6 app, and enter your picks in the contest. Watch the jackpot grow. Right now, the prize is over $37,000. Invite your friends and make the jackpot even bigger. Vince?
William Byron in just up 1 spot from where he started, but he really likes his race car. No changes, says it's pretty good right now, Jamie.
And Bubba Wallace up 5 positions. A really good start there, guys. Just a little free behind the 18. Air pressure and 4 tires. Tyler Reddick in the 8. Not ready for an adjustment yet. A little bit free, Regan.
The message was simple from your leader, Kyle Busch. The car is really good. No changes for them. And the 11 to Denny Hamlin. That race car is too loose and on the edge right now. He needs some help.
Lengthy stop for Kevin Harvick as they get him finished up, along with Ross Chastain and Eric Jones. First caution of the day for a 3-car spin in turn 4.
In my experience, if you work the land, you got to be a jack of all trades. You got to have a little bit of optimism, a little bit of idealism, and a whole lot of get-go.
It's still the Eat Fresh Refresh, and Subway's refreshing their app. So you can customize your favorite footlong, set a pickup time, and jump the line. Oh, here she goes. I thought she was actually gonna jump. Just use this code and order on the Subway app.
It's the longest-running military contest in America, where 51 elite teams swim, run, climb, and crawl over 70 miles to determine America's top ranger. Only on Fox Nation. America is streaming.
Let play unwind your mind. IKEA.
What's it like having Xfinity Internet?
It's beyond gig speed fast. So gaming with your niece has never felt more intense. Hey, what does this button do?
No, don't!
We're talking supersonic Wi-Fi, 3 times the bandwidth, and the power to connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's powerful. Couldn't have said it better myself. You just did. Unbeatable internet from Xfinity.
Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Whoa. Motley Crue. Def Leppard. The Stadium Tour. A once-in-a-lifetime event. With Poison. And Joan Jett of the Blackhearts. Miami. Hard Rock Stadium. Saturday, June 18th. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Motley Crue, Def Leppard, the Stadium Tour.
Save thousands at the Memorial Day sales event only at Gus Machado Ford in Hialeah.
Capital One's The Match returns to TNT. Vegas, baby. From the gridiron to the golf course, it's Tom Brady and Aaron Rodgers versus Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes.
Take a suck at that, Chuck.
Watch Capital One's The Match. Live from the Wynn Las Vegas. Check your local listings on TNT.
Ooh. Call Logano. Hey, Joey, you can save money if you fill up a shell if you use Advanced Auto Parts Speed Perks.
Dude, I'm way ahead of you.
You saved at the pump?
Yeah, I saved at the pump.
The pump?
The pump.
You saved at the pump!
Now you can save at the pump when you shop at Advance Auto Parts. Learn more at advanceautoparts.com/gas rewards.
Now, it's my turn.
Ready to restart. Race leader Kyle Busch chose the inside of row 1, and after the choose, here's how they'll line up. You won't see... Oh, you will. All right, we're ready to roll here with Martin Truex too fast exiting pit road, and Todd Gilliland having an uncontrolled tire during his pit stop.
Several cars were struggling on pit road, blocking, having trouble. Seen it all year. It's going to be a big story to keep up with in this long race.
Look at this crowd. Sellout of Charlotte Motor Speedway. Also Ryan Blaney too fast entering pit road, and he restarts in the back. Bubba Wallace on his bumper. And now drifting up high. So the first round of pit stops is in. Let's get an update from Jamie Little.
Well, Mike, the biggest concern coming in tonight were the crew chiefs, were the tires. And Adam Stevens on the 20 had told me last night
at the wrinkle on the left rear of William Byron as he fires off after this caution period on new tires.
Well, you can see that tire's low. The other thing is it's tilted out at the top. So all of the weight is on that very outside edge where you see the yellow of Goodyear is. That's what's breaking the tire down. Is you got so much load on it and all of the camber that's in the tire.
Bubba Wallace to second place now. Larry Mack, how much pressure will these tires gain over a run?
Yeah, the left sides probably will gain anywhere from 12 to 15, Mike. And Goodyear says, please do not go under. Do not start under 22 PSI. But there's just a combination of things. How aggressive they are with the setups, the camber that Jamie McMurray mentioned, and just the higher loads that this car has on the left rear versus the old car. It just all stacks up. To Jamie's point, it hurts it in the beginning and doesn't show up too well into a run.
You see these guys racing side by side, the 5 of Kyle Larson and the 47, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. I'm telling you, I expected that 5 car to get up through the field, make pretty work out of it, but that 47 is following suit just like him. Moving, boys. Them guys are getting up through the field.
Larson restarted 18th, up 23 since the start of the race, up 5 since this restart. Now, Bubba Wallace has raced his way up to second place. He and crew chief Booty Barker talking tires.
Freddie, you're coming. You got some slight chunking on the inside of the left rear. I don't know what he does to be non-abusive to it. Obviously, it's a hot racetrack, you know.
Fourth place, Tyler Reddick, way up the racetrack and almost rubbing the wall through turn number 3.
Well, and I saw Reddick run the bottom for the first couple of laps, and as soon as Bubba Wallace got his outside past him, he immediately went to the top. We know Reddick, Kyle Larson are as good as you can get going around the top of the track.
As we right along now, he tries the bottom. At the end of the day, you can't go through him. You know, William Byron's up there in front of him running the outside. Tyler Reddick, he's got that dirt bat run. I love that. Searching around on this racetrack. But this is what we were talking about, folks. You can see him rolling into the corner high, runs the wall all the way down, comes off of it just a little bit.
Well, and the one thing about running high is it's better when the sun's out. When it's hot, like we saw in the Xfinity race yesterday, we saw all those guys run the top. When the track is hot and slick, it just seems like the top of the track is where you want to be. As it cools down and as we get closer to the night, I think you're going to see all those cars start to migrate back to the bottom.
Well, turn 3 gets the most sunshine of any spot on this racetrack. Turn 1, the least. And the difference in temperature of the asphalt can be more than 30 degrees one to the other.
Yeah, but look at the glare. That glare is something that really hurts you. It's very blinding, but also you'll see the rubber starting to build up on the windshields. And as that gets worse and worse and that sun keeps going down, I'm telling you, turn 3 gives these drivers fits.
Yeah, and it's not just the rubber building up on there. It's that the tear off that's on the front of that car. It gets like sandblasted from the small stones on the track, and that makes it even more difficult to see.
Kyle Busch leading Bubba Wallace by 3/4 of a second. A lot of members of our nation's military here as guests of Charlotte Motor Speedway.
When you hear best-in-class range or best-in-class fuel economy, you may be thinking of really tiny cars. And you'd be really, really wrong. The Ram 1500. Exceeding expectations. Again. No wonder more people are switching to Ram than ever before.
Get 0% financing for 60 months, plus no monthly payments for 90 days on the 2022 Ram 1500.
Shopping for car insurance is the worst.
Not anymore. This quote says $153 a month for the same coverage. Here's one for $160. We made sure it's apples to apples. That's a savings. Those are top rated. Driver discount deductible.
Great work, guys. Experience like having a team, comparing your current policy to quotes from top providers.
It's a new, easier way to shop and save on car insurance.
I saved over $900.
Experian helps.
We compare, you save on car insurance. Go to Experian.com/car.
McMuffin sandwich things.
Night or the next morning, you've been loyal. Every order earns points redeemable for free McDonald's. You order with the McDonald's app.
Just sold my car with Car Gurus.
Yeah, you did.
And you instantly got the best, most competitive offer from our network of thousands of dealers.
So you're selling the car, but keeping the
You sell the broom too?
Car Gurus. Get the best offer for your car.
Google Pixel, the only phone made by Google. Because when Google makes your phone, your camera sees in the dark, sees all skin tones accurately, and fixes your photos like magic. Literally. With a battery that learns from you and adapts to last over 24 hours. And new features are always dropping. So it all just keeps getting better. Google Pixel, the phone made by Google for all you are.
At USAA, we've been called too exclusive because we only serve those who honorably serve. All ranks, all branches, and their eligible family members. Yep, that is exclusive, and we're fine with that.
Introducing Icy Hot Pro. Ice works fast to freeze your pain and your doubt. Heat makes it last, so you'll never sit this one out. New Icy Hot Pro with 2 max strength pain relievers.
When you look behind WeatherTech products, you'll see a company and its workers who believe in America and have been supporting the American economy for decades, building our factories right here to manufacture the world's finest automotive accessories. It's never been more important. Knowing all that, why would you buy anything that's not made in America when you can buy products that are and support jobs for American families? See everything at WeatherTech.com.
Racing to remember at Charlotte Motor Speedway on Memorial Day weekend. We are under caution for a spin by Josh Bilicki in the 77 up in turn 3 as we went to break. And pit road is open. Vince.
The 24 of William Byron just a tick snug, so they're going to make a slight air pressure adjustment. Otherwise, pretty happy with that 24 right now. Jamie?
Tyler Reddick in the 8 just said he was much tighter that run. They figured they'll just make an adjustment. Little problem on the right rear there, Regan.
Denny Hamlin started the race too loose. Good adjustments on the last stop, though. Happy with that race car right now. Some concern from the driver, though. He feels like he is down on power. Maybe something not right there.
Another problem for Kevin Harvick. They had a slow stop the first time. This time he had to back up to get a clean launch out of his pit stall. Jamie?
Well, so far, Mike, we've all mentioned tires. Well, the 23 driver in second right now, Bubba Wallace, he doesn't want to hear it.
Don't let me know about tires. That deal, it's way too mental for me. I don't. If it goes, she goes. It's fine. I don't need to be spending time worrying about it. Appreciate it, but I don't need it. Yeah, 10-4.
Josh Bilicki spun to bring out the caution. Racing to remember, Marine Lance Corporal James Ray Davenport from Danville, Indiana, lost in Iraq at age 20. When the Humvee he was driving ran over an improvised explosive device, killing him and 2 other Marines. Out of race, Ryan Preece, involved in the first incident. He was racing to remember Army. Sergeant First Class Gary Harper of Verdun, Illinois, who was lost in Iraq at age 29. Currently 11th. He has raced his way up from the tail end of the field after a practice crash yesterday.
I was watching the stop. You watch the guy in the left front. I couldn't tell what trouble he had, but he follows his car as he goes out. I don't know if he got that on.
And since the lug wrench, the center lock wheel wrench, and the air hose left the pit stall with the car, that is considered removing equipment and will be a penalty.
Are we okay? I saw a left front or something. Yeah, both guys are okay. Left front's on. I also got to be really careful. It is. He said he feels good about it. We're going to check the video. I'll let you know really quick.
Well, he's not going to like the next radio communication that's telling him to go to the back. I tell you what, he was marching through the field and got it was lucky that tire changer wasn't connected to the air wrench. You could see him follow that car out of the deal. He did a good job of getting the lug nut on.
Was that warm?
America's Gold Star families are those that have lost a family member in military service to our country. Earlier today, Coca-Cola hosted a luncheon to honor and recognize Gold Star families. Here's Coca-Cola Racing family member Joey Logano with more.
It's on now. This Memorial Day weekend, Coca-Cola and NASCAR are coming together to honor and remember the military men and women that have sacrificed so much for our freedom.
We were invited to honor our son, Jared Schmitz.
We are new to NASCAR. This is our first race ever, but I am absolutely amazed by the patriotism of the sport.
Cleaning up the second caution of the day for Josh Bilicki's spin, Chris Buescher gets the free pass, which goes to the highest placed car not on the lead lap at the time of caution. So Buescher gets to pass the pace car, come around, and he's back on the lead lap.
You know, Mike, that caution again came at an interesting time. We had 5 drivers that stayed out: Kyle Busch, Bubba Wallace, Christopher Bell, Chase Briscoe, and Cole Custer. We only had 10 laps on the tires. Not that we're going to go to the end of this stage caution-free, but if you did pit right there, you can make it on fuel to the end of this stage.
You know, Clint, the one thing that sticks out to me here is that Kyle Busch chose the inside on the last restart. He won it before they got to turn 1. It wasn't a contest. He has now chosen the outside. That tells me he's just trying to figure out where he wants to be later in this race. Which lane is going to work better for him?
Well, the other aspect of that is that teammate behind him and Christopher Bell lining up. You know, I think you're only as good as the help behind you. But I do agree, from my experience of this racetrack, that outside line was always hard to get a hold of. You know, the bottom, you're able to keep a much straighter drive and get the car hooked up.
So can Bell give Busch a push down toward turn number 1? Ready for the restart, Busch and Wallace on the front row.
Well, there's the push we talked about, but it isn't enough. Bubba Wallace gets a run on the inside. Man, the 14's really shot up the racetrack. Chase Briscoe
4 wide as a result. Side by side for the lead.
Well, and then you see him 3 wide there in the middle of 3 and 4. It looks like Alex Bowman on the bottom. But when we watch this battle for the lead, Bubba Wallace on the inside, Kyle Busch on the outside, it's all about timing out the momentum of getting into the corner. You're Bubba Wallace on the inside, you want to have the run coming as you enter the corner into turn 1, which he didn't have right there. But I think the way this is working out, coming off of a turn 2, you see side by side down the backstretch, no one really has an advantage getting down into 3 right now.
Now in turn 1, Kyle Busch came down the track to hold Bubba Wallace to the bottom lane. Here, Busch runs up high, gives Wallace lots of room.
Well, I tell you what, with the 14 and Chase Briscoe, I've seen all I needed to see. He stayed out right there, and that's why he shot up the racetrack on those old tires. He was in trouble. It's something to keep an eye on as we move on through the night.
Daniel Suarez up underneath Denny Hamlin. This is for 3rd.
No surprise to see Daniel Suarez up there. Trackhouse has been good every single race this year. One of those cars, or both of them, Clint, has been up front. Suarez has not had any luck. Kansas had a really good car, got into the outside wall early in the race, but Trackhouse has been exceptional at all the truck races this year.
There's some Daniel Suarez team radio, or excuse me, Denny Hamlin team radio on the outside of Suarez, racing for 3rd.
Yeah, so these are Hughes Scott's. You know, guys in front have about 8 grand on their tires. We are good to go hard on fuel if this somehow managed to go the whole way, which, you know, probably won't. Just get after here. We'll just go ahead and get rid of this set now so we don't have to deal with it later.
It's Denny Hamlin's radio and interim crew chief Sam McCauley, Chris Gabehart, and 3 crew members under suspension for a wheel and tire that got away in an earlier race this year.
Loving what I see out of Suarez and Bubba Wallace. Never ran better than 4th at Charlotte Motor Speedway until today. Holding a pretty wheel, both of those guys up front and in charge.
Daniel Suarez restores Volkswagens as a hobby. He is putting along in chase of the leader and gaining ground on Kyle Busch.
You know, putting at this place, man.
Right.
I'm telling you, flying out there today, Daniel Suarez. That being said, a little bit surprising his teammate Ross Chastain. Has struggled last night in practice and qualifying and again
today. Yeah, that's a great point. But the one thing we've learned, Clint, this year is that a small adjustment seems to make a big difference on the track. They're going to be able to use what 99 has to make adjustments to their car later in the race.
Rick Hendrick's shop is just up the hill from Charlotte Motor Speedway. Here are his cars, 6th, 7th, 8th, and Kyle Larson coming from the back. Larson's going to entertain you. No matter how many times they send him to the back, he's coming back to the front. He restarted 25th. He's already up to 18th. I think last year they led all but half a dozen or so laps. The Hendrick drivers, that is. For the lead, Monterrey, Mexico's Daniel Suarez restarted 8th. He's first.
Well, Kyle Busch is holding tough on the outside. Oh, he's loose. Into the wall. He's around. Man, it's like he's just a little more throttle trying to hang on his outside. That thing got loose and away it went.
Must they throw the caution?
When they see the 18 go around.
Like, seriously.
Wow. Did not see that coming.
The thing that I noticed with Suarez is that he wasn't running the bottom, he wasn't running the top. He was kind of in the middle, and he tried to run that same line when he got inside of Kyle Busch. And like you said, Kyle tried to squirt the throttle to get back to his outside.
Well, if you wondered where the limit is in turn 2, Kyle Busch just found it. Here's our Goodyear aerial coverage.
And he always does. You can see Suarez trying to move him up the racetrack. He got, man, he just got close to trying to hang on his outside, and away it went. That was kind of a power move by Suarez trying to get to the lead, and just two guys fighting for position. But in result, Suarez to the point, and Kyle Busch spuns around.
All right, we're going to ride along with Kyle Busch through this as he battles Daniel Suarez for the lead, turn 2.
You see Suarez, looks like he's going to have him cleared getting in, checks up. I see a little bit of fire out of the exhaust. As soon as Kyle tried to get back to the throttle, the car jumped out from underneath him, got loose. Clint, I just almost wonder, was he just that little bit higher on the racetrack where we haven't seen a lot of guys running yet today?
I think he's going to be a little bit upset with 99. But let's see what 99 has to say.
What did Daniel Suarez have to say about all this?
Taking gas up, trying to stay on your right rear, and just lost the nose and then had to get a lot of wheeling it. Because we don't you know? He was trying to hang with you. He couldn't do it, so you're good. Focus forward, you're in the lead.
Suarez, crew chief Travis Mack, and spotter Frank Kimmel II.
Hey, the concern was, you heard in Daniel Suarez's mind, it's important for the crew chief, the spotter, to get that, driver moving forward. You've got to get moving forward, get your mind off of that, shake it off. You got more restarts. Hey, Larry, were you ready for all these cautions this early in a 600-mile race?
I wasn't ready, but I anticipated them.
Kyle Busch with a long stop will go a lap down, but he'll be the only car one lap down when we restart.
I've got moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now there's Sky Rizzy.
Things are getting clearer. I feel free to bare my skin. Yeah, that's all me. Nothing and me go hand in hand. Nothing on my skin. That's my new plan. Nothing is everything.
Achieve clear skin with Sky Rizzy. 3 out of 4 people achieved 90% clearer skin at 4 months. Of those, nearly 9 out of 10 sustained it through 1 year. And Sky Rizzy is 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
I see nothing in a different way. It's my moment, so I just gotta say, nothing is everything.
Sky Rizzy may increase your risk of infections and lower your ability to fight them. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, such as fevers, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or coughs, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Nothing is everything.
Talk to your dermatologist about Sky Rizzy. Learn how AbbVie could help you save.
eBay Motors. They have all the right parts at the right prices. Whether I'm on 2 wheels, 4 wheels, or no wheels. Let's ride!
Little Caesar's Cheesy Stuffed Crazy Bread is crazy. Pick up Stuffed Crazy Bread and Crazy Sauce for only $3.49.
Is it too stuffed? Probably not.
Walk in and walk out at Little Caesar.
Pizza, pizza.
Come on along.
Head for the mountains of Bush beer. Head for the mountains. It's cold and it's smooth and it's waiting for you. Come on, head for the mountains of Bush beer. Head for the mountains of Bush. Head for the mountains of Bush. Light beer.
Make way for the first ever Chevy Silverado CR2. With Multimatic shocks, rugged 33-inch tires, and front and rear electronic locking differentials.
Dude, this is awesome, but we should get back to work.
This good? Perfect. If you're going to work remote, work remote. Find new workspaces. Find new roads. Chevrolet.
Our passion for protecting vehicles started in 1934. And we've been pushing the limits of performance ever since. We innovate with the times and have the right filters to fit your needs. It's a trust we don't take lightly. Yeah, we've been around the block, but our journey is just beginning. Fran, for the road ahead.
The city famous for its music is quiet now, but it's about to be overwhelmed by the symphony of speed. Nashville Super Speedway will be rocking from the pit to the grandstand. June 24th through 26th, the Ally 400 NASCAR Cup Series race weekend brings a mix of incredible racing and live entertainment. Tickets are going fast, so visit NashvilleSuperspeedway.com today and join the full throttle fun.
Grab an ice cold Coke and buckle up. You're watching the Coca-Cola 600 on Fox.
That's Austin Dillon riding 17th right now, racing to remember Navy Chief Warrant Officer 3 Scott Stout, who was lost at age 46, part of the Naval Special Warfare Development Group. Ready to resume after 3 early caution flags. Daniel Suarez in a Chevy, Denny Hamlin in a Toyota is your front row for the restart.
Tell you this, Oak Clint's pretty quick study. There's fewer Toyotas up front and a lot more Hendrick cars all of a sudden.
Going 3 wide in the middle of 3 and 4. Ricky Stenhouse and others stuck in the middle, as was Eric Jones in the 43. Takes a while to sort this out, except at the front. Suarez the leader, Bowman Hamlin for second, and Byron as the Chevrolets move to the front. Jamie Clint, both of you have won here in the October race. How important is it to be really good and up front early?
Oh, it's so important, but this track transitions. We all know that. You're going to transition 20 degrees as you fall off into the night. Trying to set your car up, and more importantly, keep up with that racetrack. Almost every single pit stop, you have to make an adjustment because this thing just keeps transitioning into the night.
Well, the track is definitely going to change. The unknown, I think, this year is that we have this brand new car. The diffuser, the way that
car in the wall. And it's Larson.
He was driving off into
He's
the
Jay
corner.
Green.
45 moved up, took his line.
Well, that's the whole side they just replaced, spending most of the night to do it.
Well, and if you heard him right there, they referenced it was hard, but not as hard as practice. That kind of gives Cliff Daniels and the guys an idea what they repaired yesterday for what the damage could be right now.
Last year's winner who won every stage, running 11th.
He was doing it on the outside, much like you see Ryan Blaney right there. And as soon as the 45 moved up in his wake, he lost the nose and shot up into the wall.
William Byron now running right behind teammate Chase Elliott, Vince.
Well, and they like their race car. They made very small adjustment with air pressure last time through when they got 4 tires, but they appreciate approach this race, Rudy Fugel, the crew chief, told me earlier today, as 4 100-mile races. And we're just halfway, a little more than halfway through this first 100-miler, and they like where they sit, looking for those stage points, running fifth.
8th place right here. Kurt Busch, Ryan Blaney. Let's go back and see what happened to the 5.
I watched this big run he has getting off into the corner. You can see a huge run. He gets off running high. The 45 moves up. Kurt Busch just the least little bit takes the air off of him. He makes an adjustment and gets into the wall. It happened that fast. Just squeezed him a little bit, Jamie.
Well, it's almost a combination. There's some bumps getting in. Larson hit those bumps. The back started bouncing, and the 45 sliding up in front of him. He had passed about 8 or 10 cars the 2 laps prior to that, doing the exact same move. As we're looking, though, at Chase Elliott right here, he was doing the same move on the restart. The 9 car has come to life. The longer this race is playing out, it's starting to cool down a little bit. Look, Chase Elliott has been as good here the last 3 or 4 times on the oval and the roval as anybody.
Well, I'm going to say it. Chase Elliott's a basic race car driver. Methodical. Takes his time. That 5 car probably should have had a little bit of patience. He got up through the field not once but twice extremely fast. A little bit of patience would have went a long way there.
I love what you're saying right there, because when I watch Chase Elliott drive, I feel like he always gives me about 95%. And then when he needs to give a little more at the end of the race, he's able to do that. Super methodical, and it's like you say, it's the opposite of a Kyle Larson, who you know is always about 105%.
Now, in the group right behind them, look at this 2 of Austin Cindric. Xfinity champ. Whoa, he about took the nose off the Kyle Reddick's car. What you're talking about? Yeah, that one. Wow, that was close.
That was extremely close.
We'll get it to then you back to you.
You know, we talked about Cindric in the pre-race show and winning the Daytona 500, biggest race of the year, but it almost sets those expectations a little too high for a rookie coming in. Only has 20 starts in the Cup Series, Clint. Doing a great job. Ran well at the All-Star race last weekend. Obviously having another great day today in 6th place right now.
Of course, one of those starts was winning the Daytona 500 back in February. Vince.
Well, and to that point, Jamie, Austin told me this afternoon that he's just starting to feel comfortable. He feels accepted within the Penske organization as a driver who hasn't had a teammate in a long time. Now he's got 2 of them, and he really likes what he's got. He's up 10 spots from falling all the way back to 16th. He started 6th, went to 16th, now back up to 6th.
Here at 2nd place, 2 of the Hendrick Chevys, Elliott and Bowman, Byron behind them. So 3 of the 4, of course. Larson is the other. And Kyle Larson's bout with the wall in turn 3, if that had been last year's, the last generation car, that would have been sheet metal in against the tire, would have been a crush panel problem. He would have had to pit. But with this composite body, just pops right back out and you keep on trucking.
100%. What a difference a few laps make, Jamie. I'm telling you, going into this race, I thought it was going to be a Toyota dominance. And
turn 2, Gibbs got one around and in the wall. Corey LaJoie, and that is his 2nd car of the weekend. Crashed one in practice. Now last.
Yeah, if the first one didn't do it, the second one really felt good.
Only 4 total cautions in last year's 600. We've already had 4 today.
Hit yesterday as well, really hard.
And that's the worst hit you can have. That when that car spins around and you hit driver's side first. He talked about yesterday. He's like, it didn't look bad, but it hurt. You're going to see right here again that tire blows out, spins around, driver's side first into the wall. Almost the exact same point that happened yesterday.
Glancing blow with the left rear corner and then pancakes it with the wall. Deja vu all over again. Here's a look at what happened to LaJoie yesterday. Yeah.
Yeah, and this was the weirdest thing, Clint. It's almost like that car lost brakes because he rolls almost halfway down the backstretch, almost driving the car backwards. But so frustrating for that team. We obviously know that parts are hard to get, and they've had an incredibly long weekend already.
Vince.
Very solid for William Byron today. It's going to be 4 tires, no other changes. He's run steadily right there in the top 5. Jamie?
Tyler Reddick in the 8. You saw that one moment he had, but he said, actually, the car is pretty good here. If we can get clean air, it's going to be really good. Regan?
Chase Elliott, a nice steady move to the front for him so far tonight. That car just a little bit too hard on the right rear. That means it's too loose. And the
Keselowski. Getting out of pit road a little late. Kyle Busch will get the free pass on this, the fourth caution flag of the day.
If it looks like an F-150, tows like an F-150, hauls like an F-150, thinks like an F-150, and powers like an F-150, it must be an F-150 hybrid. The 2022 F-150 Power Boost Hybrid. With 570 pound-feet of torque and 12,700 pounds of max available towing.
Meet Renee, bank manager and mom of the year. But when she gets on her bike, she becomes Rebel Renee. Rebel Renee is the most outspoken member of her book club. And she didn't even read the book. It's rumored she once used her phone at trivia night.
Cleveland.
And she isn't above greasing some palms to get things done. And Rebel Renee rides with Geico because savings and great service are two things she'd never rebel against. Geico, savings and service for both your sides.
Welcome to your world. Your why. What drives you? What do you want to leave behind? What do you want to give back? What do you want to be remembered for? That's your why. It's your purpose, and we will work with you every step of the way to achieve it. At PNC Private Bank, we'll help you take care of the how. So tell us, what's your why?
If you could only eat one thing the rest of your life, what would it be?
Easy. Buffet.
Pretty sure that's not one thing.
Barbecue buffet.
A buffet is the complete opposite of one.
Okay, a barbecue ribs buffet with brats and barbecue chicken on the side.
We all rely on them. But who do they rely on? Verizon is the #1 network choice in public safety. Verizon Frontline, the advanced network and technology for first responders.
All net. Look like me, kid.
Jack, I didn't know you could shoot.
You know what else you didn't know? Ring has an alarm, and I set it up myself, too. Like a towel.
It's true. Ring has an award-winning alarm. Learn more at ring.com.
Want more from your vitamin brand? Get more with Nature's Bounty. From the first ever triple action sleep supplement to the only 24-hour vitamin C to heart healthy support every day. Get more with Nature's Bounty.
Making friends again, Billy?
I like to keep my enemies close.
Guys, excuse me. I didn't quite get that. I'm hard of hearing.
Oh, hey, don't forget about the tense music, too.
Would you say tense?
I'd say suspenseful.
Aren't they the same thing?
Can we move on, guys? Please.
Alexa, turn on the subtitles and dim the lights. Okay, dimming the lights.
You need to cook us the best comeback dish ever.
I have unfinished business in the MasterChef kitchen.
Are you back to win?
100%.
I've never tasted anything quite like that.
It's good, but it's not your average season.
In all new MasterChef Back to Win, Wednesday on Fox.
Fox NASCAR is sponsored by Ford, built for America. And by Verizon 5G from the network more people rely on. 64 laps complete, working the fourth caution of the day. Here are your Ford track facts. Ford has won 13 Coca-Cola 600s, beginning with Nelson Stacy in 1962, and most recently, Brad Keselowski in 2020. The Golden Boy, Fred Lorenzen, won it twice, and NBC analyst Jeff Burton is a two-time winner. Corey LaJoie out of the race after that crash. He was racing to remember Lance Corporal Riley McCollum of the Marine Corps from Bondurant, Wyoming, lost in Afghanistan as he was manning a checkpoint at the Kabul airport during the evacuation when a bomb went off, killing him and 12 other troops. His daughter was born about a month later after he was lost in Afghanistan. Here is our tracker of 600 miles of remembrance. We are a good 16% of the race complete, and Larry Mack, What percentage of our new tires have we used up?
Well, Mike, you remember my Verizon race strategy? Thank the good Lord I had it in pencil and not in ink, because I have definitely had to change it. We had 13 sets of tires for this race, total. 12 sets of stickers and our scuffs from qualifying. These teams just essentially put their fourth set of tires on. Now, remember, one set of scuffs. Kyle Busch, I thought it was smart what Ben Bayshore did right there. He went with their scuffs because all he was trying to do is be the first car one lap down to get the free pass. Mission accomplished. But Regan Smith was telling me with all these tires coming off, just having 7 to 10 laps, that they're holding on to them, knowing they may have to use them later in the race.
Whoa there, you going to put used tires on me? I need a better strategy, buddy.
Well, I can put used ones or wore out ones. Which you want?
All right. Kyle Larson has already had quite a day. He's come from the back a couple of times now, Jamie.
Yes, he has. He got into the wall, so he had to come down pit road. Well, then he got a second penalty, and that was equipment interference. Another tire got away, and this was the radio afterwards.
Based on the way the tires looked, based on the way your fenders look right now, I think you're okay. We did adjust on the car just a little bit, but obviously we've got to come from the back again here. So do what you got to do. Take care of it for now. We're only 64 laps into this race. It's crazy. It feels like a marathon already, but got to make it at 400.
Yeah.
All right, Kyle Larson and Justin Haley had penalties on this pit stop for removing equipment from the pit box. So they restart at the tail end of the field. Everybody running. All 34 cars are on the lead lap. Here's your aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. Anything can happen as long as you have the drive. Goodyear, more driven. 34 laps to go in stage 1 of 4 tonight. 4 stages, 100 laps each, 600 miles. Here is how they chose. After they go past the start-finish line with 1 to go, every driver gets a chance to choose their lane.
Yeah, it's interesting to see Chase choose the bottom. There really hasn't been a dominant lane at this point. We've seen guys choose the inside and the outside. The outside's won one more restart up to this point. But I think it's just about where you feel like your car is going to be the best. Do you want to be in that resin? If you can get the initial jump on the bottom, it appears that's the best lane through turns 1 and 2, just because of the shorter distance.
We started the race with Toyotas in the first 4 positions. We will restart the race with 5 Chevrolets out front.
I've been trying to get that out for 3 different runs here. Now, caution gets me every time. I'm glad you said that, Mike. Thank you.
Green flag.
Chastain on the outside, already making it 3 wide. These guys are not paying attention, don't care about how many cautions. We're going for it. Need clean air.
He's outside Joey Logano, who did not get a good roll through turns 1 and 2. Completing 100 of 600 miles this time. Packed infield seats and suites sold out. Watching Chase Elliott and William Byron, Rick Hendrick teammates, and Daniel Suarez, Alex Bowman, Tyler Reddick. First Toyota is Hamlin in 6th. The first Ford is Logano in 8th. Daniel Suarez drawing a bead on 2nd. Regan?
Well, Mike lost a couple spots and those pit stops that just happened. Keep an eye on Daniel, though. The team told me earlier on today that they felt like they've had speed all year long, and especially this weekend, but they found some stuff the past couple weeks that gave them speed and allowed them to also make passes. They're going to have to test that right now to get back up to the lead.
Daniel Suarez had a look on Byron. Up in 3 and 4, takes the high route through 1 and 2. And there might have been a little contact between Ryan Blaney and Christopher Bell last time by. Let's see, the 12 and the 20. Bottom of your screen. Oh, yeah.
It's incredible, Clint. We talked about the sheet metal versus the composite body that we have this year. To me, that's been a game changer for not only this series, but the Xfinity Series. Last year, without a doubt, the car on the outside would have had the sheet metal on the tire and been coming down, either having another flat tire or coming down pit road.
Reddick and Bowman for fourth.
You know, if you watch right there, you see Tyler Reddick has his left side tires on that paint. The reason he wants to get on the paint is there's more grip there. If you can get your car down to that, once you get on the paint, you feel a little bit extra grip, and that's the goal of whoever's running on the bottom.
There's some Tyler Reddick audio.
Is NASCAR going to give everybody like 10 more sets of tires? Everybody's pretty much gone through 10 sets already. We're just going to keep recycling them, I think. 10 more recaps. Sounds good. Recaps all night long.
Boy, call the Towel City boys. Remember Towel City retreads? Did you ever race on those, Clint?
No, I don't know what year or decade that was, Mike, but no, I didn't ever race on retreads.
Sorry, you guys are too young.
I think those guys had leather helmets on as well.
Might have been.
I'm going to tell you, that it's a solid concern. Everybody in this garage area needs these guys to get strung out, get these long runs underway, and I think that's what we're starting to see here.
I'll tell you what, though, it's been a trend this year. A lot more cautions. Some of it because of tire issues, some of it because guys spinning out. We didn't see guys spin out over the past few years. When the cars would get hung out, it seemed like the side force they had on the car would allow the driver to catch it. With this car, this new generation car, when the car gets hung out, the driver goes around.
Kyle Busch just bullied his way past Harrison Burton and Brad Keselowski. They were clogging up both lanes at turns 3 and 4. And Kyle almost gave Burton the boot and then dropped under Keselowski and made the pass. Here's older brother Kurt in 11th with Joey Logano. Each year, Fox Sports remembers all of the servicemen and women of the United States lost in action during the last year, since we last brought you the Coca-Cola 600. And we are thankful that the number is lower than it has been in many past years. And we want you to look at their names and remember their service and their sacrifice too.
Right along with Chastain with his teammate Suarez right in front of him. I said it earlier, where's Chastain? Well, he has found his grip. He has found a balance on his car and just slowly but surely is moving to the front.
Yeah, you know, Clint, we talked about it with Logano a few weeks ago. Struggled at Dover, won at Darlington. And I feel like we're kind of seeing a similar trend here, but it's almost manufacturer-based. We thought Toyotas were going to be dominant, but when you look, top 6 cars are all Chevrolets right now. The Toyotas qualified well, but the Chevys seem to be stepping up when it comes time for the race.
Sixth place here. Chastain inside of Bell.
Ooh, tight. You hear him backing out of the gas. His car was tight and moving up. Moving up right in front of Ryan Blaney. Got a big shove down the front straightaway. These guys are duking it out. I love what I see for a product on this racetrack tonight.
Yeah, and as we're watching those in-car cameras, I want you to watch the cars bouncing up and down. I don't think you can appreciate how rough this racetrack is. It hasn't been paved for 15 years, but the bumps into 3, when you watch the back of those cars porpoising up and down.
Jamie Christopher Bell's working right back up to where he started this race.
Yes, he is. He's had a great last few weeks of races, finishing 6th or better, and they unloaded great. And last night, the only practice session we had was actually right now at this moment in very relevant conditions. His crew chief told me they made one adjustment, tightened him up for the start of this race, and that's exactly where he sits right now. A little bit tight, but overall happy with the 20.
Started 3rd, running 6th. And he and Daniel Suarez had a little bit of contact side to side. Teammates at Trackhouse there, side by side, as the one comes into play. Oh, yeah.
Well, Christopher Bell pushed up a little bit, moved up to probably get a little bit of a side draft and just got into him. Product of that dog leg. You could see Suarez was right up against the wall. He didn't have any more room. Just close race, and again, a product of the dog leg on the front stretch.
Kind of a five-pack right here of cars with now Suarez in the midst of Wallace on the inside, Blaney on the outside. Here comes Hamlin in the 11th and Kurt Busch.
Track is perfect right now, Jamie. They are moving all over the place, running on the bottom of 3 and 4, all the way up against the wall. The resin and traction compound is doing its job. These boys are getting it on.
Yeah, and you know, we talked about it. We were a little concerned since they didn't put more resin down. Were there going to be 2 lanes? But it seems like NASCAR is going to a really nice job of balancing this track out. It's so weird to see Tyler Reddick running the bottom right here, trying to get past William Byron. The one thing that stuck out to me with those two is that the paint schemes are almost the same.
We'll take you back side by side with 82 laps complete.
Right now, thousands of brave service members are deployed across Europe, supporting our allies and defending our freedoms. And thousands of families are missing their loved ones, awaiting their safe return home. As America's leading nonprofit supporting our brave heroes and their families, the USO is committed to go where they go to make sure they know
I'm streaming it right now, and you're on it too.
How am I? Oh, I'm on appreciation for our brave troops today.
Am I being recorded? Yeah.
Why?
Summer's here, and with an
it's so I can report my reaction on what's going on in the race and everything.
Where do you put this stuff?
The bayou.
You save it and put it on the internet?
Yeah.
Did you know that every new Toyota comes with Toyota Care?
Yeah, this is going on YouTube and it's live on Twitch right now.
And roadside assistance. That's the
Is anybody looking at it?
From Toyota.
Sal?
Yes.
Does somebody see you?
Toyota.
Yes.
Let's go places.
You do realize you're in your bathrobe pajamas.
Yes.
And people can see you in your bathrobe pajamas.
Absolutely.
Is what you'll see. Drivers.
Okay. Who's looking at you?
Anybody who's watching me.
Oh, you can't tell?
No, I can't tell, but anybody who looks me up would find this being live right now.
Okay. Now I got a question. Can anybody hear us talking?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I have the microphone turned on.
Real song? I think she liked it.
Your choice of sandwich plus
I'll
all this
see
for
that.
just $5 is worth celebrating. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's Piggy Bank.
Nothing's tougher than a Mahindra tractor. Except a bigger Mahindra tractor.
I don't think that's a smart idea at all.
Still tougher. Tough.
Mahindra, the official tractor of Tough and Stewart Haas Racing.
I got a race this weekend. I'll see you later.
Saturday, Baseball Night in America is on Fox. Trout and Ohtani power the Angels as they take on Harper and the Phillies, or Nolan Arenado leads the Cardinals against the Cubs. It's Baseball Night in America, Saturday at 7 Eastern on Fox.
All that matters this season is what beats under your hood. I am NASCAR.
Welcome back to the 63rd Coca-Cola 600 on Fox. This is the longest green flag run of the race. 12 laps to go to the end of stage 1. They'll wave the green and white checkered flag to end the stage, award points to the top 10. Then we'll have pit stops, line them up, and begin stage 2. Chase Elliott, your leader.
Hard to believe we're just 12 laps. We're not even in and through the first stage. We have seen it all already. But I think it's par for the course this year on these mile-and-a-half intermediate racetracks. These guys have had their hands full week in and week out. And I think that's on full display again for the Coke 600 here at Charlotte Motor Speedway.
Daniel Suarez has dropped to 17th, ran that car really hard, raced it up front, restarted 4th, now in 17th position. Everybody on the lead lap except E.J. McLeod and Kaz Gralla. Ricky Stenhouse has moved up to the top 10. After a pit stop penalty, Martin Truex has climbed up and into the top 10 now in 9th. dropped to 12th.
Ricky Stenhouse Jr. has done a phenomenal job. About the last month, they have really come on strong, found consistency, something that they've really struggled with over the years. I'm telling you, knocking on the door. They keep this up, they'll be in the playoffs.
Vince?
Well, right now, they're 25th in the standings, 95 points out, so they need good runs every single week. And as you said, 3 straight top 10s, but they unloaded this weekend and were way off. They had to make major changes earlier this morning to get this car going, but he has driven it from the back, and he is going to get him some stage points as we are under 10 to go in this stage.
Such an important race to be up front and running well at. With 4 stages, so many points are on the line. Need to get them all 4 stages, a lot of points.
Smart racing here. Goodbye, half straight.
Well, I love that information that they just gave. Smart racing right here. You just said it. Tyler Reddick's just on the outside of the playoffs. They need a win, but if they can't get a win, they need to capitalize and get all the stage points. You just talked about, Clint. They're trying to reassure Reddick, listen, don't go for it right here. We've got a good car. Let's get what we can get right now.
Brian Blaney had a speeding penalty earlier on pit road. Now he's up racing for 7th place with Alex Bowman.
I love that about Tyler Reddick, though. You know, you've got a guy that he's capable of getting to that 105%. You know, much like a horse race, you pull that guy back. You need him to be there at the last stretch. And that's the only thing really that they've struggled with this year is to just seal the deal at the end of the race.
Well, he's fast every week. And if you look at his last 5 races, Clint,
he's had 4 off the pace. It's a big time win. He's got it back up to speed now. Gathered back up, getting it back up to speed, trying to nurse it to the end of this stage.
Drops him to 8th place. And he is back on pace.
Nothing like dirt tracking at 185 mile an hour.
All right, Regan, how about Daniel Suarez?
Mike, it's been a rough go of it this run so far. The team put scuff tires on the last pit stop. Had a little bit of contact as well. They are trying to figure out what has happened to this race car. Take a listen.
Look at it. We're looking at pictures, trying to understand what happened. We're trying to look at the diffuser class, trying to understand. We put on scuff, but a couple other guys did as well. We didn't make no adjustments. This is something bigger. Something happened to this car.
Yeah, he is way back to 27th. Kyle Larson, 3 spots behind him. They put on scuff tires on the last stop, and Larson has not passed any cars since the restart. 5th place here. Good friends Bubba Wallace and Ryan $1 Million Blaney.
You just can't sit there and just keep firing off sticker tires. I mean, we've heard Larry talk about that. You know, eventually you're going to have to sacrifice a little bit. You see the 5 and the 99 doing that.
The Ryan Blaney Family Foundation held a great fundraiser at Topgolf in Charlotte the other night to raise money for concussion research. William Byron was there, Ryan, of course, Daniel Hemrick, and others.
Yeah, I saw Christian McCaffrey actually came out.
Hey, well done.
Balls with those guys. Yeah, Ryan.
Bet that boy
big
can hit
names.
the ball. Bet that boy
Big
can hit
names
the ball.
at Ryan's events.
7th place, Bowman and Truex. One name you're not going to see in the top 10 at the end of this stage in 3 laps is Kyle Busch. Kyle Busch's worst finish in a stage in any Coca-Cola 600 is 6th until tonight. Larry?
But, Mike, it was not that long ago. He was spinning off turn 2. It was a lap down. He got the free pass back on that last caution, and he's working his way back almost to the top 15 before the end of this stage.
And on scuffed tires, no less.
That's exactly right. More importantly, on scuffed tires. The only one that can do it.
2 to go in stage 1.
All right, so what it looks like, yeah, the final lap in stage 1, Chase Elliott is leading the race right now.
Chase Elliott's about the only Hendrick Camaro that has not fallen back during this green flag run.
Yeah, and guys, no shock to see Chase Elliott up front, winning a stage. He scored the most stage points of any driver in the series this year. And just, he is quietly, Clint, I think, having a spectacular season.
The battle for 10th place, Hamlin and Byron. at the end of the stage. It is Hamlin that picks up the final stage point.
Chase Elliott, stage 1 winner.
Chase Elliott has won stages on the Charlotte Roval combination oval and road course. This is his 3rd stage win of the year and his first on the Charlotte 1.5 mile oval.
Mac and cheese. Fries.
Tenders.
Silence.
KFC's Sides Lovers Meal. Pair 3 sides with tenders or your favorite fried chicken. That's finger licking good.
With Armor All, a little bit of this protects you from a lot of that. Armor All, minimum effort, maximum protection.
Keep your streaming fresh. Yes! With Tubi's hottest hits, featuring Tubi Original Corrective Measures. Tubi, watch free.
In the news tonight, President Biden and the First Lady honoring the victims of the Texas elementary school massacre and meeting with their grieving families. Plus, a stormy Sunday for South Florida. Memorial Day will be no different. Join us tonight on the Night Team.
Play, unwind your mind. IKEA.
And now, most admired alum.
Get up there.
This is so embarrassing. There's no way it's me.
You know her. You love her.
Ruh-roh. What are you doing here?
It's Anna Gomez. Who? Our first gagillionaire. With AT&T Fiber, Anna's got the fastest internet with hyper-gig speed.
I didn't know you went to this school. I have a lot in common.
Live like a gagillionaire with AT&T Fiber. Now with speeds up to 5 gigs. Limited availability.
Meet a future mom, a first-time mom, and a seasoned pro. This mom's one step closer to their new minivan. Yeah, you'll get used to it. This mom's depositing money with tools on hand. Cha-ching. And this mom, well, she's setting an appointment here so her son can get set up there and start his own financial journey. That's because these moms all have Chase. Smart bankers, convenient tools. One bank with the power of both. Chase. Make more of what's yours.
I'm Paul. Give me a call. Paul Baines Roofing, 981-ROOF. PaulBainesRoofing.com.
Allergy sufferers. Bedtime means it's time to take Zysol. Zysol relieves allergies while you sleep, so you wake refreshed. Plus, it works faster than Claritin, and on first dose, provides the same relief as Zyrtec in a pill nearly half the size. Be wise all. Take Zysol at night.
Racing to remember, 600 miles at Charlotte Motor Speedway. That long green flag run showed how good Chastain and Truex are tonight. Both restarted out of the top 20, but they finished the stage 4th and 8th, respectively. Pit road is open, and here comes almost everybody. Jamie.
Good stage for the 23 at Bubba Wallace. Ended up 5th there. Said he was lacking grip overall. Just fell off too hard, so they're going to make an air pressure adjustment. 4 tires here. Also had a vibration. You see the 20 of Christopher Bell. Car was freeing up as the sun went down. The 8 of Tyler Reddick. Pretty happy with it. No adjustments. 4 tires, Regan.
Stage winner Chase Elliott. Pretty happy with his race car. Brady's hurt in the right rear too much, though. Wants to continue to keep an eye on that. And the one car of Ross Chastain, valence is not good for him. Too loose, and too loose on the wall especially.
There's your Ram race off pit road. Chase Elliott out first. Christopher Bell up 1. Bubba Wallace up 2. And Truex picks up 3.
Style up old Chase Elliott. About you, Chase Elliott. Spoiler and the boys up in the booth. You got us?
Yeah, man.
Man alive, that car is fast. Looks good up front, slipping and sliding around. How about the racetrack, and how about your car?
Hey, our Napa Chevy has been all right. I think we could be a good bit better as the sun goes down here. So we'll keep working at it, man. Way early. Not even close to halfway. So stay in the fight here, try to be there when it matters.
I hear you. We'll be watching. Good luck.
His teammate Alex Bowman not so lucky. First year for NASCAR center lock wheels. You see left side of the screen the nut laying out there as they're having trouble getting the lug nut off on the right front. Stage winner, Hendrick Motorsports Chevrolet, Chase Elliott.
Huh? Hold up. All I need to do is reload the page.
Bogies on your 6 Limo. They need customized car insurance from Liberty Mutual, so they only pay for what they need.
We are not getting you a helicopter.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
eBay Motors. They have all the right parts at the right prices. Whether I'm on 2 wheels, 4 wheels, or no wheels. Let's ride.
I've got moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now, there's Skyrizi. 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clearer skin at 4 months after just 2 doses.
Skyrizi may increase your risk of infections and lower your ability to fight them. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, such as fevers, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or coughs, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Nothing is everything. Talk to your dermatologist about Skyrizi. Learn how AbbVie could help you save.
We all rely on them. But who do they rely on? Verizon is the #1 network choice in public safety. Verizon Frontline, the advanced network and technology for first responders.
With a fresh cracked egg and all this crispy bacon, Wendy's Breakfast Baconator might be the greatest breakfast sandwich of all time.
And that deserves a chef's kiss.
It does.
Mwah.
Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's Breakfast Baconator.
What's it like having Xfinity Internet?
It's beyond gig speed fast.
So gaming with your niece has never felt more intense. Hey, what does this button do?
No, don't!
We're talking supersonic Wi-Fi, 3 times the bandwidth, and the power to connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's powerful.
Couldn't have said it better myself. You just did. Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything. Whoa.
Saturday, 2 of the USFL's best square off as the New Orleans Breakers face the league-leading Birmingham Stallions at 3 Eastern on Fox. Then next Sunday, the Panthers battle the Stars at noon Eastern on Fox. USFL football next weekend on Fox. Getting ready for the start of Stage 2. Long stop for Kevin Harvick, steering issues. Long stop for Alex Bowman. Here's Jamie Little with an update.
Well, 2 stops ago, Martin Truex Jr., they were slow, so he got mired in traffic. Well, he had to drive hard, and he burned up his stuff a little bit, and this is what happens when you have to go for it. This is the left rear, cross the middle of the tire, major blistering here, Regan.
Well, Jamie, problems for the 48 of Alex Bowman. Strong early on in the race, but the hat bolt on the right front tire broke on that pit stop or prior to that pit stop, so issues for them trying to get that fixed.
Chase Elliott Chevy, Christopher Bell's Toyota on the front row for the restart. Elliott racing to remember Army Lieutenant Noah Harris, who died in Iraq 8 days before his 24th birthday. The Ellijay, Georgia native was a straight-A student champion wrestler, captain of the football team, member of the Student Senate, attended University of Georgia, and became an infantry officer in the Army upon graduation. He was trying to rescue some Iraqi police who were pinned down a week before his 24th birthday. Here they come to the Geico restart zone. Elliott and Bell to begin stage 2. Eddie DeHaan, Chase Elliott spotter.
Ross Chastain being super aggressive right there, driving on the inside of Christopher Bell, sliding up in front of him. Then I love the push that he was able to give Chase Elliott down into turn 1. He got so close to him, you could actually see the cow flap starting to fly up on his car, which signifies that you're just almost to that rear bumper.
The track's certainly cooling down. Everybody on fresh tires. Look at this cat. He's liking what he sees with one of his 9 car up front. But that 20 degrees cooler, it's enabling these guys to be way more aggressive.
All right, that's not Jeff Gordon. The first guy was the Hall of Famer and now vice chair of Hendrick Motorsports. Harrison Burton got a piece of the wall coming off turn 4 on the outside, but continues. You say Ross Chastain being very aggressive in the one? That's the only Ross Chastain I know. 7th place, Byron inside of Hamlin.
You know, Clint, I really thought as it starts to cool down that the bottom would become more dominant, but it has not happened that way yet. We still see that outside lane having plenty of grip. You see Ross Chastain trying to get to the inside of Chase Elliott. Let's see if he tries to do that same slide job that he did on Christopher Bell in turns 3 and 4.
He's trying to saw the car bottom out. Yeah, the car bottomed out, drove it off in the corner extremely hard, slid up in front of Chase Elliott, and takes the point. Ross Chastain, your new leader.
Ross the boss, 2 wins already in this young season.
That man's wanting to see a watermelon smash tonight, Mike.
11th place.
Here he comes. Slowly but surely getting back up through the field from a spin. Literally spun out, folks. Knocking on the door, back into the top 10. He'll be back up there before you know it. Something about this kid when it comes to big-time races, and more importantly, this Coca-Cola 600 under the lights. That 18 of Kyle Busch is always there in the money.
Ricky Stenhouse restarted 7th, trying to hang on to a top 10 spot here as Denny Hamlin just ahead. Right behind him, Chris Buescher, who was involved in the first caution of the day when he spun along with Ryan Preece and Noah Gregson. Nice recovery for Buescher, who got a free pass to get back on the lead lap.
And that 18 car, Clint, he's been good top or bottom. We saw him run top, getting by a lot of guys here on the restart. And now you see Buescher's kind of running that preferred lane. Kyle Busch is going to try to make the pass on the bottom. He's going to slide up right there in front of Buescher. But look at Tyler Reddick coming on the outside.
He's been getting huge runs off of 2 with this outside run, and you see that momentum that he got right there. Moving to the inside of Kyle Busch. Now he's going to try into turn 3, running the bottom.
And Busch holds them off. Ross Chastain is the 3rd driver tonight to lead the 600 for the first time. Bubba Wallace and Chastain's teammate Daniel Suarez are the other 2.
This pepperoni did not get here by accident. Oh, no, no. It was carefully placed here by hand by a pizza maker at Papa John's. And they didn't stop just because they hit the crust. They took all that pepperoni and hand-stuffed it inside. That signature pepperoni recipe giving every bite a little extra bite. A kick in every melty pull. Get yourself the new epic pepperoni stuffed crust pizza, only at Papa John's.
Google Pixel, the only phone made by Google. Because when Google makes your phone, your camera sees in the dark, sees all skin tones accurately, and fixes your photos like magic, literally. With a battery that learns from you and adapts to last over 24 hours. And new features are always dropping, so it all just keeps getting better. Google Pixel, the phone made by Google for all you are.
Sonic speeds home on digital.
Better buckle up. Whoa! Eye lasers? Really?
You're no match for me, Hedgehog. Watch it tonight. Sonic the Hedgehog 2. Buy it on digital now.
Let's do it.
Put your money where you know.
What do millions of dollars sound like?
Sounds like Monday on Fox. Put your money where your mouth is. Don't forget the lyrics.
Oh my God, I don't know the words here.
And beat Shazam. Put your money where your mouth is.
Be a millionaire. $1 Million Music Monday.
This summer on Fox.
Put your money where your mouth is. Put your money where your mouth is.
The sports world is buzzing about the USFL.
What a catch.
It's thrilling spring football that fans have been waiting for.
Are you kidding me?
This is America's newest phenomenon. This weekend on Fox, the Breakers battle the league-leading Stallions Saturday at 3. And the Panthers clash with the Stars Sunday at noon. Real football for real fans. The USFL, Saturday and Sunday on Fox.
Fox NASCAR is sponsored by Credit One Bank, the official credit card of NASCAR. 120 laps, 180 miles complete in stock car racing's longest night, the Coca-Cola 600. 20 different drivers have been in the top 10 so far in this race. Martin Truex, Denny Hamlin doing it for the older crowd. Look at how young that top 5 is. They're all under 30.
Sure are. I mean, the trend there is they're all very aggressive race car drivers. Attack not only the track, the lines, where they run, attack that throttle pedal. Young, aggressive race car drivers.
Ricky Stenhouse just moved up into 9th place. Tyler Reddick to 10th.
Yeah, this stretch for Ricky Stenhouse Jr. started at Dover. And when I think about Stenhouse's driving style, I think about somebody super aggressive, attacking the corner. Dover is one of those tracks that you see that at. But he has been able to continue that on through Kansas. Struggled a little bit, I think, last week at the All-Star race, maybe trying something different. But they have picked up right where they left off in Kansas this weekend.
Let's have a look at your Toyota top performers. They started in the first 4 spots. Christopher Bell is 3rd, Bubba Wallace 4th, Martin Truex 6th after a penalty earlier, Denny Hamlin 8th. And then the Busch brothers, Kurt in 11th and Kyle in 12th after coming from the back after spinning and bringing out the caution at lap 46. Ninth place.
I'll tell you, I don't know if it's the resin that they've applied on the racetrack, guys, or if it's this new car at this racetrack. But this is some of the best racing all over the racetrack that we have seen in years at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Tyler Reddick, Ryan Blaney are right up against the wall, Kyle Busch. Then we've seen some guys be able to run on the bottom as well. I'm really impressed with the type of racing that I'm seeing. I know it's a 600-mile race plan, but it just seems like everybody's being so aggressive even early on.
Austin Cindric just moved up ahead of Austin Dillon. That's 15th place. 2 Daytona 500 winners. And Dillon, who got his first victory in the Cup Series right here in the Coca-Cola 600.
Yeah, I so agree with you, though, Jamie. It brings me back to wanting to call a dirt race. You know, whoever prepped the track for tonight did a phenomenal job, because I'm telling you, this is as racy as of a mile and a half as you could possibly get, top to bottom all over the racetrack.
Here is Kevin Harvick, 26th, and Bubba Wallace down the front straightaway from fourth place, slides almost to a halt, and caution is out again.
I'll tell you what, that couldn't have worked out any better for Bubba Wallace, being able to slide right into his pit stall, not create any more damage to that car. We heard the tires pop just before he stopped there in the Roval chicane.
Down on the bottom of the racetrack, it just came around on him. Did a good job of keeping it out of the wall, staying into the throttle, running it right down. Now, I will disagree with you, Jamie. It probably could have worked out a little better, but if you're going to do it, rolling right into your pits is a pretty good spot. Tire went down. I think it went down in a good place. Thank gosh they have the turf right here on the inside of the racetrack. That 2 years ago, or what was it, 3 or 4 years ago, when that was grass, that would have ripped the whole front end off this car. So hats off to Marcus Smith and team for putting that turf in this racetrack.
And he slid mostly on the asphalt. Where he slid through was the chicane before the start-finish line that is used for the Roval course here in October. Well, he's been in and out of the pits already. Just after 2 replays we've shown. That's fast work.
I can tell you this. I don't think I've ever seen people spin out this often at Charlotte Motor Speedway, and we don't have one totaled car yet. Clint, everybody keeps saving them and driving underneath them.
I was just thinking the same thing. We've praised this new car with the body, but I also like the fact of how hard it is to drive. These guys, car gets out from underneath him. Last year, you would have saved that. He would have caught that, kept going. You see the tires are going to pop right there. It's pretty amazing, though. The guys are ready. Watch him drive right into his pit stall. It almost fits his sponsor, Clint. It's almost just like a drive-through service.
Pit road closed. He'll have to start at the tail end of the line.
Good news is he's got an extremely fast race car.
And pit road is open. Jamie.
As they all make their way down, everybody wants tires as soon as they can get them. You see the 19 there on the right-hand side, Martin Truex Jr. He's had an eventful night, had a penalty earlier. Just saying he's way too loose, needs to adjust on that car. They'll do it with air pressure. The 12 of Brian Blaney, pretty close there. He's kind of been on both ends of it, tight in the front end, and the 20 of Christopher Belson. Man, if we could get the lead, this car balance is really good, Regan.
And Chase Elliott fired off tighter on that run. Doesn't want to be any tighter than what he was, though. And the one of Ross Chastain, been working on a loose race car all night long. They finally got that cured some.
You see the flames top of your screen. That is Kyle Larson's pit.
His car's still on fire, rolling down the pit road. Left rear is still on fire.
And a long stop there for Bubba Wallace, who has brought out the 6th caution flag of the race.
Hitting the road without T-Mobile makes as much sense as taking a family road trip in a covered wagon.
Are we gonna have coverage on this trip?
Oh, we'll be covered. T-Mobile 5G covers more highway miles in America, leaving Verizon in the dust. Head out on the highway for the most 5G coverage in America.
Where am I supposed to plug this in?
More 5G bars in more places. Another reason T-Mobile is the leader in 5G.
The good thing you bundled your home, auto, and RV insurance with Progressive. You save money, and you get round-the-clock protection.
So don't worry, it's all under control. That's cool, we'll finish up here.
Bye!
That's why you go to the restroom before the movie starts.
Get epic protection for your Dominion with Progressive.
Welcome to the future. Some assembly required. But if there's one thing this country has always embraced, it's a challenge. And after almost almost 120 years of building for those challenges. We're taking the vehicles you know by name and making them electric by revolutionizing the way they're built and where they're assembled, not for the few, but for the many.
Can I get 10 large fries, please?
I'm gonna need like 10 egg McMuffin sandwich things.
Night or the next morning, you've been loyal. Every order earns points redeemable for free McDonald's when you order with the McDonald's app.
Mom. Yeah. It's going all right.
Fox NASCAR is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Progressive offers 24/7 protection when you bundle home, auto, and motorcycle. 130 laps complete. That was the 5 pit stall and a little residual spill outside of the fill neck for Kyle Larson. Hot time in Charlotte tonight for the 5. We are 130 laps into the 400-lap Coca-Cola 600. Lap 18, Ryan Preece spun. Lap 33, Josh Bilicki. Lap 46, Kyle Busch. Lap 62, Corey LaJoie into the wall. Chase Elliott won stage 1 over Tyler Reddick and Christopher Bell, who just had a very bad pit stop. And we're under caution for Bubba Wallace, spinning off turn number 4, ready to go back to green. Closing in on 200 miles.
And it looks so much further when you see it on that lap bar graph down at the bottom of the screen. Long ways to go.
Christopher Bell had trouble on the left rear on their pit stop, so he restarted back in 14th. Cody Ware got the free pass. He'll be back on the lead lap. He's carrying the Gary Sinise Foundation on the hood of his car. William Byron, the big head of steam, and Bell tried to come down, close the spot, didn't get there soon enough. Watch the 14 here. Whoa, squeeze through the middle. And here comes Byron in the 24.
I think 3 slipped up in front of the 14. It luckily moved up out of the way. The 14 got that huge run. Those runs will make you feel so good, Jamie, when that's how you pass, right? You capitalize on somebody slipping up, making a bobble.
Yeah, absolutely. And it wasn't even so much that the 24 had a big run until those other guys got checked up a little bit, and then William Byron was able to time that out.
Here's tonight's Xfinity fastest lap. Chase Elliott, 182.7 miles per hour. Ryan Blaney, Reddick, Kurt Busch, and Ross Chastain. Larry?
Well, Mike, you mentioned 8 p.m. Eastern time here on the East Coast, and now the track has cooled down substantially. It's gained a lot of grip. In fact, those fastest laps, they all just came in the last lap or two because the speed is picking up, the grip level's picking up.
And the sun is going down. The track is cooling. Grip level. This has just not been Kyle Larson's race. You saw that fire in the pit and the fuel filler of his car coming out of the pits during this last caution. Jamie?
Mike, there's a lot of Kyle Larson fans out there going, what in the world has happened to the guy who won this race and dominated a year ago? Well, he got in the wall yesterday in practice, had to start in the rear. Then he had 2 penalties on pit
much emotion as I've ever heard out of Kyle Larson, and it's probably warranted. I mean, it's been a tough go so far, but the key word is so far. Hang in there, hon. The old 5-ball ain't done yet.
Well, here's the thing with Larson. He went 10 races last year, the All-Star race, but he had a little bit of luck on his side. Things played out in his favor a lot. This year, it just hasn't been that way. He's had pretty fast cars. He's made mistakes. We saw him make the mistake at Kansas. Obviously, getting into the wall tonight. They've had some troubles on pit road. It goes in waves, and you have to enjoy it while you have it. Right now, they don't have things going their way. Now, that can turn around, but right now, it's not going his way.
Well, glass half full. Yeah, it's been the worst race of my life, but we're not even halfway. We got plenty of time to turn it around.
Yeah.
Look at this race for 14th place.
Yeah, that's the biggest part about glass half full. It can get worse. It can get more empty in a hurry. I remember losing a cylinder here, Jamie, and I'd like 10 laps into this race, and that thing limped around the whole race.
Kevin Harvick currently 21st, and I believe that may be about as high as he's been in the running order today.
Yeah, and Mike, it's been a tough day. We've seen him on pit road numerous times. The report is that he doesn't have any power steering. And Clint, I cannot imagine trying to run the longest race of the year with no power steering. I'll say that we've praised this new car, the composite body on it, the splitter not getting ripped off. The one weakness so far, though, has been the rack, the steering mechanism. We saw 3 cars go to the back for adjustments earlier today to start the race. It seems like the teams that's a finicky item, and there's a lot of work to be done on that area.
Ryan Blaney, Kurt Busch, this is for 3rd. Chase Elliott out in front of Ross Chastain, Ryan Blaney, Kurt Busch, and Tyler Reddick with 141 laps complete in the Coca-Cola 600 on Fox.
COVID-19 moves fast, and now you can too by asking your healthcare provider if an oral treatment is right for you. Oral treatments can be taken at home and must be taken within 5 days from when symptoms first appear. If you have symptoms of COVID-19, even if they're mild, don't wait. Get tested quickly. If you test positive and are at high risk for severe disease, act fast. Ask if an oral treatment is right for you. COVID-19 moves fast, and now you can too.
Expectations come with the territory. But raising expectations, that comes with determination. Pushing ourselves further, lifting others even higher. And knowing that recognition isn't given, it's earned. Ram, J.D. Power's #1 brand and new vehicle quality.
At USAA, we've been called too exclusive, but we only serve those who honorably serve. All ranks, all branches, and their eligible family members. Yep, that is exclusive, and we're fine with that.
Fur, you won't faze me. Unlike Zyrtec, Allegra won't make me drowsy.
Allegra starts working 2 times faster than Claritin. So trees, you won't take me down. When allergies attack, take Allegra.
Before your symptoms take over you.
Live your greatness.
I'm a little bit of a nerd when it comes to landscaping. I've studied soil down to the microbes. It's that level of detail I bring to my work and to my business. Straight lines and a healthy ecosystem is what I'm all about.
Just sold my car with Car Gurus.
Yeah, you did.
And you instantly got the best, most competitive offer from our network of thousands of dealers.
So you're selling the car, but keeping the You sell the broom, too?
Car Gurus. Get the best offer for your car.
Ooh, that looks spicy. Yeah, you got a little heat to ya. Yeah, little kick, little zing, little spice, little razzmatazz.
Get one free sandwich with a $12 purchase on the KFC app. That's finger licking good.
Rookie and Daytona winner Austin Cindric, big trouble into the wall, bringing out the 7th caution flag of the night with his Penske Ford. And he'll come into your frame from the right. There he is. Tired. Left rear tire. He was running in ninth. We'll give you Kyle Busch's view next.
Yeah, there's nothing you can do if you're Austin Cindric in a position like that. If the left rear tire went down, it gets on that rub block, and you're just along for the ride.
Cindric was racing to remember Army Sergeant John Sullivan of Hickson, Tennessee. Lost in Iraq in 2006, age 22.
Man, very frustrating. Had him a hot ride tonight. Car was extremely fast all weekend long. Practice was fast, qualified good. One of the best Ford Mustangs we had in the field tonight.
The AMR safety team quickly going to work. And Bubba Wallace will be the beneficiary of the free pass on this 7th caution flag.
So that was 18 laps into that run with a tire failure. You know, Larry, does that make you nervous?
Well, it does, Clint, and I feel like they're going to have to come right here, but they have used 6 sets of their 13 sets. Now, again, we've heard that some have been putting scuffs on. One thing this will do, it puts you in the window to get to the end of this stage.
Roughly halfway through the stage, and the 12 stays out. Jamie.
Yeah, it was one of those situations. We could come or we could stay out, and the car's pretty good, so Blaney ended up staying out. But Tyler Reddick was talking about going back on that wedge adjustment that they made only halfway, so it helped a little bit. They just want to back it down, and 4 tires for the 8, Regan.
Chase Elliott in the 9 car, happy with that, said the balance is the best it's been the whole race right now. Leave it alone. The 1 car, Ross Chastain, that car too tight in traffic this run in the 45 of Kurt Busch. Been loose all night long, but they are making gains on it. Likes the car better, just needs clean air.
2 of the Hendrick cars, Chase Elliott up front, and Kyle Larson, who'd been mired back in the 20s, stayed out and chose not to pit. Austin Cindric around and into the turn 4 retaining wall.
Make way for the first ever Chevy Silverado CR2. With multi-matic shocks, rugged 33-inch tires, and front and rear electronic locking differentials.
Dude, this is awesome, but we should get back to work.
This good? Perfect. If you're going to work remote, work remote. Find new workspaces. Find new roads. Chevrolet.
Beautiful day in Baltimore, where most people probably know that Geico could save them money on car insurance, right? You see, the thing is, Geico, well, could help them save on boat insurance too. Hi. Okay, I'm ready to come in now. Hello?
I'm trying my best.
Seriously, I'm serious. Request to come ashore.
Geico, saving people money on more than just car insurance.
eBay Motors, they have all the right parts at the right prices. Whether I'm on 2 wheels, 4 wheels, or no wheels. Let's ride!
Eliminating grays is as easy as combing your hair. With Just For Men Easy Comb in Color. Just twist and comb. Getting natural looking results.
Let's get this meeting started.
Has never been easier. The most men trust Just For Men.
It's cold and it's smooth and it's waiting for you. Come on, head for the mountains of Busch. Light beer.
With Armor All, a little bit of this protects you from a lot of that. Armor All, minimum effort, maximum protection.
Welcome to your world, your why. What drives you? What do you want to leave behind? That's your why. It's your purpose, and we will work with you every step of the way to achieve it.
This
pepperoni was carefully placed by hand by a pizza maker at Papa John's. Just like this one, and that one over there. Ooh, and even these in the crust. Get yourself the new epic pepperoni stuffed crust pizza, only at Papa John's.
What if you were a global energy company with operations in Scotland, technologists in India, and customers all on different systems? You need to pull it together. So you call in IBM and Red Hat to create an open hybrid cloud platform. Now data is available anywhere securely. And your digital transformation is helping find new ways to unlock energy around the world. Let's create a hybrid cloud that can change an industry. IBM, let's create.
The NASCAR Cup Series is coming to WWT Raceway for the first time ever. It's more than just a race. It's a festival of epic proportions. The Confluence Festival, the Enjoy Illinois 300 presented by TicketSmarter, features a musical lineup that includes Old Dominion, Nelly, Cole Swindell, Jimmy Allen, Cameron Marlowe, Alexandria Kay. 30 performances, 5 stages, 3 days. June 3rd through the 5th, only at Worldwide Technology Raceway.
A number of relatives of our Fox family have also served, and here are some of them through the years. We are quite proud of their service. Coming green after the end of this caution for Austin Cindric's crash. Let me correct, it was Ryan Blaney, not Chase Elliott, who did not stop. He and Kyle Larson are on older tires, and they take the restart green. Bubba Wallace got the free pass. Penalties include Todd Gilliland too fast entering, Martin Truex's crew over the wall too soon, and Ricky Stenhouse too fast exiting.
Wait, Clint, look at what a difference new tires make. You see the 9-car Chase Elliott able to drive right by those guys.
All right, here's the discussion from Ryan Blaney's team about do we pit or do we stay?
If I get front row, if one car stays out right, if everyone comes in front of me, you want to come? We stay front row no matter what. Yes, sir. Let's stick with that. We stay where you are. The only one? Yeah, we need to be more clear about that. Damn it. We'll be all right here, man. Everybody's really tight on tires, so.
Well, you can understand the nervousness. Obviously, you don't want to be the only car out there on old tires, but more importantly, it was his teammate that had that trouble with the left rear the last caution.
Yeah, the one thing he's got going for him, though, is he can run that high line right against the wall. And we've seen it numerous tracks when you stand on old tires. If you can run high, you can keep that momentum up. To me, for having 15, 18-lap older tires on right now, Ryan Blaney is able to hold on. And I liked how his crew chief sold him, look, everybody's tight on tires. We have 247 laps to go in this race. Tires are going to be a story from now to the end.
Austin Cindric just brought out this caution with his crash. Here's Vince.
Well, and Austin's been checked and released from the care center. Saw the left rear go down. Any indication that was happening?
No, I mean, it went down right when I turned into the corner, so I hadn't even slowed down yet. So really, really bummed. We had a really fast car down Menards Ford Mustang. I had to go to the back, drove all the way back up to the top 10. I wanted to get all 600 miles today, but man, I'm probably the most pissed I've ever been not finishing a race because I wanted to do it all, and I thought we were really good today.
Had a fast car, that's for sure.
You know, Mike, he mentioned that tire cut down on the entry to the corner. We saw at Kansas and some of these other races when you cut that tire down the straightaway, they're able to save the car, come in, get tires, you know, no issues with the car. When it cuts down on the entry to the corner, though, you're Austin Cindric. You're just along for the ride.
Now, Christopher Bell had an extended stay on pit road during that caution. Jamie?
Yes, and Christopher Bell thought he had a loose wheel. He pitted, and sure he did. It was the left rear that was loose for him. He also had some damage from contact earlier, and they were able to repair that. You see the work going on right there, Mike.
Wow. Everybody okay there?
Which usually the driver goes when the jack drops. I'm going to say that someone was probably on the radio a little bit panicked, thinking they were going to lose a lap right there, Clint. And as a driver, you start panicking inside the car, and you're like, I got to go.
Yeah, but it almost looked like a jack handle hit the jack guy right in the face.
All right, here's the 40-plus crowd. You got Kurt Busch right here you're looking at from Ross Chastain's bumper cam. Kurt in third, and Kevin Harvick has made his way to the top 10. Well, he just got passed by Daniel Suarez, but this is definitely as far to the front as Harv has been tonight.
Yeah, flip side of that, the 5 of Larson battling with Denny Hamlin, staying out on those old tires, trying to hold on, trying to dig out of the hole that they've been keep putting themselves in. You heard him say the worst race he's ever had. Long race to go. How about this question? Pole sitter position at the end of stage 2.
Well, that would be Denny Hamlin. He is 8th right now with 42 laps to go in stage 2.
A lot of money on the line, stacking that cash this weekend.
Over $40,000 at stake in Clint's game. If you downloaded the Fox Bet Super 6 app.
Tells me we had a lot of fun in the infield. Had the Fox and Friends crew down there. We walked the infield and tried to find some new campers and get new involvement in that. Started around 25,000. You said it grew to 40,000. Pretty happy with that.
Daniel Suarez has climbed back up through the field and into the top 10, passing Denny Hamlin for 8th.
Yeah, that's incredible recovery because he felt like something must have been broken on his car, Clint, but it's almost like maybe he had some blistered tires on that run and the handling just went away. We saw something similar, I think, with William Byron. We saw him get really loose on the exit of turn 2, but Suarez has recovered. Car looks as good as it was at the beginning.
It wouldn't surprise me if they were blistered. He was blistering fast. His lap times were definitely blistering.
Now you watch Ryan Blaney. He is running the high line at both ends of the racetrack. Less scrub, less tire wear that way.
Well, one thing's for certain, and Jamie alluded to it earlier, it blocks that channel off. Those guys are coming on tires. They need that line. That's a preferred line for momentum, and when he takes it, that forces them to put their tires down on the bottom, scrub more, and try to do something. You can't guard through them. Got to try to go around them.
Here's Chase Briscoe up 4 spots since the restart to 6th. Standard rear view mirror in the upper right, and then that's a video monitor rear view that he has there on the lower left inside.
You can put that anywhere in the cockpit that you want. Drivers have had it over below the other one, kind of the standard area. But I noticed Kevin Harvick, his teammate, and the SHR boys are running it right there on the left side. I like that, especially going down pit road. You can keep an eye on what's behind you, keep an eye on that RPM, and moreover, your guys in the pit road coming.
I like it being on the left side as well because when you go into the corner and you go into this banking, you're looking out of the top left of that windshield. So all you have to do is move your eyes just barely up or down. You can see up ahead, and you can also see what's happening behind.
Flip side of that, you got to learn how to trust it. That's the hard thing. You're so used to seeing that old, analog mirror up there. You get in that digital world. You got to get in that digital world. You need to be in the video game world, which is why all these 20-year-olds are doing it.
Ryan Blaney off pace, back straight away.
Slipped up pretty big in 1 and 2.
Yep.
Oh, I'd say really big. Car come out from underneath of him, loose, heavy into the wall.
Let's ride with him. Down into turn 1.
Yeah, I mean, that totally caught him off guard. You would think something's wrong, but he's still running right now. But you just don't see cars get that loose, snap out from underneath you. You get in a rhythm on the track. You know your lifting points, especially running high like that. Typically, you're back in that corner.
Turn 4, one goes around. It's the right at the head end of pit road, and it's the other driver that stayed out and did not take tires.
Kyle
Larson.
Great point, Mike. There it is. There's 2 drivers that had old tires on. Both of them spun within a lap. Takes you back to the communication you heard of the 12, the miss of coming onto pit road. You know Ryan Blaney's going to be very frustrated.
Well, and the big difference here between Bubba Wallace and Kyle Larson is that Bubba blew his tires out. He had to pit right there so he didn't tear his car up. Larson's tires aren't down, so he's not going to have to go to the tail end of the long slide when they do their pit sequence right here.
Larson was 10th.
Wow, so fast. That car was light on its feet. Got down to the bottom, come out from underneath of him in a heartbeat.
Let's ride with Kevin Harvick through this.
It's not a good place to be if you're Kevin Harvick. If that car would have backed up the slightest little bit, have been the end of his night.
I don't think we've been able to appreciate in a while how hard everybody is driving every single lap in all of these races. But Blaney and Larson being on old tires, they're having to push it just that little bit extra in order to maintain with these guys that had a little fresher rubber.
But Larry, let's talk about that gamble. Once you start seeing how this race is going to play out, if you're going to have one green flag run on scuff tires, wouldn't you want to do it as early as possible?
You do, Mike. The last thing you want to do is be sitting there with a set of scuffs only in your pits for late in the race and look over and your neighbors, they basically have stickers. So absolutely put them on and hopefully for a short run.
All right, here's Kyle Larson audio.
I just suck. Me, as a driver, I suck. Not anybody else but me.
Well, I'll tell you what, let's make a deal. We've gone from all over the place to all over the place. So at halfway, the crew's going to be reset, you're going to be reset. We'll work on the car a little bit more, and let's just go have 200 good laps. I know you're frustrated.
I like that deal. Yeah. Jamie.
And as you guys could guess, Ryan Blaney in the 12 was frustrated. He said, see, I told you guys, we shouldn't have stayed out there. They had to come and get those new tires. He's going to be buried back for a little bit, though, Regan.
Butch in the 18 been fighting a tight race car, even as he started coming back up through the pack, and you see him right now with that car in the jack stands. Maybe a little bit of work going on in that right front where they had the fender damage earlier.
Busiest 600 on pit road ever. It's been quite a day. Kyle Busch spinning back at lap 46. Little bump and bang. Bubba Wallace cuts down a tire. Ryan Blaney almost goes around, and then Kyle Larson does.
Little Caesars Cheesy Stuffed Crazy Bread is crazy. Pick up Stuffed Crazy Bread and Crazy Sauce for only $3.49.
Is it too stuffed?
Probably not. Walk in and walk out at Little Caesar.
Pizza. At USAA, we've been called too exclusive because we only serve those who honorably serve. All ranks, all branches, and their eligible family members. Yep, that is exclusive, and we're fine with that.
We are honoring our heroes.
Will it be a Memorial Day payday?
$1 million!
Meet Shazam, all new tomorrow on Fox.
The story the world is watching. Things are changing hour by hour.
A bombshell in New York politics.
The story that impacts just about all of us.
Watch Good Day New York on Fox 5.
It's a nice truck. It's a Chevy Silverado. Check out this multi-flex tailgate.
Multi-flex, huh?
Come step.
Mom, Dad's flexing again.
Then you can extend the bed for longer stuff.
Is he still
flexing?
That's right. And it becomes a workspace.
The Chevy Silverado with the available multi-flex tailgate. Find new flexibility, find new roads.
Qualified lessees with a current eligible lease can get this Silverado Custom for around $339 a month. Find new roads at your local Chevy dealer.
RCN is becoming Astound Broadband. We've been a part of your community for years, providing you with award-winning internet service and 24/7 customer support. We connect you to a world of astounding possibilities. Your passions are what fuel us to keep innovating and to continue to astound you every day. Get 500 meg internet for $34.99 a month with 3 months free, plus a free modem. Introducing Astound Broadband, powered by RCN.
You're a doer, a mover, a shaker. You've created your ideal life. Why not your ideal ride? Custom order a new Ford your way, now with special incentives. Will it be the SUV equipped for off-roading, road tripping, a work-life balance, or the car that gets your heart racing? Destiny is in your hands. Make it yours. Place your custom order on a new Ford and get $1,500 bonus cash. View lease and financing options at buyfordnow.com.
Join Steve Lacy and Lori Stokes on the 5 o'clock and the 10 o'clock news.
Charlotte Motor Speedway beginning to gleam in the night. From our aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. For those that push the limits of possibility, Goodyear, more driven. Chase Elliott, Ross Chastain will restart on the front row. Kurt Busch and Tyler Reddick Briscoe and Suarez, Logano and Hamlin, Byron and Bowman, the top 10. B.J. McLeod gets the free pass on this, the 8th caution flag of the race.
Yeah, it's so interesting to see that the 9 chose the outside right here, Clint, because the last 3 times he's been the control car, he's been on the bottom.
Yeah, guys, staying out here is probably going to work out because we had 20 drivers that stayed out. Same number of laps as the last run, 14 laps. But remember, we only had 2 stay out the last time. That's the reason it did not work out for Ryan Blaney or Kyle Larson. 20 drivers on the same number of laps on their tires up front.
They'll race 30 laps to the end of stage 2 and halfway. Elliott outside Chastain. Here we go.
This runs Suarez to the bottom.
And Elliott did not get going.
Car did not turn when he asked it to down in turn 1. Got in the corner, washed up. Chastain to the point. Then Suarez going to get him another couple.
Suarez may get the lead one more lap.
1-2.
Yeah, the 99 car looks so good around the bottom plate. You don't see it wiggle at all. Right on the left front, right on that painted line.
There he goes.
He's going for the lead.
Justin Marks' team Trackhouse with Pitbull was a 1-car team last year. They expanded to 2 cars this year with the purchase of Chip Ganassi's stock car team. And they're going to add a 3rd car for Watkins Glen for Kimi Räikkönen to bring a little European flavor to NASCAR.
Tell you what, if I'm Kimi Räikkönen, I'm excited about that opportunity. I don't care if I'm an F1 guy or not. That's a big-time opportunity the way their cars are running. I might put my name in the hat for one at the end of the year.
Yeah, you've been to Europe, right?
No, not that one.
Yeah, you're
Eric
very
Jones,
international, Clint.
The 43 was battling up to the top 10 before this caution flag. Now he's got to regain some ground. Working on Kevin Harvick. And Alex Bowman around the outside.
More 3 wide. I'm telling you, folks, this is a race. If you're just tuning in, you're tuning into a good one. I am so excited about what I'm seeing on this racetrack. Cannot tell you how good of this track, the surface, everything is. The resin that they put down, they nailed it tonight. All over the place, top to bottom, good racing.
10 different drivers have led this race. 15 lead changes so far.
Well, Clint, you said it. The track is great, but we were talking under break about who's the best car. We don't know. It seems like every 15 laps it changes. Is it going to be Chase Elliott? Is it one of the Trackhouse cars? We've seen Kurt Busch up front at points. It's hard to pick a favorite or a winner right now.
There is not a favorite right now, and I think, it goes back to the parity in the sport, right, with this new car, the next-gen car that we've had. But I'm telling you, it's anybody's game on these mile-and-a-halves, and I think point proven here again tonight with the Coke 600.
5th place. Reddick to that high line that he likes so much, and look at the launch it gives him off turn 2.
And that run feels so good when you get it, doesn't it?
Feels like you have 50 more horsepower than the car in front of you. He wasn't able to capitalize on that right there. But when you get a big run, it gives you the option of wanting to go to the inside, or if the guy gives you the outside on the entry of the corner, you can then run high again.
I want you to listen to these guys and how they're pedaling, driving these cars to the throttle around this racetrack.
Now, last week on a similar mile-and-a-half, Texas Motor Speedway, we saw shifting during the All-Star race. This is a similarly sized and shaped track. Why are we not seeing it here?
That's a great question, Mike, because even in qualifying at Texas last week, the one difference in this track versus Texas is we had 2 different bankings. You had a lot more banking in turns 3 and 4 than you did 1 and 2, so the corner is a little bit slower. But honestly, this is one of the first tracks we've been to this year. Even at Martinsville, a short track, or at the LA Coliseum earlier this year, we heard a lot of shifting, but no talk of that so far this weekend here at Charlotte.
I think you're going way too fast on a high bank at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Be talking about shifting. You see how busy these guys are trying to keep these cars underneath them? You ain't got time to shift, Jamie. Look at that run. Exactly what we're talking about. You can make that outside work. And what that is, obviously you got to, get that going with your driving style, but it's also a setup. You got to ask that crew chief, get me that car tightened up to where I can keep it out of the wall and keep that momentum up.
Well, and there's certain guys that just have a knack for being able to back up the entry and to be able to run high like that. Stenhouse is one of those guys. We see him run high a lot.
Seventh place battle here, William Byron. Right there behind Joey Logano, Vince.
Well, and if the competition and the track aren't challenging enough, Byron's having some radio issues. The team can hear him fine, but he's struggling to hear crew chief and spotter. And as hotly contested as the racing is on the track, when you're not hearing the spotter, that can be a big problem.
So frustrating as a driver to not be able to communicate with your crew chief, but more, Clint, on those restarts when you can't hear your spotter clear you for the lane or explain to you maybe the lanes that other guys are running. There's such a key communication between the spotter and the driver.
Brian Blaney pulls down on the 47 and shoots the middle as we take you, Fox, side by side.
I didn't win the lawsuit, but everybody knows I wrote that song.
Flo? Gosh, it's been forever. You look fantastic. It's John. Ham from the blind date we went on years ago.
Ah, the struggling actor who didn't believe he could save his snapshot based on how and how much he drives.
I'd love to talk about it over dinner sometime.
Well, I usually don't talk on the phone during dinner, but for potential customer Tom Ham, I will make an exception.
Oh, boy.
They say that a journey of 1,000 miles begins with one single step. But maybe it begins with one single start. Turn, bump, grind, pit, pass, win.
That's crazy what happens on the last lap here.
And celebration. In NASCAR, that journey starts here. I am the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series. I am NASCAR.
It's the longest-running military contest in America, where 51 elite teams swim, run, climb, and crawl over 70 miles to determine America's top ranger. Only on Fox Nation. America is streaming.
With a fresh cracked egg and all this crispy bacon, Wendy's Breakfast Baconator might be the greatest breakfast sandwich of all time.
And that deserves a chef's kiss.
It does. Wow.
Mwah.
Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's Breakfast Baconator.
eBay Motors. They have all the right parts at the right prices. Whether I'm on 2 wheels, 4 wheels, or no wheels. Let's ride!
What happens when performance meets power? You try crazy things because you're crazy and you like it. You get bigger, badder, faster. You can never have too much of a good thing. And power is a very good thing.
Wednesday, it's time for a showdown with the game's biggest stars on FS1. This is as Trout and Ohtani lead the Angels against Aaron Judge and the Yankees.
Up the nine goes around.
Baseball, Wednesday on FS1.
All that matters this season is what beats under your hood. I am NASCAR.
Chase Elliott brings out the caution. And in pretty dramatic fashion, looked like he had a tire going down, and then when it completely was flat.
No. Watch this.
Around.
Huge run on Suarez on the inside, goes into the course, tries to slide up in front of him. Car gets loose. Woo-hoo, into the wall it goes. And then it may be a tire flat or toe link bent. I don't know what it was. Come around and spun off of 4. But man, that car shot up the racetrack. We couldn't tell if it got into the wall, but obviously did. Damage to the right rear. Whether it cut the tire down or not, he come around and spun off of 4.
watch his hands here.
Yeah, he's sawing on it pretty hard.
Makes the same slide Bubba Wallace did down into the chicane area that is used for the October Roval race, and then goes around.
Well, the tire's not down.
Well, getting into the wall, what are the possibilities? Bent toe link in the rear, perhaps?
It just didn't
Well,
look like
it was a bent toe link in California earlier in the year.
Yeah, it just didn't look like that hard a contact to me. And look, we'll see here when they pull the tire off. But Clint, we've seen a lot of cars get into the wall, and that just didn't look like that hard a contact.
Another caution, Larry. Untimely. Getting nervous about them tires?
It is very untimely. Now, all those that just pitted, they've got 16 laps on their tires. Everybody else has 30.
Here's some audio from the 9.
I think it's the right rear toe link. Oh, gotcha. Did you get the wall? I hit the wall.
So a mixed bag on pit stops. Kurt Busch leads them down pit road. Regan?
Well, Mike, there was a discussion on the 45 car on whether or not to pit. Ultimately decided to pit here and go ahead and put the scuffs on. They felt like it was their best opportunity to go out and win the stage right now.
Yeah, they're going to bring the cars to a halt at the end of
gets the
stage
free
2.
pass. He will now be back on the lead lap. Well, if you made your fantasy picks for tonight's race based on last year's finish, the top 3 finishers here last year have all spun out producing caution flags tonight. Well, let's do a little video recap for you. Lap 18. Ryan Preece spun. Lap 33, Josh Bilicki. Here's Kyle Busch spinning at lap 46 to bring out a caution. Corey LaJoie hit the wall in lap 62, and Chase Elliott was our first stage winner. Bubba Wallace spun at lap 127. Austin Cindric in the wall, lap 146. There he is in the number 2. 20 laps later, Kyle Larson spun. Ryan Blaney going by after having made a big save. Those were the 2 cars that did not take tires on the previous caution. And now at lap 186, again, exactly 20 laps later, Chase Elliott goes for a ride off turn 4. Counting the end of stage 1, that is 9 caution flags so far.
I can tell you, they're replacing that. Yeah, that's exactly what they're doing, is replacing the toe link on that car. You heard him say it. They beefed those things up. They did make it kind of an addendum to that part, beefed it up a little bit from earlier in the year, but they still, you make pretty heavy contact, it will bend that piece still.
Well, and I like what they're doing right here, though, guys. We've seen a tremendous amount of cautions today. They're working on this and going to go ahead and lose 1 lap, maybe 2, but they're going to get this fixed, and then we know that car is going to be fine once they get the toe link replaced. So
let's explain what's happening here with our Ford Performance car and Larry Mack.
Yeah, we've heard a lot about the toe link this year, and there's one on the left rear and there's one on the right rear. And because of being independent rear suspension now and not that solid rear axle, it's almost like a miniature tie rod. You see it right there. They use it to adjust the toe on the rear tires just like they do on the front, and it seems to be the most vulnerable piece on this next-gen car. And there you see it right there. That's the toe link. But you want something to bend back there. If something doesn't bend, then you're going to hurt a lot of suspension when you hit the wall. So this is definitely the weak link.
That's exactly right, and that's why I like that being the weak link. I mean, we've seen it over and over again this year, that piece bending, and they replace it in a simple 2-bolt system. You see that, 2 bolts on that wishbone, get rid of it, put a new one in, and that thing is race ready again.
Well, 3 of the 4 Hendrick cars have had issues today. William Byron is the only one that's issue-free. All 4 were top 5 in last year's 600. Team Trackhouse, Suarez and Chastain among the 5 drivers, apparently, who did not pit. Chastain, Suarez, Briscoe, Reddick, and Buescher. Also, Cole Custer and Harrison Burton are listed as having not pitted during this caution.
I'll tell you what, knowing what we saw in the last restart with Suarez being so good on the bottom, I don't think that I would have given him the inside lane here. It seems like that lane has been definitely better for the 99 car. We'll see here. Being on older tires, Clint, does make a little bit of a difference, though.
10 laps to go in stage 2. With a number of cars up front that did not stop and take tires, so they have, 20 laps on theirs. 20 more than drivers who came in at 167. The first car that just got tires is Kurt Busch in 17th place. It'll be 9 to go in stage 2.
On a block and on the bottom. Reddick tries to get underneath Suarez, and Blaney's around again.
And he gets nailed by the 11. And it's the big one in turn 2.
I was just about to say, look at the 12 car, already back in the game from his spin earlier, causing the caution. I hear you, buddy. Man, he was just getting back into it.
Brad Keselowski's had a tough week.
It's kind of a chain reaction. Reddick made a move to the inside of Suarez, got blocked up, choked that line out. You see Harrison Burton with left front damage. Kurt Busch getting out of his car.
You saw Noah Gragson also involved, and we'll get a full list for you because so many are involved. Probably the best first look is going to be from our Goodyear aerial coverage. Watch the yellow car, Blaney.
Watch the 8 first. Makes a move on Suarez to the bottom. Hits the grass a little bit and then gets blocked. Backs up.
It looked like Blaney just got on the apron a little bit, Clint, and the car snapped out from underneath him.
That really did block off the racetrack.
Hamlin and Wallace with a good bit of damage, too.
A lot of good cars in that one. Wallace again. And it seems like if you've had trouble, if you've been having adversity, I agree, he was on the apron right there. But I think he was watching the 8 car. You know, he was reacting to those 2 cars stacking up in front of him, got on the apron. And Kurt actually drove up on his right front a little bit.
William Byron involved also. There's Hamlin. Both of the front row cars as McDowell gets turned around.
Man, a lot of impacts right there.
Yeah, he did. Beat around pretty big.
That first hard hit was from Kurt Busch. Let's see Kurt's onboard camera.
22 with him. Straight back. Put somebody in the middle up there, about 5 rows in front out. 3 lap on spin load.
Nowhere to go. Right in his lap.
Let's ride with Joey Logano.
Reckon up ahead, stay low, 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 get low, get low, get low, get low, turn down.
That's a good feeling when you can make it through. I was just waiting to hear the crunch from Joey Logano, but barely made it through that wreck.
That was his spotter, Coleman Presley, with some good advice there. And here's the audio from the 12 of Ryan Blaney.
Got the apron there with the left front. Yeah, I was following the 8, and he turned right, and I didn't know we were going to the apron. Damn it.
At least 12 cars involved. And you said they caught the grass just a bit. This is a quad oval, so after the start-finish line, there's that little dog leg right there.
Yeah, and the grass isn't as big of a deal with this car because the splitter is not on the ground, but the apron, that transition from the apron up into the racetrack, you see Ryan just barely clip that. That car hooked, shot up the racetrack. Just along for the ride, kind of like losing the left rear tire with Austin Dillon earlier, and then once the cars start piling in, you just can't get slowed down. Joey Logano, his spotter, the Coleman Presley, come on screaming low, 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 just repeatedly saying that gave him the right direction to go. Oh, he's frustrated.
Jamie?
Jonathan Hessler is the crew chief for Ryan Blaney. He just came on the radio and said, we're not going to be able to make minimum speed. Go out there, run as many pace laps as we can, bring it into the garage. His night will be over shortly.
So NASCAR has a damaged vehicle policy for repairs and a clock on which the 24 and the 9 have already expired and will head for the garage. Larry, tell us a little more about that policy and how it works for cars involved in the crash.
Yeah, if you're involved in a crash, as long as you don't go to the garage area, you have 6 minutes total, and that includes your trips down pit road to meet minimum speed. And once you exceed 6 minutes, that's pretty much it. You're done for the day. Now, if you get back out there and you meet minimum speed, we go back racing, the clock goes away. Obviously, Chase Elliott or William Byron did not meet that.
So there are the cars involved in the crash with at least some damage.
Willie B. That was two of my favorites, the 9 and the 24. As of late, Jamie, we just talked about it. It's anybody's game, but those two cars in particular were really strong tonight, all weekend long, out of the race.
Here's an easier way to explain this.
Okay.
37 cars started this race tonight. 13 of them have not been involved in an accident or a spin.
Right?
That's all.
mean, what a wild night of racing. And we're not even halfway.
Brad Keselowski with a lot of damage from that one.
This is quite possibly the wildest Coca-Cola 600 I've ever.
Yeah, I mean, it's totally different than what any of us expected heading into this. We thought we were going to see long green flag runs, but it's been anything but that. And the racing has just been incredible on the amount of restarts we've had. And Clint, we talked about it. The racetrack is just too wide. Lots of options out there for all these drivers.
But drivers yesterday, including those who were on our Xfinity race telecast, the drivers only telecast, said this could be a long race with a lot of cautions. Here's Ross Chastain and company.
Might be the longest race in history. Yeah, we're not even halfway, and we're at 2 hours and 28 minutes. I mean, I don't think it's going to get any better. They're hard to drive.
Okay, no, and no. In 1960, when this track was brand new, Joe Lee Johnson won the first World 600. Well, first off, the race was delayed for Memorial Day because the track wasn't finished. It literally took, Warren Zevon reference, lawyers, guns, and money to get the track done to run the race in mid-June. And Johnson won that race in 5 hours and 33 minutes. We are not going to eclipse that tonight.
Well, I tell you what, we're going to eclipse a lot of things, including my excitement level. This place was a packed house, and there hasn't been one person left yet. They're in it for the long haul. This is an awesome race, an awesome day of racing, and it's so cool to see it capped off like this. These guys are up on the wheel tonight.
So, guys, it was the perfect or the unperfect storm for Chase Elliott in the 9. He was still on the DVP clock from the last caution when he spun out, but because they never got up to speed, the clock didn't reset. And so they were back on pit road trying to finish up the repairs, and the clock expired.
Brad Keselowski has met the same fate. Keselowski was racing for Army Specialist Bert Hoyer, an engineer with the Army Reserve from Ellsworth, Wisconsin, lost in Iraq at age 23. Getting ready to go back to green, Keselowski, Kurt Busch, William Byron in the garage, and Blaney tried. If he gets to minimum speeds, like Larry says, the damaged vehicle policy clock is off, and then they can make more repairs.
No, but one thing I will say, you want to know why you hear us talking about toe link being bent, what it does? That's exactly what it does. That's a toe link bent or broken.
Chastain and Suarez on the restart. And they both want the lead.
Suarez got a little better restart this time, Clint. They're going to have a drag race down in to turn 3. See who's going to time this out. Looks like Chastain's ahead a little bit, head down into 3. Suarez has been so strong on the bottom. Looks like he just missed the bottom, though, a little bit. Going to try to slide up right in front of his teammate. It's the lead.
Keep him in your mirror.
3 wide with 3 to go in stage 2.
And look who it is, the 5, back in the game.
Of course.
Well, the 5 teams got 3 laps to go, Clint, before they completely reset the pit crew and the driver.
Yeah, the halfway mark. You heard Cliff Daniels talk about. At this point, I'm telling you, it's all about attrition. Get this thing to the end of this thing. No more mistakes. Clean them up. Ride a little bit, if you will. 85, 90%. Let's log some laps and see what happens.
And Ryan Blaney has taken his car to the garage. 2 laps to go, stage 2. Fighting for the last stage point, Truex Almirola. Bell.
What about Eric Jones, guys? That team has done the most with a small team. You think back to Fontana, the laps he was able to lead there. Here we are at Charlotte Motor Speedway, and the 43 battling for second right there.
Hey, another bubble guy, right, for the playoffs. He needs to battle back, had a little bit of trouble at Kansas, and this is exactly what he's looking for. Logging in laps and getting them stage points, getting back in that game.
Yeah, and the one thing that he's got going for him right now, he's got a little bit fresher tires, about 15-lap fresher tires than what some of those other guys that he's battling with.
Final lap, stage 2.
He's got to go.
Thought better of it. I like that. Hey, went for the move, wasn't quite there. Let's survive to get another day. Let's get these stage points as many as we can.
Daniel Suarez, stage 2 winner.
Daniel Suarez wins stage 2, his 3rd career stage win and his 2nd of this season.
Be partying and not at Tootsie's. Look at that.
Team Trackhouse 1-2 at halfway in the Coca-Cola 600.
If you've been living with heart disease, reducing cholesterol can be hard, even when you're taking statin and being active. But you can do hard. You lived through the blizzard of '96. 12 unappreciative bosses, 17 fad diets, 5 kids, 3 grandkids, 1 heart attack, and 18 passwords that seem to change daily. And with Leqvio, you can lower your cholesterol too. When taken with a statin, Leqvio is proven to lower bad cholesterol by over 50% and keep it there with 2 doses a year. Common side effects with Leqvio were injection site reaction, joint pain, urinary tract infection, diarrhea, chest cold, pain in legs or arms, and shortness of breath. With Leqvio, lowering cholesterol becomes just one more thing life throws your way. Ask your doctor if Leqvio is right for you. Lower, longer, Leqvio.
Whenever you crack open a Busch Light, the mountain starts singing.
Busch. It's cold and it's smooth and it's waiting for you.
What is going on?
Hit it, Giant Kenny G.
Yeah, there you are, the mountains.
Head for the mountains of Busch Light here.
You really can't get much for $5 these days, unless... Is that a real song?
I think she liked it. Your choice of sandwich plus all this for just $5 is worth celebrating. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's Piggy Bank.
You're leaving the Army with an honorable discharge?
I'm broke. I'll send your name up.
Who are we working for?
You work for me. He's gonna come after you with everything he's got.
The Contractor. Buy it today on digital. On Blu-ray, June 7th.
The baddest superstars on the planet are unleashed in prime time. All new Friday Night SmackDown at 8 Eastern on Fox.
Halfway in the Coca-Cola 600, the end of stage number 2. And across the bottom of the screen, Fox Sports annually salutes those servicemen and women of the United States who have lost their lives in the service of our country within the past year. And you'll see that scroll across the bottom of the screen, and we are ever hopeful that the number of names gets smaller each year. So we're halfway. Normally, when the field comes around, the pit road would be open and we would service the cars to get ready for stage 3. This being Memorial Day weekend, during our 600 miles of remembrance, we will take a very special pause, and that includes all of NASCAR's teams and pit crews and the drivers. Daniel Suarez, Stage 2 winner. Ross Chastain from Team Trackhouse. Eric Jones in that Petty Motorsports, Petty GMS Chevrolet in 3rd. Chase Briscoe is the highest running Ford in 4th for Stuart Haas. Ricky Stenhouse 5th. Joey Logano, Kevin Harvick, Tyler Reddick, Martin Truex is the highest running Toyota in 9th, and Christopher Bell got the final stage point in 10th. So pit road is still closed for pit stops as the pace car brings the field down, and they will come to a halt as NASCAR joins in our 600 miles of remembrance. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you are able for a moment of remembrance to honor our servicemen and women who have sacrificed their lives so that we may enjoy our freedoms this Memorial Day weekend. To honor the fallen from our U.S. Armed Forces, please join all of us in a moment of silence.
Thank you.
The Honor and Remember flag that was displayed is a national symbol of remembrance, perpetually recognizing the ultimate sacrifice of our military fallen heroes from all conflicts and all branches of service and their Gold Star families. If you'd like to learn more, visit honorandremember.org or text the word flag to 71777.
Attention, please. Millions of AT&T and Verizon customers are suffering from unexpected price hikes and economic adjustment charges. But there is a solution. Right now, when you switch your family to T-Mobile Magenta Max, you can get up to $1,000. And you'll get T-Mobile's price lock guarantee. They won't raise the rates of your rate plan ever, because you are entitled to more.
If you've been impacted, act now. You may be eligible to receive up to $1,000 from T-Mobile.
And you should listen to me. I'm a British actor.
Hanging that big old TV with just a little lean. You deserve a delicious Dr. Pepper.
I do?
Oh, yeah, and you're not the only one. Maybe you got the kids to school.
But I was 20 minutes late.
Oh, Mama, parenting is hard. And your sweet things are doing great.
I just passed this test that proves I'm not a bot.
Not a bot. So hot.
If it looks like an F-150, tows like an F-150, hauls like an F-150, thinks like an F-150, and powers like an F-150, it must be an F-150 hybrid. The 2022 F-150 Power Boost Hybrid. With 570 pound-feet of torque and 12,700 pounds of max available towing.
I have moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now,
There's Skyrizi. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clearer skin at 4 months after just 2 doses.
Skyrizi may increase your risk of infections and lower your ability to fight them. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, such as fevers, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or coughs, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Talk to your dermatologist about Skyrizi. Learn how AbbVie could help you save.
The next pick in the NBA draft is Johnny Davis.
The toasted cheddar chalupa is back, only at Taco Bell.
Friend, you should really use Credible.com. It's a better way to find great loan rates.
Fan.
Woo!
Lover.
Carly, I love you.
Finding you great rates and never selling your data.
Credible.
He's the credible. Oh, like bull.
Yeah, but like credible too.
That's right. Credible.com.
On this weekend of remembrance, our thoughts, our prayers are also with the community of Uvalde, Texas. To the grieving families and friends of those who were lost in this and all of these senseless acts of violence, we stand beside you with love and support, and we will unite to bring about change. Halfway in the Coca-Cola 600. Coming to pit stops at the end of stage 2. A couple of drivers out of the race we'll hear from in a moment. William Byron was racing to remember U.S. Army Special Ops Airborne Sergeant First Class Ronald Grider of Alton, Illinois, who died in Afghanistan on his 30th birthday, survived by his wife and daughter. Ryan Blaney racing to remember Marine Corporal Brad Squires of Middleburg Heights, Ohio, lost in Iraq at age 26. Kurt Busch remembering Oswego, New York's Senior Chief Navy Petty Officer Shannon Kent, a cryptologic warfare specialist, lost in Syria due to a suicide bomber. And Bubba Wallace racing to remember Virginia Army National Guard Staff Sergeant Craig Cherry from Winchester, Virginia, whose vehicle struck an improvised explosive device in Afghanistan. He was 39. Vince Welch.
Ricky Stenhouse Jr., remember, he had to start at the back of the pack. His car was awful yesterday in practice and qualifying, but Brian Patty has tuned it up. Pits from the 5th position, just 4 tires, Jamie.
Been such an impressive run for the 14 of Chase Briscoe. He said, leave it alone. I don't want anything here except a drink with some sugar in it. Regan?
Eric Jones on scuff tires, 1 run ago, 2 loose. Better on this run, gonna leave it alone. The 1 car, Ross Chastain. That race car was tight and stayed tight the whole run. In the 99 of Daniel Suarez, they've got that car right where they want it right now.
Up front, there's your Ram race off pit road. Suarez and Chastain with Briscoe gaining a spot. Tyler Reddick up 2. And Austin Dillon picks up 6 spots on pit road. More trouble on the 5. Long pit stop for him, for Harrison Burton and others. A lot of miles to go. How about dialing up our stage 2 winner?
Hey, Daniel, this is Jamie Mack up in the Fox booth. You got me?
Hey, amigo. How are you doing?
Hey, amigo. Clint told me not to say that, but I was thinking the same thing, buddy. Look, your car really good at the beginning of this race. It looked like you faded a little bit in the middle, but you're right back there, won that stage. How do you feel about the rest of the night?
I feel pretty good, man. All my teams have done a very, very good job all night. They brought a very fast car. Already we were making some adjustments, keeping up with the track, but overall, very happy with the balance. Our 99 Chevy Camaro Comp Scope is it pretty good. Hopefully we can keep making it a little bit better to stay up front and keep fighting these guys.
Yeah, buddy. Hey, you look great tonight. We wish you the best of luck. Enjoy the rest of the night.
Thank you, amigo. Appreciate it.
You didn't tell him. I'm glad you did that interview because every time I do one, it jinxes everybody.
Look, just because you pass the buck off on me when you don't want to talk to someone.
Check this out.
Let's have another look at this big pileup. Watch the 12 of Ryan Blaney get down just on the flat, and the car just gets away and clogs up the whole bottom lane. Then the top lane, a dozen cars involved, and many of them are out of the race due to damage as a result. Here's a list of the cars involved. That includes William Byron, who's with Vince Welch.
William Byron checked and released from the Infield Care Center. What happened tonight?
Yeah, just, I thought we were in the catbird seat there. We were the first guy on new tires, had a good restart through 1 and 2, or through 1, and got ahead of the 45. We're going to, cycle out really well there. So, and then they just started wrecking all the bottom and cleaned up into us on the top. So just sucks. It's chaos out there. I mean, the car, you can't drive the car. Any slight bit sideways is wrecked, and so somebody gets a little bit sideways and we all wreck. So it either takes out other people or just they spin to the infield, but just chaos.
Well, Ryan Blaney did have to drive his car back. His night is over. What exactly happened with you there at the front of the field?
Yeah, we're all pretty tight there, kind of pushing, and I was kind of following the 8. He kind of ran through the grass, and I did too, and then he was going to be on the apron and kind of turned right last minute, and next thing I knew, I was on the apron and just turned around. So I hate it. It makes you feel pretty dumb doing that. I just couldn't see nothing. So I hate it. Tore up, our car and a handful of others. Buddy over Edge Ford Mustang was decent tonight. I feel like we were getting a little bit better, but hate it ends that way. Just judgment, not really a judgment call, but just kind of spatially, I didn't really know where I was at and just made a mistake.
Brian Blaney, one of 10 cars now out of the race, 27 running. Kaz Gralla will probably get the next 5 or 6 free passes. He's the only car laps down.
When you have a big melee like that, take out a bunch of cars, it's somebody's fortune. Who that is, that 19 of Truex. Been very quiet so far in this Coke 600. Look for this 19 car to come alive.
11 caution flags so far, counting the stage ends. Coming to the Geico restart zone for stage 3 of 4. Only 9 of 62 600s have had more caution flags than we've had today. Joey Logano, Martin Truex.
Bell slipped up a little bit on the inside. Suarez looked to his inside, closed the door. That was very close.
Really backed up the inside, put him too wide.
Suarez actually lifted out of the gas, gave him a gift right there. Cost him a couple spots.
And it puts the Toyotas back to the front behind Joey Logano. Kyle Busch, Martin Truex, Denny Hamlin. 3 of the 4 Gibbs Toyotas. The other one, Christopher Bell, just a couple more spots back.
Oh, by the way, in case you weren't tuned in earlier, Kyle Busch, he was spun around at one time in this race.
Lap 46.
You can't keep these Trackhouse cars back for long. See Chastain getting around Truex and making ground up pretty quick on the 18. Teammate Suarez following suit. Cars are just so fast. You can see Suarez wrapping that bottom, carrying that speed around there. That is asking a lot out of a car. Those cars are very fast tonight.
Yeah, I think the 99 Suarez might be the best car on the bottom that we've seen tonight. You see, you can get those left side tires like Kyle Busch right there on the paint. We talked about how that has a little bit more grip. And we focused on some of those guys that are good around the top, like maybe a Reddick or somebody, but Suarez has been exceptional right around the bottom of the racetrack.
Ricky Stenhouse has been aggressive, and his car will go anywhere he wants, even if Tyler Reddick's already there.
That was pushing the envelope pretty hard.
Yep.
Check his 3-wide racing out. Oh, Kyle Busch thought better of it that time.
That was a good decision.
That's exactly how he spun around with his teammate of Suarez on the inside of him earlier in the race. Lifted a little bit, learned something there.
Well, and if you're Kyle Busch in that position, you got to look at who you're racing. We know that Ross Chastain is super aggressive, always takes. There's not a lot of give in Ross Chastain, so really good decision, I think, by Kyle Busch right there.
There ain't a lot of give in Kyle Busch either in his driving, but there is a lot of experience, and the experience let out right there.
Meanwhile, Kyle Larson has had, what would you call it, Jamie? The speech.
Well, but it's so true.
Yes.
I mean, how can you line up that much stuff happen in one race, let alone one half of a race?
Yeah, he's got his own highlight reel, and we're only halfway.
Unbelievable.
The crazy thing is there's still time. What he's saying is not wrong.
And he's convinced Kyle Larson. That's the most important thing.
How would you know, though? His temperament's always the same, 10-4.
You'll know because you'll see him passing cars.
That's no change.
Okay. Let's use their pit camera, their overhead camera. And there you see what happens is Rick Almirola comes in. Oh, I lost that tire.
Well, he lost the one that came to the inside was thing, but he lost both of them. Yep. It ripped the other one out of his hand, and it went out into pit road. That's the one I saw.
Yeah, and that's not Eric Almirola's fault, just so we're clear. He's trying to get in his pit stall. That carrier just jumped over the wall, trying to get around the car just a little too quick.
Just what Cliff Daniels said, though. Let's calm down, reset, reestablish, and get back in this game.
The problem was he said they were going to do that at the stage break. That was after the stage break.
Still there.
Justin Marks' Team Trackhouse, a second-year team, holding down positions 1 and 2, 217 laps out of 400 complete.
Trilogy for COPD.
Birds flying high, you know how I feel. Breeze drifting on.
If you've been playing down your COPD,
it's a new dawn, it's a new day.
it's time to make a stand. Start a new day with Trilogy.
And I'm feeling good.
No once-daily COPD medicine has the power to treat COPD in as many ways as Trilogy. With 3 medicines in 1 inhaler, Trilogy helps people breathe easier and improves lung function. It also helps prevent future flare-ups. Trilogy won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it. Do not take Trilogy more than prescribed. Trilogy may increase your risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor if worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain occur. Take a stand and start a new day with Trilogy. Ask your doctor about once daily Trilogy and save at Trilogy.com.
Toyota, let's go places.
eBay Motors, they have all the right parts at the right prices. Whether I'm on 2 wheels, 4 wheels, or no wheels. Let's ride!
Eliminating grays is as easy as combing your hair. With Just For Men Easy Comb in Color. Just twist and comb. Getting natural-looking results.
Let's get this meeting started.
Has never been easier. The most men trust Just For Men.
You really can't get much for $5 these days, unless... Is that a real song?
I think she liked it.
Your choice of sandwich plus all this for just $5 is worth celebrating. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's Piggy Bag.
Fox NASCAR is sponsored by Credit One Bank, the official credit card of NASCAR. Leaders are pitting. Vince.
Late call for Ricky Stenhouse Jr. to come to pit road. It's going to be a 4-tire change, but no adjustments. They like the way that car's handling. Regan.
Daniel Suarez just a little bit better on this run. The car was freed up just a little bit more. They decided to go ahead and pit. Jamie?
The 4 of Kevin Harvick has had steering issues tonight. They wanted to go slow right now. Let's take a look at everything, make sure nothing is seriously damaged. He said his steering was a little off to the right.
12th caution flag, and it came out for Kevin Harvick. He and Ricky Stenhouse had been battling hard. I don't think they made contact, but Harv got up and into the wall.
This was almost exactly like Kyle Busch and Daniel Suarez earlier. Got close to the 47, and car came out from underneath of him, but I don't think he was very happy. Drove up to the back of the 47.
Here's a different look. Harvick's.
Yeah, it was almost exactly like Kyle Busch earlier in the race. No contact there. Kind of took the air off of him.
Yellow's out. Just hold your line.
This is what I was talking about.
Rolling around under caution.
I think he brake checked him a little bit. This didn't make Kevin very happy. Drove up beside him. You can see
Well, I've seen some waves that I know what they mean. I'm not 100% sure I recognize that one.
Well, here's the 47.
I don't know what he's mad at. He tried to pull down on your right rear and wrecked himself. Yeah, he's just mad because he don't know what he's doing anymore. I don't understand. He acted like he didn't mean to run me in the fence in Durham, and I clearly did. All good. Save the car.
Doesn't Kevin represent Stenhouse?
Well, I thought the same thing, but the other thing that stuck out to me there, Clint, is
Sure
that
hope he knows what he's doing.
drivers remember everything.
So Stenhouse is trying to do something neither he nor his team, JTG Doherty, has done. Finished top 10 in 4 consecutive races.
Well, he's got a car that can do it tonight, but you don't want to make that man mad right there.
No.
Because he'll end your night.
And you don't want to think that he doesn't know what he's doing. Because he does know what he's doing. So true.
12 caution flags, just past halfway, 222 of 400 laps complete. Here's how the Coca-Cola family of drivers are faring, with Joey Logano in second, Denny Hamlin, the pole sitter 7th, Austin Dillon, former winner here 15th, and Daniel Suarez now 19th. After just making a pit stop, he was the first car off pit road. Jamie?
And Kevin Harvick involved there. He is going to come back in to put left side tires on. They said the front end is towed in a little bit, but they cannot fix that, so he has to deal with the steering being off a little bit. But nothing is bent or broken on the right side.
Three laps into stage 3. There's the choose. And on the windshield of leader Ross Chastain's car is the name of Army Reserve Staff Sergeant Joseph Ray of Asheville, North Carolina, who lost his life in Afghanistan at age 29. Outside, Joey Logano carrying the name of Army Sergeant Joel House on his Ford Mustang. From Lee, Maine, stationed at Fort Hood, Texas, 2nd Battalion, 8th Cavalry Regiment, U.S. Army Sergeant, as we race to remember on Memorial Day weekend. .77 laps to go in stage 3. Daniel Suarez was the leader when the caution came out. He will restart 18th. 26 cars on the lead lap all the way back to Kevin Harvick. Sent it in, and then the car slid up the racetrack on him after he and Christopher Bell in the 20 had a great run down the backstretch. Still 3 wide mid-pack.
Woo, that was very close. You saw the sparks fly off the left front of the 5, getting underneath Eric Jones, but Jones still holding tight on the outside. It's about as close as it gets without spinning.
Kyle Larson almost had a Ryan Blaney moment down there in turn 1.
Sure did.
Got that nose down just barely
and here
on the apron.
Here you see Suarez. Suarez is the one with only 11 laps on his tires, pitted that last time. Finds himself back to 13th, but that drug him all the way back to 18th. He's going to have to be careful getting up through the field, utilize these fresh tires.
sixth place, pole sitter Denny Hamlin with Tyler Reddick.
What about Noah Gragson right there, guys? That's a great run for Gragson in a Kaulig racing car. Haven't really heard much about him tonight. Was in the Xfinity Series race yesterday. Had a great run, had an engine issue, but had a really fast car. That's impressive to see him up in the top 10.
I remember Jamie was talking to him pre-race and about his, just like you, all of your pre-race vision. He had a banana. What did he have, a peanut butter and jelly?
Uncrustable, yeah.
So yesterday we were talking about how does a Cadillac ride, really floaty, and one driver described it as that. And a couple of years ago, I'm reading in Dick Berggren's magazine, Speedway Illustrated, the new issue.
Yes.
Gragson ran the Xfinity race at Pocono, went to Asheville, North Carolina, and that night drove a front-wheel drive Cadillac in a several hundred-lap enduro race. Why? Because the more reps and the more consistency he could get out of that car, he learned from that. So he's raced a Cadillac.
He is a hard worker. I've spent a little bit of time with Noah away from the racetrack. He's a part of Josh Wise's program. Works out every day at 7 a.m. I think he's super disciplined. He wants to be in the Cup Series full-time, and I think he is the hottest prospect we have probably in the Xfinity Series to move up to the Cup Series next year.
Without a shadow of doubt.
Jamie?
Spot on.
That's a big compliment for him, and Noah Gragson comes from Las Vegas. He's running in the top 10 right now in just his 6th ever Cup Series start. You guys talked about him being regimented and all the things he had in pre-race. Yes, he ate an Uncrustable, and he had his Gatorade. And Kevin Harvick walked up to him and said, hey, man, I know you got a problem with getting sick after a race. I saw you get sick in your last race at Kansas. You need to start drinking electrolytes. And he said, yes, sir, I will tonight.
All right.
Told you he knows what he's talking about. It's so right there. Hey, in preparation for this long race, don't think for a second, everybody out here, no kidding aside, you have to get on your electrolytes and start doing that, days ahead. But when you're like Noah and ran the Xfinity race, like Ryan Preece that ran all 3 races, it takes a toll on your body. You need to pay attention to that. Keep hydrated, but keep plenty of, food in you as well.
Yeah, and the reality of the hydration is that if you run the truck race on Friday night, the Xfinity race yesterday, you're going to be a little bit dehydrated today. You can't really get enough fluids into your system, knowing as hot as it's been the last few days.
Larry, I questioned that call to bring Daniel Suarez in and put fresh tires on right there, but he is up a dozen spots. He's up to 6th since the restart.
Yeah, Mike, and he only had 11 laps on those tires, and 20 drivers stayed out. I was a little unclear why Travis Mack made that move, but it's definitely paying dividends because his laps are about mirroring Ross Chastain, his teammate, up there leading the race.
Ross Chastain holding court in Charlotte. 32 complete in stage 3.
Coca-Cola and NASCAR. It's real magic when you cheer together. You're watching the Coca-Cola 600 on Fox.
I love my new home. I always wanted a house with historic architecture, but it might be too Victorian.
Oh, gosh, interesting hemline on those pants.
Yes, I do believe they're called pants.
Pardon me.
No, pardon me. At least Geico makes bundling my home and car insurance easy. I save so much.
I have come to call upon...
Just text me. Well, I'm heading up.
It's a ghost.
For bundling made easy, go to geico.com.
It's called self-care.
Can I get 10 large fries, please? I'm gonna need like 10 egg McMuffin sandwich things.
Night or the next morning, you've been loyal. Every order earns points redeemable for free McDonald's when you order with the McDonald's app.
Introducing Icy Hot Pro. Ice works fast to freeze your pain and your doubt. Heat makes it last, so you'll never sit this one out. New Icy Hot Pro with 2 max strength pain relievers.
A guy like this, who relies on his truck for work, knows that his truck will take care of him, that he takes care of his truck. And WeatherTech has always been the ultimate protection. From floor liners to no-drill mud flaps to tech liner for your truck bed to bump step to the handy under-seat storage system. And Cup Phone keeps phones secure in any cup holder. Order your American-made products at WeatherTech.com.
COVID-19 moves fast, and now you can too by
by asking your healthcare provider if an oral treatment is right for you. Oral treatments can be taken at home and must be taken within 5 days from when symptoms first appear. If you have symptoms of COVID-19, even if they're mild, don't wait. Get tested quickly. If you test positive and are at high risk for severe disease, act fast. Ask if an oral treatment is right for you. COVID-19 moves fast, and now you can too.
We all rely on them. But who do they rely on? Verizon is the #1 network choice in public safety. Verizon Frontline, the advanced network and technology for first responders.
Welcome to your world, your why. What drives you? What do you want to leave behind? That's your why. It's your purpose, and we will work with you every step of the way to achieve it.
Saturday, 2 of the USFL's best square off as the New Orleans Breakers face the league-leading Birmingham Stallions, 3 Eastern on Fox. Sunday, the Panthers battle the Stars, noon Eastern on Fox. USFL next weekend on Fox.
That would be the league leaders, the Birmingham Stallions, Mike.
Gosh, Larry Mack, if they play football and they're from Alabama, you're all over them, aren't you?
It's all about that state down there. It doesn't matter what league.
Okay. Ross Chastain leading Joey Logano by 2 seconds. Chevy and Ford. The first Toyota is Kyle Busch, 4 seconds back.
Riding along with Joey Logano. I've been watching this last couple laps. I'm talking rim riding, right on the wall. Watch this, folks. That is as close as it gets.
Well, and as you see, they're stacked up a little bit behind him. That tells me Logano's car isn't where he wants it to be. The closer you get to the wall, you can generate some grip, but we still have 160 laps to go in this race. That's taken a little bit of a chance when you think back to Kevin Harvick or Kyle Busch earlier in the race where we saw the car step out from underneath him and get into the outside wall.
Boy, the attrition here is the highest we have seen all season and quite some time. The big one took out Wallace, Blaney, Keselowski, Kurt Busch, Byron, and Elliott. Austin Cindric in a single car hit in turn number 4. Corey LaJoie in turn 2. Josh Bilicki and Ryan Preece.
What about Chase Briscoe? You think about him winning at Phoenix, a critical race, obviously, for the championship, where the championship is held. After that win, though, it's been pretty much down. Like Stewart-Haas Racing, Stewart-Haas Racing in general has been a little bit off, but solid run for Chase Briscoe tonight. They needed a little pick-me-up.
Chase Briscoe racing to remember Army Sergeant Robbie Bowman from Granite Falls, North Carolina. Lost in Iraq at age 30 while serving his second tour as a heavy vehicle driver delivering food, water, and critical mission supplies. Jamie?
And Jamie, to your point, I feel like we were talking about Chase Briscoe running at the front of the pack for the first 4 races of the season. He got the win, and since then in March, he's only had 1 top 10 finish. Well, here this weekend, they brought a similar setup to what they had earlier in the year at Las Vegas. Really happy with it, been good on restarts, haven't had to adjust a lot to it. He's been happy.
Logging laps. You know, I mean, that's what it really boils down to on a track like this. And it's a 600-mile race. It's all about attrition. You get through those adversity moments in this race, those big wrecks. Now, all of a sudden, look at yourself. Now you're running in the top 5. You got a stronghold on the 9th.
Right side of Stenhouse's Camaro, pretty roughed up.
You don't have to worry about that guy not giving 100%. Every single lap, Stenhouse is always giving it all he has.
Especially when that track's right up against the wall like that. You know, he's comfortable running up there from racing on dirt and things like that, and that's exactly where he is. A little bit of rush on the right side doesn't surprise me one bit.
Toyota started this race in the first 4 positions, then Chevrolet went to the front and had the first 5 spots there at the end of stage 1. Now the Toyota's coming back, and they switch positions. Believe there's a bit of debris on the grill of Kyle Busch that he wants to get off there.
Yeah, but that's not that big of a deal with this car. You know, with the car that we were in last year, when you would get some debris on the grill, you would see the temperature skyrocket. It's not as concerning here. That grill, actually, you're not allowed to put any tape on it, but it's not going to overheat the engine by having just a little bit of debris on it. One thing that I did hear, though, I think I heard a little bit of shifting right there. We had talked about earlier in the race not hearing anybody shift, but we did hear Kyle Busch shift right there.
Now, this is all for 10th place right here. Gregson, Harvick, Larson. All three have been involved in at least one incident tonight, and Kyle Larson has had several all to himself.
Well, if you want to add one to that, here comes Chris Buescher, and he's been in a wreck. All four of those cars have been in a wreck at one point or another in tonight's race.
Yeah, not surprised. We talked about Noah Gragson earlier, guys. You think about it, Homestead, he has been incredible at running right against the wall. He's comfortable running up against there, so not shocked at all to see Noah running up high. Looked like he pulled down low on the exit there because Harvick had moved up into his line just trying to get some clean air on the nose of that 16 car.
So cool to see all these guys ride up against the wall like this. Honestly, it's been since, from what I can remember, the night I won here in 12, I remember it being just weird. We ran right up against the wall. It's where I ran all night long. Got into victory lane that night in October, and it was just that way. Literally the last time I remember the line being right up against the wall.
Fourth place there. We're going to take a break here because after the break, dare we say it?
Don't tease us, Mike.
Green flag pit stops.
No way.
Dare.
And Doug. Only two things are forever: love and Liberty Mutual, customizing your car insurance so you only pay for what you need. If anyone objects to this marriage, speak now or forever hold your peace. No, Kevin, no, not today. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty. If it looks like an F-150, tows like an F-150, hauls like an F-150, thinks like an F-150, and powers like an F-150, it must be an F-150 hybrid. The 2022 F-150 Power Boost Hybrid. With 570 pound-feet of torque and 12,700 pounds of max available towing.
Welcome to your world, your why. What drives you? What do you want to leave behind? What do you want to give back? What do you want to be remembered for? That's your why. It's your purpose, and we will work with you every step of the way to achieve it. At PNC Private Bank, we'll help you take care of the how. So tell us, what's your why?
With a fresh cracked egg and all this crispy bacon, Wendy's Breakfast Baconator might be the greatest breakfast sandwich of all time.
And that deserves a chef's kiss.
It does. Wow. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's Breakfast Baconator.
Next Sunday on FS1, the Cup Series for the first time ever rides into St. Louis. Larson, Elliott, and Logano look to be the first to take that checkered flag. The NASCAR Cup Series next Sunday at 3:30 Eastern on FS1.
Noah Gragson was running 12. Jamie Mack, you had to talk about him, huh?
Yeah, I know. Clint told me not to do it.
Looks like he's been in the wall the right sides. There it is. See him coming off the wall, spinning down to the bottom.
And that'll put us under caution for the 13th time. Gragson racing to remember Army Private First Class Samantha Huff from Tucson, Arizona. Arizona. Military policewoman who fell in Iraq at the age of just 18. Now, new leader Daniel Suarez took over the lead from Ross Chastain prior to the caution.
Right there, we were going to be able to run it long until about 7 laps to go, have everybody trapped a lap or two down, and hit it with a splash of fuel. But it's all good. We're back in it here. We'll reset.
They were in good shape. Here's that lead change on his teammate, Ross Chastain.
Just in the nick of time.
Yeah, and Suarez had run him down from almost 3 seconds back. So I know that 99 had a little bit fresher tires, but he seems to have the best car at this point in the race.
Pit road's a busy place. Jamie.
And Chase Briscoe in the 14 pits from the 3rd position. Just starting to lose the rear a little bit, barely lose, so no adjustments here, just 4 tires and fuel, Regan.
Ross Chastain starts the runs off too tight right now, but by the end of a long run, it starts sliding the rear tires. He needs a slight adjustment for the end of the runs. The 99 of Daniel Suarez still fighting rear grip just a little bit with that car as you see a hang up on the right front and a slow stop there. And the 22 of Joey Logano too loose all the way through the corner right now.
Well, Logano a little slow getting away there. Got blocked in. So did Kevin Harvick.
Suarez had a bad stop.
So Reddick up 6, Buescher up 6, Hamlin up 3, Larson up 5, and Austin Dillon and Ty Dillon each gain 9 positions on pit road. Kyle Busch still sitting in the pit lane. Ooh. Logano hanging out. Where's the 99 going to go?
Okay, snacks and popcorn are going to be expensive. Let's just accept that. Going to the movies can be a lot for young homeowners turning into their parents.
Bathrooms. Even if you don't have to go, you should try.
We all know where the bathroom is and how to use it. Okay?
You know, the Stevensons told me they save money bundling their boat insurance with Progressive.
No one knows who those people are. It can be painful.
Hand me your coats. There's an extra seat right here.
No. We don't need a coat wrangler.
Progressive can't save you from becoming your parents, but we can save you money when you bundle home, auto, and more with us.
No one who made the movies here.
Hey, babe, meet us at the bottom of the trail.
Oh, man.
Hey.
Open up. The redesigned Chevy Silverado with a sophisticated high-tech interior.
Open the door.
It's easy to forget it's a truck.
Thanks.
Nice truck. It was. Find new style. Find new roads. Chevrolet.
Attention, please. Millions of AT&T and Verizon customers are suffering from unexpected price hikes and economic adjustment charges. But there is a solution. Right now, when you switch your family to T-Mobile Magenta Max, you can get up to $1,000. And you'll get T-Mobile's price lock guarantee. They won't raise the rates of your rate plan ever, because you are entitled to more.
If you've been impacted, act now. You may be eligible to receive up to $1,000 from T-Mobile.
And you should listen to me. I'm a British actor.
Running the sanctuary absolutely brings me peace. The work is 100% cathartic for me. You know, I find myself getting tied up in it and being busy, and then it's really nice just to sit, breathe in life, and it's beyond zen.
eBay Motors, they have all the right parts at the right prices. Whether I'm on 2 wheels, 4 wheels, or no wheels. Let's ride!
If you could only eat one thing the rest of your life, what would it be?
Easy. Buffet.
Pretty sure that's not one thing.
Barbecue buffet.
A buffet is the complete opposite of one.
Okay, a barbecue ribs buffet with brats and barbecue chicken on the side.
Wednesday on FS1, it's time for Shohei Ohtani and the Angels. It's time for Aaron Judge and the Yankees. It's a special night of baseball, Wednesday on FS1.
All of us at Fox take great pride in our family members of the U.S. military through the years, and we salute them for their service. Feels strange to be doing this Memorial Day race without Jack Simmons, Senior VP of Production Operations at Fox. I last saw him at the LA Coliseum back in February for the Clash. And Jack passed away this spring. He had strong ties to the military as an Army Reserve ambassador for the 63 Readiness Division and was always a big part of this Memorial Day telecast, and his love and support of the troops will always be a lasting memory of Jack Simmons. 42 to go when they get to the stripe in stage 3 of 4. In stock car racing's longest night, only 5 Coke 600s have had more caution flags than this one. Here we go with Chastain and Briscoe up front. On the outside, almost scraping the wall, taking names and passing cars.
Well, first time he hadn't had a penalty on pit road in quite a while.
Oh, that's true.
Actually holding his own this time. Speaking of holding his own, look at Chase Briscoe.
Yep. Joey Logano in that yellow car was doing the same thing up on the outside last time by. And again, he rockets off turn 2 and gains a spot.
Yeah, Logano's generating huge momentum off the top. New tires, old tires. It seems like his car likes to be around the top. He's got that little bit of run, though, on the inside of Denny Hamlin in turns 3 and 4. Logano's car looks like it has great short run speed.
For the lead, Chase Briscoe to the bottom.
Gonna try to slide up in front of him. Gets clear. When that camera moves sideways, I thought he was loose, Jamie.
Yeah, and it's crazy, Clint, to watch Chastain, Briscoe, and Reddick go at it, because you think about those green-white checkers we saw at Phoenix, exact same three
Same
cars.
thing, slide job again.
Mile track, mile and a half, doesn't matter. Same players.
Here comes Reddick to the inside of Briscoe. This is 3 young, aggressive race car drivers going at it. The Coca-Cola 600.
Yeah, you think about at the beginning of the year, Clint, none of these guys had a win. Chastain's been able to get 2 wins. Briscoe obviously went at Phoenix. And we've said for weeks that we think Reddick would be the next guy to get the first win in the Cup Series. It's so much fun to watch all 3 of these guys.
had it won if it wasn't for the name of you said right before that. Man, that was a tough one to swallow. But hey, how about Chris Buescher bouncing back in the top 5, and then Larson? It's just insane to really think back of all the things that have happened in that first stage, and all of these guys are back in it and battling.
Vince?
Shouldn't be totally surprised at Buescher's good run here in the 600. 3 straight top 10s in this race. It seems to suit him for one reason or another. You did mention that spin back on lap 10, but they've had a good car. They just really haven't had the track position to show it. And how about that pit crew? Got him 6 spots last time with a stop under 10 seconds.
This is Kyle Larson's seismic activity today. Look at that graph.
That's a heartbeat. It's been up and down, 90-0 with that guy.
Well, and I think you got to give a lot of credit to his crew chief, Cliff Daniels, and the therapy session that they had about 100 laps ago. Cliff telling him it's all going to be okay. Look, we got all the bad luck out of the way early on. We're going to have a solid second half of the race, and so far it's happening.
Whoa, that was Suarez didn't like that. Something happened with 47 he didn't like. Took a shot at him and missed.
That allowed Cole Custer to capitalize on the inside. He slides up. Right up, was close to Suarez there. And Austin Dillon, another former 600 winner, looking on.
Cole Custer, hear that name. Hey, something tells me.
I think that's what that sponsor says.
Everybody in that stable is going, hey, what kind of air pressure they got? What are they doing? Where are they at on the wedge? Making those adjustments.
Well, and Custer was one of the cars that did the tire test here. And from what I gathered at that tire test, they said when the sun went down that the 41 car happened to be one of the best cars. So maybe they knew the way the track was going to go tonight, and it's playing out to their favor.
Here another shift. Starting to hear more cars shifting in that in car.
66 laps, 12 different leaders, 23 lead changes. We still have 24 cars on the lead lap, 13 caution flags. Chase Elliott, Daniel Suarez have won the first 2 of 4 stages. And out of the race, 10 cars already. And that's a very high attrition for this NASCAR season with the new 7th generation race car.
Yeah, think about just 1 year ago. Kyle Larson led 327 laps of this race. And we've seen Kyle Busch, Martin Truex Jr. dominate this race. Tonight's not been the case. Ross Chastain's obviously been really good. We've seen Daniel Suarez good. We've seen numerous guys be able to lead. Chase Elliott, Kyle Busch, Joey Logano. It doesn't seem like anybody's really been a favorite, Clint. It's amazing to me, this car at this track, the way they prep the track, incredible racing.
Not just this racetrack. I'm going to take it to the next-gen car. It's been this way on these mile-and-a-half tracks. This was the vision. This is the need, right? We needed these tracks to deliver better, and they certainly have all year long. I was so excited about coming here to Charlotte Motor Speedway for the 600, and these fans were too. Look at this crowd. It's still action-packed. These seats are full, and they're in for a good show. They've already seen a good show, and I can't wait to see the second half.
As they come around, it'll be 30 laps to go in stage 3. Remember, this is the only NASCAR Cup race that has 4 stages. So how about a Memorial Day weekend? NASCAR on Fox, crank it up.
Distance 343, rolling back, distance 3. Outside. Clear there. Rolling back to the top, he's there, outside. Outside, watch Ricky here, still out there. Still out there. Clear up here, clear up here, clear up here, rolling back, he's out, outside. And still there. To the wall with a trailer. Still out there. Still there. Still way up there. To the wall. To the wall. Clear behind. Get up. Rolling out. Outside. Clear one.
Christopher Bell probably got up and into the wall there at turn 3. There were about 6 cars all but locked together going into turn 3 there. Stenhouse ahead of Bell here.
Well, and Bell expected for Stenhouse to stay high as they exited there, but he started turning down, driving off a little straighter off the corner.
Well, look at all these cars packed together right here. And did he get a little bump from Almirola there?
He's got a problem. He's obviously got into the wall with the 47. I don't know. I think the 47 had to have bobbled right there. As fast as they came onto him, I think the 47 bobbled. He tried to go underneath of him and just got in the back of him.
No caution flag for Christopher Bell.
Was definitely a hornet's nest, though. For 2 or 3 laps, those cars were on top of one another, 2 and 3 wide. Something had to give.
So Chastain, the leader, Briscoe 1.3 back, and Kyle Larson has turned it up. And he's closing on Briscoe for second.
I'm going to admit it. I was thinking that was the fastest car on the track. He hit the wall and thinking, maybe not so much. Time and time again on pit road trouble, penalty after penalty. Just thinking, man, it's just not their night. Lo and behold, here he is.
And less than a second behind Larson is Tyler Reddick.
Where that 5 car's running is 3 and 4. He's been shifting down there every lap. Just I don't trust the car enough to do that.
So it sounds like he's a little scared when he does the downshift. It might upset the balance of the car. Maybe he's already loose on entry. A little bit nervous about downshifting.
Car's light on its feet. And a downshift will promote that, right? You downshift that thing and it'll go up on the revs, could come out from underneath of you in a heartbeat. Definitely promote a loose. If it's already loose, I agree with Tyler Reddick. Better to be safe than sorry, especially at this point in the game.
One thing I like as I watch him driving, he's relaxed. fixing his hands on the steering wheel, not death gripping the wheel. Looks like he's
hot to me, Jamie.
Might have a little bit of sweat in his eye right now.
Well, that was a downshift in the fourth.
He's trying it out, though. They told him that. He ran a few laps, got comfortable.
Yep. 12th place. Now, this is the residual of that battle that included Christopher Bell a little while ago. These guys still going at it.
Well, there'll be some tire residue on the side of it with the residual you were talking about. They just got together.
"23 cars are on the lead lap, and in Clint's game, we have, just one player still alive to win $40,000 of Clint's money.
Come on! The whole world's rooting for you. I don't know why I'm rooting for you to come get all my money, but I'm rooting for you too. $40,000 on the line.
One Fox Bet Super 6 player is still alive, and if he scores, going to be a party in Myrtle Beach tonight.
Hey, I'm a huge fan of it, and I'm a huge fan of that fan. That being said, there's no way they knew what they were talking about if they picked what was going to happen in the first 2 stages of this race. No way.
No chance.
Teammates Almirola and Harvick.
Well, and this could get interesting, Mike, because Kevin Harvick is now catching the 47 car, who they had a little confrontation earlier. So it'd be interesting to see if Kevin Harvick has forgotten about what happened earlier or if he remembers.
Wait a minute. You used Kevin Harvick and forget in the same sentence. I don't think so. 120 laps to go in Charlotte in the Coca-Cola 600. We're going to take you Fox side by side.
Think Dad's searching doggy diet plans for Josie? No, he's switching his choice cashback category to home improvement, so he earns more on a new doggy door, extra large.
With the Bank of America customized cash rewards card, you just can't stop getting rewarded.
Refresh Italiano.
Subway now has Italian-style capicola on the new Supreme meats and matzo meat, just like my Nonna makes when she cooks.
I don't cook.
Wait, what?
It's a good thing he's so handsome.
Subway keeps refreshing and
Come on along, head for the mountains of Bush Beer. Head for the mountains, it's cold and it's smooth, and it's waiting for you. Come on, head for the mountains of Bush Beer. Head for the mountains of Bush. Head for the mountains of Bush. Light beer.
At USAA, we've been called too exclusive because we were created for officers. But as we've evolved with the military, we've grown to serve all who've honorably served, no matter their rank or when they were in. A Marine just out of boot camp, or a petty officer from 73, and even his kids and their kids. USAA is made for all who honorably served and their eligible family members. Are we still exclusive? Absolutely. And that's exactly why you should join.
We all rely on them. But who do they rely on? Verizon is the #1 network choice in public safety. Verizon Frontline, the advanced network and technology for first responders.
There's a reputation on the track, being built this very minute. One that embraces the crazy.
Oh, my goodness.
The fast. And the unpredictable. That looks into the eye of the competition and screams, bring it. Loud enough so the whole world will see it coming. I am the NASCAR Xfinity Series. I am NASCAR.
The sports world is buzzing about the USFL.
What a catch.
It's thrilling spring football that fans have been waiting for.
Are you kidding me?
This is America's newest phenomenon. This weekend on Fox, the Breakers battle the league-leading Stallions Saturday at 3. And the Panthers clash with the Stars Sunday at noon. Real football for real fans. The USFL, Saturday and Sunday on Fox.
$600 miles. That's about how far it is to drive from Charlotte to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And we're 2/3 of the way there tonight in our 600 miles of remembrance. 14 laps to go in stage 3 of 4 stages. And here is Almirola and Harvick and Ricky Stenhouse, and Alex Bowman wants to play.
This has been a dogfight between these three drivers. Harvick finally got to the outside of Almirola. He'd been trapped on the bottom for the last 10, 12 laps.
And here comes Bowman.
Here comes Bowman.
Now this is outside the top 10, back at 14th place.
We know Harvick is not very happy with the 47.
Well, and the 47 car's been really good all night long, but he has gotten off a little bit on this run. Seems like he's a little bit frustrated, wanting to maintain that, and only have 13 laps left until we get to the end of the stage. But personally, Clint, I would not mess with Kevin Harvick tonight.
Nah. Go on. Kevin's not going to mess with him either. He's going to go on and make a pass.
Yeah, it looks like Stenhouse actually rolled out of the throttle a little bit, let him go. I'm going to say that was a good decision on his part.
Probably wise. I agree. Kevin's coming alive. Those SHR cars looking strong.
6th place, pole sitter Denny Hamlin. Here comes Joey Logano. He wants part of this.
Little love tap.
Busher to the bottom. And Cole Custer in the mix. Now these are top 10 spots. This is 6th place on back.
Joey really has found his groove right up against that wall. That was that big run down the back straightaway. You can see him riding the lip right here. Now watch, early to the throttle. You hear him really get to the gas early. Staying with it. Watch this run. Bush is going to slip up in front of him. Might move to the inside. I like it.
Ten to go in stage 3 when they get to the line. While we watch this battle for 6th, here's Jamie Little on the 3rd place car.
Mike, the fact that Kyle Larson is running 3rd right now is simply unbelievable after the night that he has had. Now, he just came on the radio a little bit ago and asked where the others around him are shifting, and Cliff Daniels told him, but he said, don't take any unnecessary risks at this point. Regan?
Well, Jamie Daniels Suarez has had a battle all night long from the back to the front a couple of different times. Currently working his way back up to 5th place right now. But his crew chief, Travis Mack, also this week going through quite a bit. He is on the box playing through some pain tonight. He spent most of the week in the hospital with appendicitis. They did not fix that yet, so Travis Mack in a lot of pain on the pit box right now.
And Kyle Busch on pit road with just 9 laps to go in the stage. Larry, what kind of contrarian strategy could this be?
He's got to have a problem, Mike. Everybody could make it to the end, so this has to be he felt something in that 18 car.
Regan.
Well, Mike, a couple laps ago, I believe the 18 may have got the wall just a little bit. He said the right rear felt like the toe was out on the right rear. Was scary to drive after that.
He had an incident back at lap 46 when he spun and brought out the race's 2nd caution. Oh.
You get out back. Spin it. Lock it down. Lock it down.
Spun didn't get the caution, but did pit. His right side tires were gray. He had definitely been in the wall when he pitted.
Kevin Harvick misses another one.
Missed an opportunity at a caution there. Just didn't get it.
We're in the longest green flag run of the night, 35 laps, and we have not yet had a round of scheduled green flag pit stops, but still one 100-lap stage to go after this one concludes in 6 laps.
Well, Mike, the last time you said that, the caution came out about 15 seconds later, so I hope you have not jinxed us.
No, that was the last time you talked about Noah Gragson. The caution came out after I said that.
6 to go. This is when the wheels start falling off again. That last stage.
I love the view, Clint, here from this visor cam, though. You can see how rough the track is, and this is so real. It's exactly what you see from the driver's seat.
The thing I love is the different lines. You see how Chastain moves up, rolls into the corner high, diamonds down off of it, gets that huge momentum.
6th and 7th, Logano and Busher. It's all good, Jamie. You know how this works. We don't jinx anybody. Cars turn left, we talk about it. Cars turn right, we show replays and talk about them more.
That's just exactly right, and my point. Look at Chris Busch. I'm going to talk about him because he deserves to be talked about. This kid over-delivers in that race car, doing a great job again tonight. Already been backwards once, has this thing in the money. Great job, Chris Buescher.
His car looked a little tight in the middle, but you saw it nervous on entry. Also a little bit of wiggle on exit. He has about a 2-second lead on Chase Briscoe, so you think he's probably not pushing the limit right now, Clint, knowing that we only have 3 laps up in the stage, but that car does kind of look like it's on edge.
Kyle Larson has caught Chase Briscoe, second place here. Stage points, 3 laps from now. To the top 10. Denny Hamlin sits in 10th place. Justin Haley just came by with the engine sounding sour on his number 31. He is still on the lead lap, however.
The thing I've noticed with Chase Briscoe when we ride with him, how he holds his head. Almost looks like he looks out of the right side of his car at the right front, almost all the way around the track. That's something that's different than anybody I've ever seen drive. Everybody's a little bit different in their driving style, but certainly something I've noticed with Chase.
Ross Chastain, 8th-generation watermelon farmer from Alva, Florida. His dad and his brother taking care of things while he races for Team Trackhouse. Looking for his 3rd career stage win, all coming this season.
So impressive. They've been
Ross Chastain.
week in and week out to the point you're thinking, man, when is it going to taper off? When's it going to fall off?
And that concludes stage 3.
They're in it for the long haul.
Ross Chastain over Chase Briscoe, Kyle Larson, Tyler Reddick, and Daniel Suarez for stage 3.
Let's go places. I've travelled all over the country talking about saving with Geico. But that's the important bit, isn't it? Showing up, saying, hello, fancy a nice chat. And then we talk like 2 old friends about sticky buns and all the savings you could get by bundling your home and car insurance. But here's the real secret. Eye contact. Do you feel that? We just had a moment. Who'd have thought it?
Geico. Save even more when you bundle home and car insurance.
Google Pixel, the only phone made by Google. Because when Google makes your phone, your camera sees in the dark, sees all skin tones accurately, and fixes your photos like magic. Literally. With a battery that learns from you and adapts to last over 24 hours. And new features are always dropping. So it all just keeps getting better. Google Pixel, the phone made by Google for all you are.
With a fresh cracked egg and all this crispy bacon, Wendy's Breakfast Baconator might be the greatest breakfast sandwich of all time.
And that deserves a chef's kiss.
It does. Wow.
Mwah.
Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's Breakfast Baconator.
What if you could use retirement accounts to invest in crypto? With I Trust Capital, you can.
iTrust Capital allows you to invest in your favorite crypto assets 24/7 with the tax benefits of an IRA. So instead of paying taxes on your crypto gains every year, you can defer taxes till you retire using an iTrust IRA. Or with an iTrust Roth IRA, you can withdraw tax-free at retirement because you're in this for the long haul. Start investing today at itrustcapital.com.
Fox NASCAR is sponsored by Toyota. Let's go places. Stage 3 in the books. There's Kyle Busch. Pit crews getting ready to go to work.
Mike, that's way harder than it looks.
Yeah.
Way harder than it looks to get a drink from with that straw up underneath your helmet. I usually ended up with more of it on me.
Jamie, why is it always about hydration? How about driving these things? These cars have been a handful all night long. Kyle Busch, he literally spun on the pit road.
I mean, obviously
that was hard.
I was talking about that because he was taking a drink.
All right, pit road's open. Jamie?
Chase Briscoe in the number 14 officially led one lap. That's his first lap ever led at Charlotte Motor Speedway. A little bit loose in 3 and 4. He almost spun out, but overall he likes the balance, so doesn't want to take a big swing here. The 8 of Tyler Reddick coming into his box. Team did a great job, gained him 6 spots on the last stop. Needs to turn a little bit better. And the little car that could, the 5 of Kyle Larson, they keep ticking. No adjustments here.
Ross Chastain's race car is perfectly neutral early on in the run. At the end of the runs, though, it goes a little bit free with the back of the race car in the 99 of Daniel Suarez. His car is good. He spent the time pumping up his pit crew for a good stop.
Got Reddick.
+3 for Tyler Reddick. Good stop. Everybody 4 tires. And let's hear from our Stage 3 winner.
Hey, Ross Chastain, it's Jamie Mack up in the Fox booth. You got me?
Try the other channel here.
Try it again. Ross Chastain, it's Jamie Mack up in the Fox Sports booth. You got me?
Yeah, buddy.
Hey, man, what a night you are having. Led 122 laps so far. You've been in a great position. Listen, Clint made me talk to you because he said he jinxed everyone, and he wants you to have a good night. But tell us about your car. How do you feel about the rest of the evening?
Yeah, just super impressed with Trackhouse and Team Chevy. Obviously, a bunch of us up here with the bow ties and Daniel and I going at it, sometimes a little frustratingly. But, yeah, super proud. Proud to drive this one car.
Yeah, we've talked about Trackhouse all night. You and Suarez have had an incredible night. Good luck the rest of the night, all right, buddy?
Thanks.
Our man is focused.
Chastain looking for his 3rd victory of the season. He's our Stage 3 winner. The final act of the Coca-Cola 600 next.
Whenever you crack open a Busch Light, the mountain starts singing.
It's cold and it's smooth and it's waiting for you.
What is going on?
Hey, Giant Kenny G. Yeah, hear it. They all represent the mountains.
It's so smooth.
Head for the mountains of Busch Light here.
COVID-19 moves fast, and now you can too by asking your healthcare provider if an oral treatment is right for you. Oral treatments can be taken at home and must be taken within 5 days from when symptoms first appear. If you have symptoms of COVID-19, even if they're mild, don't wait. Get tested quickly. If you test positive and are at high risk for severe disease, act fast. Ask if an oral treatment is right for you. COVID-19 moves fast, and now you can too.
At USAA, we've been called too exclusive because we were created for officers. But as we've evolved with the military, we've grown to serve all who've honorably served, no matter their rank or when they were in. A Marine just out of boot camp, or a petty officer from 73, and even his kids and their kids. USAA is made for all who honorably serve and their eligible family members. Are we still exclusive? Absolutely. And that's exactly why you should join.
Can I get 10 large fries, please? I'm gonna need like 10 egg McMuffin sandwich things.
Night or the next morning, you've been loyal.
Every order earns points redeemable for free McDonald's when you order with the McDonald's app.
We lost part of our forest to fire several years ago. We decided to stay and help it recover. People who have heavy machinery have the opportunity to reach out and help their neighbors for the common good.
Think Mom's calling 911? Nope. She's switching her choice cashback category to dining, so she earns more on our backup plan. Delivery.
With the Bank of America customized cash rewards card, you just can't stop getting rewarded.
Fox NASCAR is sponsored by Bank of America. What would you like the power to do? Well, a couple of incidents on pit road. First is the penalty for Alex Bowman, removing equipment out of the pit box here. That's going to be a rollaway tire. And the right front tire changer on Joey Logano's car having an issue. You see him get in position. Here comes Denny Hamlin, catches the air hose, and may have clipped his foot.
Yeah, that right foot was hanging out when he got in there. But if it was, man, what a contender. Got right back in the game, got that air wrench right, hits it right there, gets the lug nut on. If that, yeah, you can see hobbling on it. I think he got run over.
If he was hurt, he wasn't showing it, Regan.
Well, Mike, that's exactly correct. He did get hit on that foot when Denny Hamlin came into the pit stall. That was Tanner Andrews, right front tire changer for Joey Logano. They're checking in on him right now to see if he's going to keep going tonight or not.
Thanks, Regan.
So impressive to get back in the game like that. Man, literally got run over by a race car, got right back in the game, got that tire changed, hobbled off.
And add insult to injury, wearing a suit with somebody else's name on it.
Well, I guess whoever's name that was is glad that he wasn't the one that got run over, I guess.
How about this race? Kind of like the All-Star race, where a number of the early favorites are falling out, and here we are going into the last stage, whole new ball game.
It's anybody's game, but if I'm got a favorite, I'm telling you, those Trackhouse boys, extremely fast. Chastain's leading all the laps. Suarez, he's spending some more time on pit road, but I think his hot rod's just as fast.
Yeah, we got Reddick up front. Kyle Larson's made a really good recovery today, but what a difference a year makes what we saw last year in this race to what we've seen today.
Kyle Larson called it the worst race of his life. Well, that was the first half. Second half has pretty well gone his way after everything went wrong in the first half for team number 5 that dominated this race and won handily last year. Stage 4. Reddick and Chastain on point.
Reddick looking for his first win. Needs his clean air, and he has it. Right off the bumper of Cole Custer. Haven't talked about him much, but his teammate Briscoe, he's been up there in that clean air running fast lap times. I think they got that same setup in there. Liked what he feels.
Richard Childress racing out front. Had success here with Dale Earnhardt. And Austin Dillon won his first race in the number 3 right here in the 600.
Look at that crossover, Jamie.
Yeah, Larson ran really high through 3 and 4, generated a big run on exit, able to clear Cole Custer down into turn 1.
What I like about Larson's car, and I guess you just learned that from passing so many cars, is how he can ride that bottom.
Yeah.
You know, and that's something that a lot of cars can't do. To be able to pass, you got to do something everybody else can't. And him making some hay down on the bottom of the racetrack, especially as this track starts to wear out, the traction compound on the outside, and the fact that it's cooled off.
I like that his car's fast. That's my favorite part.
Or it's just fast.
Yeah. This group was 3 wide for a whole lap, and now they go right back at it again.
They see Joey Logano on the bottom all of a sudden. We saw him up top most of the race. It's Kyle Larson's trying to work over Ross Chastain. If I'm Ross Chastain, though, I make Larson pass me on the bottom. I don't give the 5 car the outside because you know how good he is on the top.
Cal tried to pass or move back down to the bottom and do exactly what you were just saying. Briscoe was there, lucky to get out of the gas. Very lucky.
Yeah, Briscoe was coming hard on the bottom there. Larson and Chastain made some contact last time by. Here's a look at it. This is off turn 2.
Quite a bit of contact. I think the 5 was thinking that the 1 was going to be up a little bit higher and probably should have. Got some smoke off the right rear. Teammates getting after it.
You know, the one thing, though, we've learned from this new car, contact's not a big deal. Like, you have light contact like that, the body pops right back out. We don't see those tire rubs. Any issue with the 5 or the 1 car right there.
Briscoe tries the bottom again. Suarez in the middle. There's your Stewart-Haas running order. Cole Custer in 4th, looking for his first top 10 finish in over a year. Briscoe 6th, Harvick 10th, Almirola 12th.
Well, you know, we talked about the track kind of going through a transition. The SHR cars at the beginning of this race were not that fast, but as it's cooled down, as that track tip has cooled down, it seems like they have migrated more towards the front, and it's played into their favor.
See Suarez really holding him down right there. You got to be careful doing that. That car gets loose underneath of you and wipes you both out. You can be frustrated with him all you want, but you put him in a pretty vulnerable spot.
Jamie, to your point, there's 4 Fords in the top 10 right now, and I believe that's the most that we have had in tonight's race at one time.
Yeah, that's a great point, Mike. We thought after qualifying last night, this was going to be a Toyota race. They won at Kansas a few weeks ago, and they qualified so well here, but yeah, it's nice to see all those Fords up front.
Jamie Little on our leader.
On the pre-race show, I called this guy right here Mr. Excitement. Now he leads for the first time tonight. And I talked to his crew chief, Randall Burnett. He said usually this guy drives at 110%. He gives it his all. Tonight we want about 105%. Roll with the punches. Well, guys, they haven't had many punches tonight. This car has been good. They've made very minimal changes. And how about the pit crew? If my math is right, the last 2 pit stops combined gained him 9 positions and the lead.
Wow. Well, if my math is right, car number 8 has already won one big race today. Tyler Reddick out in front with 84 laps to go.
If you've been living with heart disease, reducing cholesterol can be hard, even when you're taking a statin and being active. But you can do hard. You lived through 37 red-eye flights in a middle seat, 11 miracle diets, 42 college campus tours, 4 overseas postings, 1 minor stroke, and 4 citywide blackouts. And with Leqvio, you can lower your cholesterol too. When taken with a statin, Leqvio is proven to lower bad cholesterol by over 50% and keep it there with 2 doses a year. Common side effects of Leqvio are injection site reaction, joint pain, urinary tract infection, diarrhea, chest cold, pain in legs or arms, and shortness of breath. With Leqvio, lowering cholesterol becomes just one more thing life throws your way. Ask your doctor if Leqvio is right for you. Lower, longer. Leqvio.
Welcome to the future. Some assembly required. But if there's one thing this country has always embraced, it's a challenge. And after almost 120 years of building for those challenges, we're taking the vehicles you know by name and making them electric by revolutionizing the way they're built and where they're assembled, not for the few, but for the many.
If what's coming between you and a new grill are the words, some assembly required, come to Ace, because Ace now offers free assembly, delivery, and fuel. So get a Traeger wood pellet grill, a Weber gas grill, or a Big Green Egg charcoal grill. You won't find these premium brands and service at a warehouse store, only at your neighborhood Ace. Around the block, what you need in stock, with people who know their grills. Right now, get free assembly, delivery, and fuel on your new grill.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
My goodness, look at you. Do a little turn for me. Let's just trim a bit here and... Oh, you saucy little minx.
Get one free sandwich with a $12 purchase on the KFC app. That's finger licking good.
Tyler Reddick, Ross Chastain, 80 laps to go. battling for the lead in Charlotte, North Carolina, in the Coca-Cola 600 on Fox. It is that close. What a great time to look at tonight's Credit One Bank ones to watch.
Well, up first, and listen to this, folks. 3 penalties on pit road, a spin and a fire, and my man is still in it. The 5 of Kyle Larson, it's got to happen. If there's adversity, if that has anything to do with it, he's going all the way.
Clint, my man Ross Chastain, his best finish at Charlotte prior to tonight was 21st. Didn't even have a top 20 finish. He has led 122 laps, back up there battling for the lead. But remember, for every driver, there's at least one more pit stop.
Well, Larry, I'm going to go with the guy leading this race, Tyler Reddick. The Coke 600 has produced 7 winners to get their first Cup win. I think number 8 makes it 8 tonight.
Jamie McDaniel Suarez has gone from the back to the front to the back to the front. He has battled through a ton of adversity tonight, continues to motivate and cheerlead his pick crew and his race team. Daniel Suarez gets it done tonight.
You left me crumbs. No, you left me cold custard. He has never finished in the top 5 at Charlotte before tonight. Never run in the top 5 before tonight. But he won at Kentucky in July of 2020, and he's having one of the best drives of his career tonight. So there are your Credit One Bank ones to watch, and the lead has changed. Ross Chastain has led 122 laps tonight, takes the lead from Tyler Reddick.
That was your pick, Jamie.
Well, I jinxed him now, Clint. I've taken your position, apparently.
Big slide job. He actually lifted a little bit and gave him the spot, but Ross Chastain went after it quite a bit. I tell you the other thing, I hate to say it, while they were racing side by side hard, Larson really did shrink the gap up quite a bit behind them.
And he's running a couple of tenths quicker than they have the past few laps. Was that your pick? It was, wasn't it?
Yeah, but I mean, honestly, it's valid. He is running some scorching fast lap times, has all night long. He's been the one that's passed the most cars, obviously, but this Chastain, he's going to be a hard one to handle.
There are the laps led on the pylon. Ross Chastain, 125 of them. Tyler Reddick has led 19 laps tonight. He is racing to remember Army Specialist Albert Tristan, who was born in Monterrey, Mexico, Daniel Suarez's hometown. Came with his parents to Dallas, Texas at age 6. Graduated North Dallas High School, and 9 months later enlisted in the U.S. Army. Was killed in Vietnam, July 6, 1970. Age 21.
He's going to have to make quick work of Reddick. Chastain's going to get away from him already. 2 tenths on both of these guys out there in clean air. Really has been a great race. Shaping up to be a good finish. Wouldn't expect anything less. Oh, he slipped up behind Reddick.
Well, Reddick actually looked like he moved down right there, trying to exit a little bit lower. We saw him do that when he was behind Chastain as well.
City vibration. Doesn't know what it is yet.
But you were right. When he moved down, that channel of air behind these cars is so defined behind them. When they cross that wick, it takes the air off, and that nose takes off. You hear him talking about it. Be ready if he comes in.
Well, he's leaving that up to Tyler to make that decision. How bad is the vibration? If you need to come in. But if you can stay out, we need you to stay out.
It's getting bad. Didn't hear it. Last lap, barely heard it. The lap before this lap, I really hear it.
If you hear a vibration, I'd say pit. I agree with that. When they get bad enough you can hear them, they don't get better.
I don't think it's rubber. Sounds like it to me.
So what he's referring to right there is the rubber builds up inside of the wheels, and it makes the tire feel out of balance, and so you'll feel like a vibration. If it's in a front tire, you feel it in the steering wheel, but if it's in a rear tire, you just feel it all over in the car.
So hard to tell yourself to pit, though. You know the consequences. You know what you're up against on both sides of that equation.
Makes the tire feel out of balance, and so you'll feel like a vibration. If it's in a front tire, you feel it in the steering wheel, but if it's in a rear tire, you just feel it all over in the car.
So hard so hard to tell yourself to pit, though. You know the consequences. You know what you're up against on both sides of that equation.
Well, and we're 25 to 30 laps since they pitted. We've seen some tire issues tonight. You would think it would have already happened if it was going to happen, but that's the fear, is that if you blow that tire, your night's over.
If you pit, it might be over.
So to show you what we're talking about here, Kyle Busch had a big rubber buildup inside the wheel well, and earlier, watch on the left rear of Kyle's car. Some of that built-up rubber is going to get loose and fall off, but it piles up in there. So to show you what we're talking about here, Kyle Busch had a big rubber buildup inside the wheel well, and earlier, watch on the left rear of Kyle's car. Some of that built-up rubber is going to get loose and fall off, but it piles up in there.
And that's a lot of rubber. That's a substantial amount of rubber. That will make a vibration.
Yeah, and it doesn't take that much inside of a wheel for what Tyler is.
Oh,
that was a squeeze play right there. Wow.
Almirola got up into Eric Jones off of Ford, puts him in the wall pretty hard. Not pretty hard, really hard.
Take another look at this.
Yeah, you almost think that maybe the air from the 19 pushed Eric Almirola faster than he even thought he was. Going to be going.
It's unfortunate for Eric Jones. Had such a great night going. That significant impact into the wall. I would say that has the makings of toe link bent for sure.
It actually looked like he hit more at the right front than the right rear, so the steering wheel's probably off a little bit.
There are these drivers with vibrations or alignment issues. How long are they going to ride this out before we get the green flag stops?
Well, Mike, again, remember my Verizon race strategy, splitting the stages in half. We went back racing with 93 to go. I'm saying pit stops are going to come somewhere around lap 350.
So I don't know.
See him off the pace, trying to get to the bottom of the racetrack. Definitely a left rear. Question is, how much damage will be on that diffuser? You can see it dragging. down victory lane a lot of times.
Well, and the frustrating part, as from a driver's perspective, is he didn't do anything wrong. You can't help him when the left rear tire goes down. So it's not like the team did something wrong. Or the driver.
Look at that. Wow.
What a catch. Tyler Reddick trying to give Richard Childress Racing its 7th victory in the Coca-Cola 600. And Christopher Bell will get the free pass. Pit road's open. Vince.
What a great run it has been for the 41 of Cole Custer. Pits from 5th. He said it's just a little tight, but don't make a big adjustment. Just 4 tires and a slight air pressure, Jamie.
And his teammate in the 14, Chase Briscoe, a little bit loose in 3 and 4, just like last run. 4 tires here. And the 5 of Kyle Larson is 2 loose in the middle. Regan?
Ross Chastain doesn't want anything different, just a good pit stop. He loves his race car right now. The 99 of Daniel Suarez, a good break for him. He just reported a vibration as well when the caution came out for Tyler Reddick. Didn't like this set of tires.
Chastain Larson first off pit road. Briscoe, Custer, and Dillon gain spots. Suarez down 3.
As impressive as Chastain is on that racetrack, I'm going to give credit to that pit crew. Those guys, week in and week out, put him in the spot. They're solid stops. They don't ever, win 2 or 3 spots, but they always put him on the money, never losing spots. That's what you need, that consistency on pit road.
Great job. For the final time tonight, we'll bring in our ticker of U.S. servicemen and women lost in the last 12 months as Fox honors and remembers. They include from the Navy, Hospital Corpsman 3rd Class Maxton Soviak. From the U.S. Air Force, Lieutenant Colonel James Willis, Chief Master Sergeant Teresa King, Staff Sergeant Dennis Melton. For the United States Army, Specialist Alex Rahm, Specialist Joshua Robinson, Staff Sergeant Ryan Canos, First Sergeant Casey Hart. And from the United States Marine Corps, Lance Corporal David Espinoza, Sergeant Nicole G., Staff Sergeant Darren Hoover, Corporal Hunter Lopez, Lance Corporal Riley McCullum, Lance Corporal Dylan Marola, Lance Corporal Kareem Nikuyi, Corporal Dagan Page, Sergeant Johanny Rosario Pecardo, Corporal Humberto Sanchez, and Lance Corporal Jared Schmitz. Laps to go in Charlotte on Stock Car Racing's longest night. All the drivers said this would be a long race, not because it's 600 miles, but because they expected a lot of caution flags. We've had 15 of them. Daniel Suarez currently in 7th. We listened in. Yeah, that's that ongoing saga of those cars backing each other up on pit road. And Suarez having difficulty right behind this group. And these two, now there's Suarez gets away. Hamlin a little bit slow off the marks with Logano right behind. And they will be 8th and 9th or 9th and 10th when we get ready to restart here.
It's just the worst case scenario where you try to pick those pit stalls where you're going to have a gap or an opening to get in or out. And it's so unfortunate the way they're all coming into pit road and blocking each other in.
Look at Kyle Busch's night. After a spin, came back from that in stage 1, was all the way down to 24th in stage 3. And now finds himself in 7th and in contention After an uncontrolled tire penalty back at lap 254, he's worked his way back. Charlotte Motor Speedway like a jewel in the night. Just north of the Queen City, here's your aerial coverage provided by Goodyear.
Whoa,
With you for
there's a
every
car
mile
smoking,
on the
whatever
road
it
to
is.
greatness. Goodyear, more driven. That's ZMAX Dragway at the top of the screen in the background. The lights are on because that's used as an overflow parking area, and the dirt track at Charlotte Motor Speedway. NASCAR on Fox rolls on next week. Now for something new and completely different.
This week in St. Louis is the start to an exciting new venture for these drivers. Watch as they forge through unfamiliar territory east of the Golden Arch. Many strive for victory lane, but only one can conquer this alluring asphalt. Be part of the exploration on FS1.
St. Louis next Sunday on FS1.
The Worldwide Technology Raceway.
The grid walk to join Clint and me in the booth for St. Louis. And Sonoma, Tony Stewart makes an encore performance. Remember his last visit to Sonoma where he dueled Denny Hamlin right down to the finish and won.
His last win.
Famed St. Louis native, former Busch Series Cup racer and now dirt track ace, Kenny Wallace. Going to stop by in St. Louis and say hi.
Looking forward to having Mikey in the booth. Kind of completes the package for us, Mike. We've had them all. Jamie, Larry, M-Dub,
everybody.
It's been a fun year, hasn't it?
Yes, it has. Chevy's on the front row for this restart with 55 to go. Ross Chastain and last year's winner, Kyle Larson. Ford's on row 2, Custer and Briscoe. Then Suarez and Austin Dillon, Kyle Busch and Denny Hamlin. Here we go.
Another good push by Custer on the bottom. Same result. Puts that one car back out front.
20 cars on the lead lap, including Christopher Bell, who just got the free pass. Briscoe got into the back of Suarez, and he gets pounded.
Dang it.
Oh my God. Upside down.
I think he hooked a drain.
Busher.
The window net released, and Chris Buescher is seen moving inside the car. The AMR safety team is right there to his aid. And Daniel Suarez climbs out. He had a great race going tonight.
Yes, he did. And I agree with his crew chief, Travis Mack. One of the fastest cars we've had just kept having trouble on pit road. One too many times for him. Came up in front of the 14. Briscoe got into him just at least a little bit, put him in the wall. And man, Chris Buescher over and over. What a wild wreck that was.
Jamie, I'm with you. I believe Buescher hooked something there in that infield turf that sent that car tumbling.
He either hooked a drain or it's where the turf and the asphalt meet, because it looked like the car was just sliding, then all of a sudden it just dug in. And once it did, it started rolling and wouldn't stop.
I think that's the only second time we've had one of these cars over. Thinking of Harrison Burton at Daytona.
Now, you can see when we take the onboard camera shots just how cocooned these drivers are in their seats. It's hard to get in and hard to get out of one of these cars. Now imagine when it's upside down.
I have only flipped once, and it was at Talladega, and I clearly remember as I was rolling down the backstretch, I'm like, please just land right side up. because I go into full panic mode, Clint, when things get upside down, because you can't get out. You can't let the seatbelts loose or you fall to the roof of the car. And that's got to be so hard for Chris to sit in there and wait on them to flip that car back over.
There's just not a lot of room. And when you, again, let those belts off and the weight of yourself falls up on the roof of the car, you're just kind of in an awkward position. So very vulnerable position, obviously, but sounds like he's okay. Looks like they're getting preparation to get it flipped over. You can see them talking to him. There's what dug in.
So the race has been red flagged. The cars are stopped on the front straightaway just prior to the start-finish line. Daniel Suarez climbed from his car uninjured. The other car involved, Chase Briscoe, was able to continue without apparently much damage. There's Chase. And the safety crew on the scene is going to work to right the car of Chris Buescher. They've got a strap on the right side on the rocker panel. Going to hook that to the cable, and then everybody out of the way as they bring this thing over, up and over, to make it much easier for him to get out of that car. Look at the damage to Suarez. That was just one hard hit. This is a very well-organized machine here. You see everybody, the track safety crew in red, the officials clearly marked, the record drivers are in a different color, and the AMR safety crew, they're in white with red and white helmets, so everybody knows who everybody is and what their responsibilities are.
Yeah, and the key here is that when you roll it over, you want it to go over softly. You want it to land on all four tires and set down slowly.
And you see steps on the boom of that wrecker. This is something that's new this year. Actually hired a wrecker service that follows this series week in and week out. These guys are professionals. They know what they're doing. I think you're going to see a very soft roll back over, just like you were asking.
Yep.
Or you're talking about, Jamie.
So they get this car up on the side very gingerly, and then I believe that wrecker will be able to back up and get that car back on its wheels.
More importantly, I want to see him get out of that race car.
Absolutely.
I hope he's okay.
The boom lowering and the cable extending to ease that car back over.
See his hands moving right there,
yep.
Unhooking his helmet.
And a very
Good
controlled
to know.
process.
Good to know.
Everybody with a role to play and a purpose there and doing it well. And there is Chris moving around inside the car and ready and I'll bet anxious to hop out of there.
Great job getting that car back over.
Absolutely. So Chris Buescher is okay. He climbs out under his own power there after a wild ride and just a horrendous flip. That car was sliding along and then caught something and just launched into a roll. So now let's have a look at replays and show you. The first contact is going to be Chase Briscoe, the red and black car, on the outside there, and Daniel Suarez. in the 99, down on the inside of Briscoe.
You see Suarez come up, just wasn't clear. Caught the 14, gets sideways, and here comes the impact. Hard hit. You see him spinning. The more you look at that, the whole right front suspension was broke off. I think it rolled underneath the car, and that's what flipped the car. The upper A-frame was broke. The whole right front suspension dug in.
That was Todd Gilliland, tried to go high and just didn't have enough room.
See, that right front wheel dug underneath the car, and that's what dug in and caused it to start flipping. Violent crash.
Now let's ride along with Daniel.
I'm going to tell you, if you're Chris Buescher in that position, and we've seen a lot of cars slide through the infield, the last thing you think is going to happen is that you're going to flip. That was the last thing he thought was going to happen. But I'm with Clint. It almost appears that impact from
Watch when it
Suarez
spins around right here. You see the right front. See it flip
right
over?
There.
Yeah.
Dug in.
Upper A-frame was broken. As soon as it rolled underneath the car, it dug in and sent that thing a-flipping. Wow. What a ride. A lot of work went into the safety of these race cars. See him crawl out of that thing. Hats off to everybody involved in that.
And good to know that was nothing to do with the racetrack or the turf that sent Buescher's car over. Right there where he gets a big piece of Suarez is where that right front goes. And when it completely comes off and gets under the car.
And you see the tether is actually holding that tire to the car so it doesn't fly up into the stands or go out into the racetrack. That's just a 1 in a million times that could happen, where that tire falls underneath the car and shoots the car up in the air.
Tether did its job. Very impressed with that tether. Held on there, but man, what a freak thing.
And now here's Vince Welch with Daniel.
Well, it all began with the contact of the 14 and the 99 of Suarez. What was your take on what happened there?
I just got tight. These cars obviously clean air is very important, and they were side by side in front of me. I was fine with the front, and eventually I got in the middle of the wake, and I got super tight. I put myself in a bad situation there. I was very close with the 14. It's just a tough situation. I just hope Chris is fine. My teams, they build a rocket. We have the best car out there. It was a struggle for us on pit road. Not my guys, but the situation where we were with the 22 and the 11. But anyway, we have to learn from it and come back stronger.
Glad you're okay.
Glad that everybody is okay. Here's another look at it. And watch for the contact from the 99, from the 17 on the right front of the 17 of Buescher's car. There's Todd Gilliland sending him spinning, and there was the hit right there that caused the big damage to Buescher's car that ended up launching it up and over.
That's one of those instances with Suarez and Briscoe that early in the race Briscoe lifts, but there's 50 laps to go in this race. You're trying to generate those runs and get the track position you can. You heard Suarez talk about how important clean air is.
And we'll ride with Tyler Reddick.
You can hear him on the brake, start downshifting to make sure he can get the car slowed down. Great job by Tyler to get his car slowed down, and heads up spotting by his spotter to kind of give him a direction of where to go.
Here's Kevin Harvick. race in real time. And the best shot of all is Chris Buescher climbing out of this car uninjured.
I'm going to tell you, the 3 or 4 minutes that he spent upside down felt like an hour waiting on them to get that car turned over.
But just a chain of events that happened for that car to flip. I mean, it was the perfect impact to knock the right front off, right? And then it just so happened to slide across there. You know, there's always things to learn and try to get better at, but I don't know that anybody, you know, with a car's design or anything else was a problem there. I really don't.
And here's some Chris Buescher, or excuse me, Chase Briscoe audio.
99 just said he got loose there. Yeah, I mean, I couldn't check out quick enough. Yeah, he said if he thought if he got out of the gas, that you were just going to turn him anyways, but that's what happened. It's all right.
Chris Buescher was racing to remember Lieutenant James Zimmerman from the United States Marine Corps from Smyrna Mills, Maine. Lost his life at age 25 in Helmand province of Afghanistan. And Daniel Suarez was carrying the name of Marine Staff Sergeant Darren Hoover on his windshield from Camp Pendleton, California, who died at age 31 last August in Afghanistan. Red flag with 52 laps to go. The cars have refired. A grinding crash for Daniel Suarez. Got hit 3 different times. Chris Buescher up and over and ending on his roof. But they all walked away.
You know Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance, so you only pay for what you need?
Oh, like how I customized this scarf?
Wow, first time? Check out this backpack I made for Marco.
Oh yeah? Well, check out this tux.
Oh nice, that'll go perfect with these.
Dude, those are so fire. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Think mom's calling 911? Nope. She's switching her choice cashback category to dining, so she earns more on our backup plan. Delivery.
With the Bank of America customized cash rewards card, you just can't stop getting rewarded.
You really can't get much for $5 these days, unless...
Is that a real song?
I think she liked it. Your choice of sandwich plus all this for just $5 is worth celebrating. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's Piggy Bag.
eBay Motors. They have all the right parts at the right prices. Whether I'm on 2 wheels, 4 wheels, or no wheels. Let's ride.
Your age, your name, your trophies. None of that matters this season. Just what beats under your hood. I am NASCAR.
Toyota, let's go places.
You need to cook us the best comeback dish ever.
I have unfinished business in the MasterChef kitchen.
Are you back to win?
100%.
I've never tasted anything quite like that.
It's good, but it's not your average season.
In all new MasterChef Back to Win, Wednesday on Fox.
I am tradition passed down from the families that race to the
ones that watch us every weekend. I am NASCAR.
A wild night in Charlotte. 15 cars out of the race. 16 caution flags. Started on lap 18. Ryan Preece spun. Then winning the stage. Chase Elliott won the stage, but his night ended early. Brian Blaney got down on the apron and up in front of the low, and then the top lanes, 12 cars involved, half of which went to the garage. Daniel Suarez wins stage 2. A tire gets away. Then another one for Kyle Busch, so they took their time on that pit stop, restarted in the back as Ross Chastain won stage number 3. More drama. Joey Logano's tire changer gets banged up by the pole sitter, Denny Hamlin. And then this. Daniel Suarez gets loose. Chase Briscoe gets into him. Around he goes. Todd Gilliland piles in. Then Chris Buescher, who goes up and over and over and over and lands on his roof. They flip the car over. Buescher climbs out, and he is now with Vince Welch.
Well, a great night of racing comes to a frightening halt for Chris Buescher. Just glad to see that he's out of the infield care center okay. How do you describe what we just saw there?
It was a little painful. It's quite a shame. Our fifth third bank Mustang was really good tonight. Our team did a terrific job from the start of the weekend through qualifying and into the race, and we were able to drive our way up in the top 10. Throughout the night, we're in a really good place sitting there. Had a couple sets of tires left, and really proud of everybody's effort there. Just a shame to be involved in that. So we checked out for it. We got running from behind, and finally seen the replay. I guess the tire just ripped off and sent us flipping. So I guess I have been upside down before, but that was one was a little bit more painful than the Talladega roll. So again, just appreciate everybody at Fifth Third Bank on board. It's doing a good job for them. We were enjoying it. Team did a nice job. Just that's a bummer.
Mike.
Yeah, not surprised to see Ross Chastain choose the inside right here, Mike. 5 restarts in a row they've been on the inside, and that's been the one that's won the battle down into turns 1 and 2.
48 laps to go at the stripe. Chastain and Larson in front of Custer and Briscoe. Chevys and Fords. First Toyota is Hamlin in 5th.
If Larson's going to be able to hang on the outside, he's going to need a little more help from Chase Briscoe behind him, Clint.
Well, they got tangled up. It seemed like they tried to go, and how about that run Briscoe has on his teammate of Custer? Head to the bottom. Better blow.
Larson moves down and blocks the run that Briscoe had coming.
Briscoe checked up, though, for him. Got to run to the bottom. Lead.
Larson's just going wherever Chastain isn't right now to try to get Chastain looking in the mirror, trying to make him make a mistake right now with only 47 laps to go. Oh, he's going to get to his inside right here.
Not quite.
See if he can make it stick and turn it over.
He's going to have to slide up in front of him. I think he's going to do it.
He's going to clear him on exit of 4 right there.
Kyle Larson. After the first 300 miles in which they had the car on fire, they had penalties, they had problems, and Larson called it the worst race of his life, and now he is leading it with 46 laps to go.
Moved up and got him tight. You heard him have to lift out of the gas. Now he's blocking Briscoe behind him.
Bottom white line inside.
Briscoe's going to be shooting to the outside. Clears. Crossover coming. I don't know what happened to Chastain, but his car is not good after this restart.
Yeah, it's either it doesn't like this set of tires or they've made an adjustment that just doesn't seem to have the speed. I mean, he's been the best car the last 200 laps of this race, but now clearly it looks like he's off just a little bit.
Cannot believe that 5 car is in the lead after the night that they've had.
Cliff Daniel better get a bonus for this one. That was the best pep talk in the history of pep talks. We've screwed up the first half every possible way. Driver, pit crew, everybody. The second half, we are going to be golden. He talked Kyle Larson into it, and here they are out front.
Just goes to show you never give up in this business. Never give up.
Cliff Daniels is a good leader. That's what you do. When you get down, you build the driver back up. It's easy inside the car to get down, but crew chief does
it's on pit road or on the racetrack, they cannot get away from one another. The two are putting on a show.
Cole Custer hanging right with him. Here's a better look at it. This got really close.
Well, Hamlin was clear. Joey had such a run coming from running the high side 3 and 4.
He was
second
also
place.
near. Here comes Chastain back on the bottom. See, now Chastain's going to have to do something that he didn't want to do. He's going to have to make a pass on the bottom. He's been up on the outside of this racetrack all night long. That's where he's been able to make the lap time. He's going to be forced. Briscoe nor the 5-car Larson, they're not going to give him that outside. If he's going to pass these cars, he's going to have to do it on the bottom.
8th place, Austin Dillon, Eric Jones.
Unbelievable. Eric Jones is, even in this conversation, hard into the wall off of 4 earlier. Just, what was it, a stage ago, back in the game.
Yeah, and as you look at the lap times right now, Clint, Kyle Larson ran almost a qualifying lap just after this restart on lap 354.
And Christopher Bell got his lap back. He is back in the top 10. Started 3rd in this race.
Briscoe's not going away either. You say Larson was running good. That's a stout lap time of a 30-30, but Briscoe's at a 30-10.
4th and 5th, 6th and 7th. That seems to be where the energy is in this lead group and where the action's going to be.
Yeah, it's interesting to me, Clint, to see the line that Larson's running. He's right in the middle of the racetrack. You see those guys behind him, Chastain's running just a little bit higher. To me, Larson likes the balance of his car right now, being able to run in the middle, because if those guys start to catch him, we know how good he is around the top, and he'll get right up against the wall like we saw at Kansas.
Now, Cole Custer is trying to pressure Denny Hamlin, but if Custer looks up in his mirror, he is going to see Kyle Busch closing in.
Going back to Cliff Daniels and the job that he's done, obviously that pep talk keeping everybody under check there, but keeping up with this racetrack, I think that car's damaged. Kyle Larson hit the wall pretty hard earlier in the race. I think he's done a good job of not only keeping up with the racetrack conditions, but making adjustments on that car to where Kyle Larson in that car can make some passes, make it maneuverable, and run the lines like you're talking about in the middle of the racetrack.
Yeah, Kyle said a little bit ago that he was loose in the middle of the corner, which isn't something that you typically hear out of any driver. It's normally loose in or off and tight in the middle, but they've gotten the balance of that car better. Cliff Daniels has made some nice adjustments to that. Larson's running great lap times right now. Seems to be the best car on the track at this point.
Seems to be.
Jamie Little on our leader.
It is just unbelievable what they have overcome, and I'll tell you, I give all the credit to the man on top of the box there, Cliff Daniels, and what he has done to just motivate this team. Don't give up. Let's stay in it. We've overcome a lot. We're not out of it. And you know who that reminds me of? Chad Canals.
Absolutely.
Cliff's ups and downs of emotion, Clint, remind me of the driver, Kyle Larson. It's like the highest high is the same emotion on his face as the lowest low.
I didn't know where you were going with that, but that's exactly where I was thinking. Perfect pair.
Denny Hamlin.
These two can't get enough.
They're at it again, aren't they?
And that'll bring Cole Custer right up on Logano.
But them leaders are right there. You saw in his in-car. They're right there in front of these two.
Right there, Christopher Jones, Eric Bell side by side. 8th place. Gain of 6 for Bell since this restart. Gain of 3 for Jones.
Jones right there on the bubble picture. We talked about it in pre-race, Jamie. Needing a good run. Grinding this race out. Another solid run. Been all over the place, just like everybody in this race. 23rd, 14th, 3rd, 11th, 8th. Knocking on the door of the top 10.
Yeah, and you talked about the big contact that Eric Jones had on the exit of turn 4. It looked way more significant than what we saw Chase Elliott have. I think it just has to do with the angle of how you hit, how flush you hit. Is it more the right rear quarter panel, or is it the wheel that hits the wall?
I'm looking for cars in the top 10 that have not had a problem tonight, and I'm seeing Austin Dillon and Joey Logano and maybe Denny Hamlin. That's about it.
It's been one of those nights, hasn't it, boys?
Nice move for Custer, but Logano coming off the high side of turn 2 comes right back to his bumper. Thirteenth place, Stuart Haas teammates. Harvick and Eric Almirola, who has said at the start of the year this will be his final season in the Cup Series. Wants to devote time to his growing family. Ross Chastain has led 144 laps of this race and currently sits third. Regan?
Well, Mike, I just checked with the team. There has not been a word on the radio from Ross Chastain about that race car right now. Super focused on trying to get back to the front, but no comments from the driver.
Laps to go. 2 Chevys, 2 Fords, 1 Toyota in the top 5. And now Kyle Busch closing on Joey Logano.
Yeah, take a look, Clint, at the line. Kyle Larson, I said this a little bit ago. He liked his car earlier because he was running the middle of the track. His lap times are fading a little bit. Chase Briscoe, Ross Chastain have started catching him. Look at the line that he's moving. He's searching around right now. He's went all the way to the wall. The line very similar to what we saw Joey Logano running earlier in the race. To me, this is kind of his crutch. This is where he's going to go when he's trying to find the last bit of grip.
But it takes me back to that Xfinity race. I vividly remember I watched that race right up in the middle of 1 and 2. I watched the 7 car. Started to get loose. Got to the lead. Passed Josh Berry, his teammate. Got to the lead. Started to get loose into the corner. Josh Berry catches him, makes a pass, gets loose, gets into the wall. That might be what's happening to that 5. Start getting loose in. Can't carry that speed. Move up. Try to make the shot bigger.
Yeah, those 2 behind are catching him about 2 to 3 tenths a lap, which is a ton at Charlotte. But catching him and passing him will be 2 different things.
Kyle Larson on an 11-race winless streak. That is the longest of his career since joining Hendrick Motorsports. 29 laps to go in Charlotte. Side by side.
It's still the Eat Fresh Refresh, and now Subway's refreshing their classics, like the sweet onion teriyaki sauce topped on tender shaved steak. That's a real slam dunk, right, Derek?
Wrong sport, Chuck.
Just hold a sub, man. Subway keeps refreshing and refreshing and refreshing.
Your age, your name, your trophies. None of that matters this season. Just what beats under your hood. I am NASCAR.
The sports world is buzzing about the USFL.
What a catch!
It's thrilling spring football that fans have been waiting for.
Are you kidding me?
This is America's newest phenomenon. This weekend on Fox, the Breakers battle the league-leading Stallions Saturday at 3. And the Panthers clash with the Stars Sunday at noon. Real football for real fans. The USFL, Saturday and Sunday on Fox.
Meet Renee, bank manager and mom of the year. But when she gets on her bike, she becomes Rebel Renee. Rebel Renee is the most outspoken member of her book club. And she didn't even read the book. It's rumored she once used her phone at trivia night.
Cleveland.
And she isn't above greasing some palms to get things done. And Rebel Renee rides with Geico because savings and great service are 2 things she'd never rebel against. Geico, savings and service for both your sides.
In NASCAR, the journey begins with one simple start. Turn, bump, win, and celebration. I am the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series. I am NASCAR.
24 laps to go in Charlotte. Kyle Larson out in front by 0.4 of a second. The first half of this race, Kyle Larson called the worst race of his life. And here's just some of what happened to Kyle Larson in the first half. That's removing equipment from the pit box. Restart in the back. That's bouncing off the wall and keep on going. And a tire gets away. That's removing equipment and interference. Oh, we just had a little fire on pit road.
Yeah.
The filler neck.
Yeah, I remember that.
There. And then around he goes. And here's another loose tire that gets away. And all this happens in the first 200 laps of the race. So crew chief Cliff Daniels, former driver who used to race late models at South Boston Speedway in Virginia, told Kyle this.
In the first half, all I want you to remember is how good a TV we made. We went from the back to the front more times than I can count. We hit the wall, we spun out, we literally caught on fire. We are also the most penalized team on pit road in the first half. All that means is that in the second half, already we're going to be starting way better than what we started the first half. We've got to go execute right now. I don't really know what the hell you're worried about, but I'm fine. The team's fine. Everybody down here is nodding their heads and giving a thumbs up. So let's go.
Yep, I'm fine. I'm ready.
And he's leading by 0.6 of a second coming to 20 laps to go. Amazing. That's the way this whole night has gone.
Some people don't have that much stuff happen to them in a season.
Sixth place, Joey Logano, Christopher Bell moving forward here. Now Chase Briscoe in second, half a second back. He's got his elbows up. He's trying everything he can to catch Kyle Larson.
The 14 ran Larson down. Was running a 10th and a half or two quicker, and it looked like he caught a piece of the wall off of turn 4, had a really slow lap. But he is regrouped, and he is now tracking Larson down again. But when I'm watching this, Clint, it just appears Larson's right up against the wall. Briscoe's able to run that one car length lower, and he's going to have to do some type of a slide job in order to clear him, because the lanes that they're running, he won't be able to make that pass.
Well, and looking ahead, there's just not lap traffic that's racing door to door that's going to, take that line away from your leader, Kyle Larson. He's going to have to do it the old school way and try to figure out as he catches him, move down in the middle of the racetrack like you see him doing right there and try to find a way around him. But I agree, as we were replaying Cliff Daniels, speech to his team, I'm thinking, boys, you better hurry, because this 14's catching him in a hurry, and then he got off of 4, lost a lot of ground. But the way this night's been, I don't think I think it's far from over.
Mike, Clint, and Jamie, I've been emailing, texting. I even sent a pigeon over to the racetrack to get me some information. And if we do get a caution, we're 30 laps into this run. By my calculations, everybody should have at least one set of sticker tires laying for that final stop.
Well, that's amazing, Larry, because we had 11 caution flags in the first half of the race. And, only 5 since, counting a stage break. Fifth place, Christopher Bell keeps marching forward.
Well, and here's the thing, as we watch Briscoe running Larson down, watch how much deeper Briscoe can drive into the corner than Larson. That tells me that Larson's car is either loose on entry or it's not turning when it lands. Watch how much faster he's able to drive into the corner and close up this gap on Kyle. Right there, look at that.
And that's exactly what I was talking about, the Xfinity race with Allgaier and his teammate Josh Berry. Allgaier started to get loose into the corner, couldn't get in. Berry was driving in way deeper and was able to capitalize and make a pass. Forced a mistake. Flip side of that, if you're the 5 car, don't let him drive you into the corner too hard. Get loose and get this thing out from underneath of you in the wall. Stay disciplined in that car. The race is on, boys.
14 laps to go.
And it's so amazing after everything we've been through, 4+ hours, 386 laps, then it's all coming down here to the end with these two guys going to give us some great battle to the end of this race. changed his line. You see that? He sees that Briscoe's running a little bit lower. He tried to move down and take some of the air away from Chase on the exit of turn 4.
They're both utilizing their strong suits.
Oh, into the wall goes Christopher Bell, and he is slow on the racetrack. Looks like he's going to get down to the apron, and apparently no debris as we stay green with 13 to go.
He's down the back straightaway. Long ways around here. Man, please stay green. What a race we have for the lead.
7 different teams in the top 10. What a season it's been so far.
And I just go back to the Bristol dirt race, and you think about the chance that Chase Briscoe took trying to slide past Tyler Reddick going back and down into turn 3. Are we going to see something similar to that tonight?
Christopher Bell has made it to pit road, so no caution.
Obviously has a tire down or some sort of mechanical issue. The car turned right into the wall.
They'll put right sides on it and send him back out. We'll be coming to 10 to go next time.
Well, Briscoe is doing everything he can do, again, to try to utilize his strong suits. That's getting into the corner, putting the pressure on the 5. All you can do there is just try to get close enough, put pressure on him, and make a mistake getting into the corner.
Well, and Larson's going to start screaming, because if you look up ahead, Harrison Burton is about, 100 yards up ahead of him, running that high line. He's going to start screaming immediately because of the dirty air that's going to come from that. I think Briscoe's actually lost a little bit of the advantage that he had. He was able to track Larson down, but it seems like as he's gotten here, he doesn't have quite the entry speed that he had 4 or 5 laps ago. It seems like his car is kind of leveled out.
Well, I think it's get tight, obviously, in the wake of that car. Just like you said it earlier, Larson moved down, took his line away off of 4, starts to get tight, leaning on the tires harder and harder. It's getting close, though.
Jamie Little.
Tony Kosmeyer, the crew chief for the Ford team coming into this race, he said, the Fords are down on speed a little bit, but we really believe that our car balance is good enough, and if we hang in there, manage our own race tonight, we'll be good. But one of their weaknesses has been the inconsistency of pit road. They made a change this week, a rear changer came on board. They have been perfect tonight. That has helped this team show what they're capable of. And Mike, they need to do it one more time.
But here's the thing. If I'm Kyle Larson, don't be predictable. Don't do the same thing every single lap.
Eric Almirola's been in the wall.
Look up both ways. No caution yet.
Caution.
Nope. 8 to go.
As I was saying, I don't want to do the same thing every single lap if I'm Kyle Larson, because that gives Chase Briscoe a plan. I want to move around. I'm going to enter a little lower one lap, drive it a little deeper one lap. Don't give him the same thing every lap to try to set you up for the end.
No debris. Track is clear. We stay green.
You can see Kyle Larson. He's loose in the 1, being very gingerly getting into the corner. There's the 10 actually spinning.
Really pretty small contact right there. Just got loose.
Again, going back to Kyle Larson, you can watch him getting off into 1 here. He's definitely very gingerly with it, getting into the corner. Backing that thing up, see the pipes throwing flames out, tells me he's out of the gas. Lets it gets rotated and early to the throttle.
So can Briscoe, where's he going to find enough clean air on the nose of that car so that it'll stick and he can make the pass?
Capitalize on a bobble. The 5 is going to have to bobble for him to get close enough to make a move.
Eric Jones tagged the wall in 2. We stay green.
Or if you can get close enough to Larson on the last lap, you try to do a slide job. Look, those are 2 dirt racers.
Well,
they both know what to expect.
That's what he's going to have. Keep putting that pressure on him. Force a mistake out of the 5.
And because Larson's having to lift from being so loose on entry, that only makes that even better for Chase Briscoe, knowing he can generate that speed. If I think back to qualifying, Denny Hamlin running the bottom of 3 and 4.
He's there. Now he's going to be able to try to force the 5 into the corner hard. 5's going to have to be careful here. He's going to have to maintain that position. If he lets him slide in front of him, the race is over. Here it comes. Oh, the spotter wanted him to.
Almost the exact same thing with Kurt Busch and Kyle Larson at Kansas, but Kyle Larson was able to get back to Chase Briscoe's outside right there.
You heard the spotter say
It's just starting to get nerve-wracking right now between the two, Chase Briscoe and Kyle Larson.
3 laps to go.
Gonna have to run him back down here, Jamie. Put that pressure back on him. Capitalize on that. You know his weakness. We know he can't get into the corner. Try to drive that thing off in there. That being said, you can't overdrive your car. If you get up in there and miss the marks one more time with 3 laps to go, it'll be too late.
Oh, yeah, and if I'm Larson, I'm looking in my mirror and I'm just trying to give you a little bit of dirty air. I don't want you to get to my left rear quarter panel, though, and pull it back. I like it. I moved down just a little bit, trying to take a little bit of that air away from you.
2 laps to go.
Here he comes again.
Got clear, and around he goes. And
Seriously?
Hey, don't think Kyle Larson wanted to see that either.
Absolutely not.
that was Chase Briscoe's one shot.
Well, I don't think this is one shot.
I think it's one shot. It's a shot he
Absolutely
took.
not. Yeah, it's when the opportunity presented itself to him right there. They had a good
Green, white,
I
checkered.
think that was his only shot.
The one thing I will say, I like that kid will go for it. That's the
every
second time that we've seen him do that.
Yeah.
I think that was his best chance. Maybe it wasn't his only chance, but he might not have gotten another one.
Well, because you just don't know if you're going to bobble. We've seen him bobble a couple times and take a couple laps to get the speed back up. I like the decision he made right there, though, Clint. He got to his inside. They had a good race. I don't think Chase Briscoe did anything wrong.
I think he's going to go back and look at, the run he had before that when he was actually clear for just a minute. Maybe could have slid up. Well, he got it off in there, didn't he?
It looked like he was going to try to slide up in front of Kyle, but just wasn't far enough up beside him, and the car got loose and got out from underneath him.
This presents a strategy call and a problem for Cliff Daniels and Kyle Larson. Just because he's the leader of this race, now they got a decision to make.
Boy, I'm telling you, this is a tough one, guys. It's going to be an overtime finish. Briscoe's got 4 fresh tires. He's already pitted. You've got 14 drivers on the lead lap. You're going to see people do opposite of what that 5 does. If that 5 pits, Chastain pits, you're going to see some drivers stay out. But there's 46 laps on these tires. That's going to be a tall order.
Now, we are not yet in an overtime situation. Well, we are now, yeah. 6 laps to go is what they put up on the board. As we hit lap 400, that is the scheduled distance. So we will go to NASCAR overtime. Jamie Little?
Well, Rick Hendrick just climbed up on the box to have words with Cliff Daniels as they discuss it. Cliff Daniels told his driver, all right, I'm thinking here, Abe Lincoln. So we have to watch. I don't know if that means they're coming in, they're staying out, but we'll figure out the code word here in a moment.
So that's what, either a penny or a $5 bill? Take your pick.
Yeah,
right?
your guess is as good as mine, Mike.
Ross Chastain won the truck race on Friday night because the two trucks that were racing for the win, one slid up into the other, took them both out, and Chastain won on a last lap pass in overtime.
I tell you right now, that's exactly what Ross Chastain was hoping that would happen.
Harrison Burton gets, I believe, is the free pass on this. The 17th caution of the night, not a record. The record is more, 22.
Here's a 5 chance to bounce back. That crew's had trouble tonight.
Vince?
Cole Custer asked about the possibility of staying out. Crew Chief Mike Shipley said, no, we're coming to get 4 tires, and you're going to win this race. We're about to see. Jamie?
Chastain tight that entire run. Had to come get some tires for that in the 11 car. Denny Hamlin fired off good. Tight in traffic for him.
Close race off pit road.
Very
to Larson.
Barely.
Really close.
Sure you didn't speed.
So he will have lane choice over Chastain. But let's see if indeed they are the leaders. We'll double check to make sure everyone on the lead lap pitted.
Wow.
Wow, that's close.
So close.
The race is on.
I like the call, though, the 2 tires, Clint. You're going to have a little bit of what you need and some track position.
So Larry confirms for us all the lead lap cars followed Kyle Larson down pit road, which is exactly what he wanted to see, needed to see.
And we know that Abe Lincoln is 2 tires at this point.
And Larson and Chastain will be on the front road for the restart. So NASCAR overtime. Green, white checker if all goes well. The checkered flag ends the race. However, if the leader takes the white flag under green flag conditions, the next flag ends the race, whether it's the caution or the checker.
And Larson's going to have a decision to make here about which lane choice. Where's he going to choose, the top or the bottom? The bottom has won the last 6 restarts. And the other reason that I like the bottom is that as long as you protect the inside, no one, when you're in the outside, people can make it 3 wide on you, and that drags that lane back a little bit, and they will do that at the end of this race. So I like the inside.
All right, the lights did not turn off on the caution car, so we'll have at least 2 more laps of caution. And they'll choose next time. Leader by 100-mile intervals tonight. Chase Elliott now out of the race at 100 and 200 miles. Daniel Suarez also out, was the leader at halfway. Ross Chastain led the next 200-mile intervals, and Kyle Larson the leader at 600 miles. Thanks for staying up late with us. Wow, what a finish. Chase Briscoe making a really bold move on Kyle Larson for the win and ends up causing the 17th caution flag of the night. Briscoe is still out there, but he'll restart 15th.
I think Larson takes the inside here. It's going to put Logano. You know it's going to be a really good pusher. Obviously an aggressive pusher. As long as you can block him on the bottom, I think the
1 more
inside
lap
is
of
the right
caution.
Wild card. Ricky Stenhouse in 4th place.
See that out there. I'm with Clint, though. I'm sticking with taking the bottom on this restart. What you're going to have to be careful of, though, is that they're going to be on 2 tires. The left side's going to have 40 laps on them. You could see some wheel spin. We haven't really seen that come into play, but I like the move Larson made right there.
There it is.
There's the choose, and there are the results. So Chastain will have Stenhouse behind him. Larson will have Logano. And we are about to have the longest race in the history of the NASCAR Cup Series. In 2020, the Coca-Cola 600 went 405 laps. We're going to be at 405, 406 when this one checkers.
Chastain's going to have to race Larson on this restart, but he's also going to have to be looking in his mirror, because I will be shocked if Ricky Stenhouse Jr. stays in line to the exit of turn 2. Stenhouse has to win to make the playoffs. It's a team. Look, 3 top 10s in a row. They have been running well, but Ricky Stenhouse Jr. needs to win this race to make the playoffs. Chastain's going to have his hands full between Larson and Stenhouse.
Too big of a push on those front cars, by the second row. That can enable or amplify their wheel spin like you were talking about. If either one of those cars hit them just a little bit too hard, you could really get their wheels spinning and back that line up.
I think you're right. Ricky Stenhouse, 26 race regular season win, and you're in. He doesn't have enough points to make the playoffs. Needs this win right here, but can he get it from 4th place? It'll be green, white, checker. Larson, Chastain on the front row. Logano, Stenhouse in row 2. Hamlin, Dillon in row 3. Kyle Busch, Cole Custer, Harvick, and Ty Dillon. Here we go.
Pretty even drag race.
Clear up. 3 makes it 3 wide. Dillon.
Stenhouse in trouble in the back.
Come on, come on.
Comes a big run by that 3 on 4 tires. Look out, here it is.
He's there on Kyle Larson. Austin Dillon bobbles just a little bit.
Oh, now he's on the outside. Chastain's got him.
4 wide.
Oh, the wreckage. Unbelievable. Did the caution come out?
Yes. No.
Caution before the white.
Caution. We will line up and do it again.
Oh, my gosh.
All those guys going for it coming off of turn 4. Austin Dillon looked like he was in the perfect position.
Well, he was.
He was.
much like Chase Briscoe. Austin Dillon had a chance to try to win it, and he took it.
Caution for sure before the white flag. Chastain's heavy damage.
That's caution flag number 18.
I'm really surprised at the run that those 4 tires had. You knew they were going to be good, but man, I was surprised they were that good.
All right, we're going to go all the way back to the restart because there's a lot to unpack here and a number of drivers that get big runs to try to get to the front as Austin Dillon climbs from his machine. You see he restarts 6th, 3rd car on the outside.
And Logano gave Larson a good shove down into 1, and I thought when he had Chastain cleared right here, I thought the race is over.
Yeah, but hold on a minute. Watch the 3 car. He already had him 3 wide on the outside. Watch the run that he gets when they come off of turn 2 out of nowhere. Here comes a 3 right now. 3 wide on the bottom, shoots to the bottom of the 4 tires, goes for broke. Larson didn't see him coming. But when Larson didn't get up in front of Chastain, that's when I think all the trouble happened. I still thought Larson was okay, Jamie, if he would have got up in front of the 1 and utilized that push. When they got 3 wide, it was actually 4 wide by the time they got off and just...
Well, it looks like Austin Dillon came up a little bit, not knowing that they were 3 wide there, that Chastain was to the outside of Larson and got hooked and turned to the outside wall.
Now, what I just saw there was the seas parted for Kyle Busch, and he shoots the gap right through there as we ride with Ross Chastain.
You see Larson move down. Now you see him out of the gas and pushing. You see the front tires literally turning way tight. He couldn't get up in front of Chastain because of that. Holy cow. Did not see that coming.
Let's ride with Kyle Busch as he gets through here. Wow. Next we'll ride with Joey Logano. And we'll ride with Kevin Harvick.
This is not what you want to see in front of you, Jamie. Wow. 4 wide in front of you, all of them wrecked, and you part the seas.
Yeah, and I'm going to tell you the one thing that I missed in all this. Denny Hamlin was on the inside of Austin Dillon and had the momentum. I think whether they wrecked or not, I think Denny Hamlin was going to be the leader of this race.
Yeah, he was the 4 wide.
I've stopped writing down the numbers of cars involved in crashes. I just put 18 caution, everybody. Joey Logano climbs from his car. Everybody is okay. As a result, well, okay might not be the right word. Everybody is unhurt. Let's put it that way.
Long night. Long night for everybody.
Long night to end up like this. Just a lap from the finish. Cole Custer among those involved. So Eric Almirola getting serviced. And there are 7 cars involved in that incident coming off turn number 4 with what would have been the white flag. And Austin Dillon got the worst of it. His car already on the way back to the garage.
Man, how close was Austin Dillon to his second Coke 600 win?
So we saw Kyle Busch, Harvick, and Stenhouse get through there without damage, along with Denny Hamlin, the race leader, who scooted underneath it, as you mentioned. So that's 4 of the top 5 undamaged. Michael McDowell, who got his first top 10 starting spot of the season, is up there in 6th. Harrison Burton 7th. Ty Dillon 8th. Chase Briscoe, remember him? He's back up in 9th place. And Martin Truex 10th. Now, the NASCAR overtime rules call for unlimited attempts at green Harrison Burton may be en route to his best finish in the Cup Series, which began in February at the Daytona 500 for the Wood Brothers. So we still have 17 cars on the lead lap. Cole Custer is now 2 laps down. He and Cody Ware. As we get ready for the second attempt at overtime, sponsored by Credit One Bank. Chase Briscoe had what might have been his best shot to win it. Lost control of the car, spun out, sent us to overtime. Austin Dillon had a great run that almost carried him all the way to the lead. Now what?
Well, it's been a quiet night for Denny Hamlin, obviously setting on the pole, but he now finds himself in the best position, 4 tires, and going to start on the front row.
And when this weekend all started, the Gibbs cars. Think back, it seems like a month ago, but practice and qualifying, the Gibbs guys. We left yesterday thinking Gibbs was going to dominate this race. Lo and behold, look who is in a catbird seat at the end of this long race.
And in the first part of this race, Kevin Harvick was junk. The car wouldn't go. They had 2 pit stops that both went awry. They got blocked. They couldn't get out of their box. Now here he sits up there in the top 5.
This is
with a chance
without
to
a
steal
doubt
one.
The wildest, the craziest Coke 600 that has ever happened. Has to be, right, Mike? You're the only one that can know this for a fact.
I'll tell you what I'm excited about. You know what's coming up in 15 minutes?
And I bet you're going to tell us.
The win. Well, I don't even know if I can declare a winner in 15.
Happy birthday, Boyer!
It's your birthday? Oh, my gosh. Yes. I like the John Deere tractor. I like that. I also like that whiskey. I saw whiskey on somebody's car. I might put a little of the whiskey with its cake later, huh? Thanks, boys.
Hey,
how about that?
How old are you?
50.
Yeah, you look about 50.
What? We'll have
Not
a recount.
50.
I know you're not.
Thanks, fellas.
43?
Happy birthday, buddy.
Yeah, man, I think so.
I had to look that up.
It's a rough one.
All right.
How about that?
Frosting. Vince.
Boy, Austin Dillon gave it a heck of a run. Thought you had it there. Take us through that last moment.
I hate it for our Bass Pro Shops team. The guys gave me a great opportunity there and made it happen on the restart and drove into 3, and I just got a little loose right there and tried to make it stick and didn't quite work out there. I don't know. I wish, looking back, I would have backed up 3 and 4 just a little bit, but, I mean, I sent it in there. I had to do what I had to do and try to win the race where we are in points, but we really weren't that great all night, and we just kept ticking away, and my pit crew were unbelievable. I can't thank those guys enough, and Johnny Morris and Bass Pro Shops were sticking with us, and we had a shot right there, and that's all I can ask for. It's been cool to bring home another 600.
Yeah, good dig. Glad you're okay.
Chase Briscoe had a shot. Austin Dillon had a shot. And now we're going for our second attempt at overtime as Cole Custer's car is hauled to the garage. His night is done. So, Larry, what's the tire situation on these cars that are going to contend for this win?
Yeah, we've got a mixed bag in the top 5. You've got Hamlin, you've got Kyle Busch, and Harvick all in the top 5. They only have about 2 laps on their tires. And you've got Chastain and Stenhouse on that last trip to pit road. They went with right sides only, so their left side tires have 48 laps on them. Again, that's Chastain and Stenhouse, both in the top 5.
More importantly, Chastain on this front row has a lot of damage on the front of his car. Kevin Harvick in the 4 going to have to make quick work of Chastain, get around him, much like that 3 car did on the outside.
Tyler Reddick back in the mix. He's on the lead lap in 10th place. He'll start next to Chase Briscoe in 9th.
I can't believe you just said that. I honestly, I cannot believe some of these cars that are sitting here in the running to win this race.
Kevin Harvick trying to end a 56 race winless streak. And look at that 42 of Ty Dillon. That is the only car that is nowhere to be seen on my caution sheet tonight.
Yet.
Well, okay.
Yet, Mike.
No caution incident,
Not over.
no incidents, no penalties. All right, green-white checker. Let's try it again. Hamlin and Chastain, Kyle Busch and Harvick, Stenhouse and Truex.
Look at the damage on Chastain on the outside. Harvick knows he's going to get to the... Here comes Kyle Busch to the outside. What a move.
trying to steal another one.
Don't announce anything.
Busch and Hamlin, Stenhouse to the bottom, Harvick up top.
Hold strong, cannot let him up.
Coming to the white flag. Next
Finally.
Man, Denny drove it off in there. Same thing, just like early in the race. Kyle Busch gets loose on the outside. Power move by Denny Hamlin.
He's got no help by 2.
The longest and one of the most exciting Coca-Cola 600s ever comes down to the final corner. Denny Hamlin, Kyle Busch, teammates at Joe Gibbs Racing, and they come to the line. Hamlin wins by 2 car lengths.
What a race.
48th career win for the 41-year-old from Chesterfield, Virginia.
We're just stay in it, guys. The crew, awesome job. New guys, well done. Very well done.
Hamlin now tied with NASCAR's first repeat champion, Herb Thomas, on the all-time win list, 16th. Coach Gibbs to celebrate with his crew. Second win of the season for Hamlin, tied with William Byron and Ross Chastain for most victories. Denny Hamlin racing to remember Wentzville, Missouri's Marine Lance Corporal Jared Schmitz, who was lost in Kabul, Afghanistan at age 20. The longest 600 in history. And yeah, Ricky Stenhouse did get his 4th straight top 10. And Kyle Busch misses the checkered flag by 14 1/100ths of a second.
Briscoe back to the top 5.
Yes.
Harvick, long-awaited top 5 finish for him. All about grinding it out tonight.
Coach Gibbs sounds as surprised as many here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Sellout crowd to celebrate Denny Hamlin. Regan.
What a absolutely wild Coke 600. Denny Hamlin, you faced adversity before we got here this weekend. You faced adversity during the race, Memorial Day weekend. Tell me what this win means to you.
It's so special. I mean, it's the last big one that's not on my resume. It meant so much, and man, just can't thank this whole FedEx team enough. Jordan Brand, Shady Rays, Toyota, Coca-Cola. I've been a Coke family driver for 18 years and never won the Coke 600 before, so this means a lot. And man, we weren't very good all day. It just got ourselves in the right place at the right time, and what a battle there.
Denny Hamlin wins the Coke 600.
Kyle Busch 2nd, Kevin Harvick 3rd, Chase Briscoe 4th, Christopher Bell 5th. Tyler Reddick 6th, almost all of whom had some adversity during the night. Vince?
Kyle Busch led 36 laps and had a shot at the end, 0.14 of a second difference. Anything else you could have done?